fought
I'm
me
streaming.
on I know you are. I'm allowed to be annoyed. You fought me on the software shit 2 days ago, and now you're saying like it's your fucking idea. Yeah, that's a little fucking annoying. And then I pointed out to you, you got to still illegally smoking cigars. I'm not even the one who wanted to do that. You approved it though, and I took advantage of it.
Listen.
I need you to fucking grow up a bit, okay?
While chat, my ideas are gonna change. Wait, hold on.
Oh, look at the fucking start of that conversation too.
I don't even know your time. Okay, one thing at a time. What do you want to do?
The start of the conversation, I just pointed out that, like, yeah, we have way more volume capacity here with the fucking cloud lifter. I know how gain and volume works. I'm aware of that. I'm just pointing out that with the cloud lifter, it doesn't fucking matter. Stop. I can crank that fucking gain all the way up to 75. It sounds like fucking ass, and I still can't go as loud as I can with the cloud lifter. That's all I did. But you come in and say something completely unrelated to the price of beans in China.
Okay. Here's the thing number one, okay? We do not need cloud lifters. They will not help us.
I don't care what we need. Find the button.
Okay, fine. Okay. That's the one thing I'm saying. Number two, okay? We have to use a software compressor. I don't like the idea, but yeah, there's no other way to get around the AC in that room, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or not the compressor. I'm sorry, not the compressor, the filter.
Yes.
Okay. Number two. Number three, to make quiets louder and louds quieter, that has to be a compressor.
There's got to be, like, when you talk, I brought up my swishy fucking, like, doing this, and you can hear that fucking sound from the mics over there, right? So there's a gate that you can fucking set, and you can choose, like, the attack and the fucking, like, how quickly a mic will open to certain sounds.
Yeah, if you want. You can noise gate it,
yes.
Correct? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. That's what I'm trying to work on.
Okay. That software, I imagine, will have a noise gate in there somewhere on the probably on the EQ.
It's on the fucking the dynamics.
Okay.
Like
There's also like there's like a standard EQ curve that people will apply to an SM. Like if you Google like SM7B EQ curve, you'll probably find like something that you can throw into the equalizer as well if you want to.
Thing like that one, that Reddit one, I have something like that the guy, I can't remember his name, Bathurst sent to me. So
Okay.
I'm working on getting that in there.
It's close. It'll be there. Yeah.
You triggered me.
What am I triggering you for?
You fight like my mom.
How am I fighting you like your mom?
Because I point out that I pointed this out 2 days ago and you fought me on it and you had to take a little dig about the smoking.
Wait, I did fight you on it. I don't like the idea of using a filter, but there's no other way around the AC thing. I thought we could quiet the AC noise, but we can't.
Yeah, but he said it in a response to fighting me about, like, so it's like the only way we're going to do this with software. And I'm like, I was saying that the other day.
Oh, well, what does that have to do with anything?
Because you're using it as a rebuttal to me.
It's not a rebuttal. We're not in a debate. We're just figuring out how to make this shit work.
Yeah,
Leave the ego at the door, Lycan.
Your normal conversations should weirdly sound like debates, you know? I don't know.
Wait.
Ugh.
Okay.
Are you drinking tonight?
Probably not. Fuck, because I took my Vyvanse today. It's weird if I do it. But maybe I will. I might have one. We'll see.
Yeah, if you were to drink, what do you drink?
I thought I liked Moscow mules, but the last three I've had have been really spicy.
It's ginger beer.
Usually they're very like, there's the smoothest, girliest, bitchiest fucking drink I've had.
Probably using like hipster ginger beer.
Maybe, but the last few I've had have been like, whoa!
You have a favorite ginger ale?
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Ginger ale? Like Schweppes or fucking Vernon's?
Ginger sounds like a four-leaf clover. I don't know what the fuck any of that is. I have no idea, okay? Just whatever you do, don't phantom power it, okay? Wait, okay, hold on. Okay, wait. Okay, so we shouldn't need cloud lifters. That preamp will have enough gain, I promise, okay?
One of the big complaints from people
yeah,
is that the volume, and I have it volume maxed, I have it duplicated like 200% in the OBS settings, it's still so fucking quiet.
Okay. I don't know what got changed on this, but it should probably be possible to take audio out of that thing without having to hit that loopback thing. I'm digging through the manual to figure out what channel that is routed to, because it could be that when you click loopback, that's going to a thing that is destroying the volume. I don't know on the loopback thing how to undo that.
When you were looking it up, everything you kept looking at saying loopback is the way to do that.
I know, but I'm almost positive that when Jeff was here and we were looking at the mixer, Jeff can be my witness to God, hand on my heart. I was able to get volume out of that preamp into the computer via USB without having to use that loopback thing. Because I think what the loopback does is the loopback takes your main bus and it sends it to another channel where it's doing things, it's molesting the sound, and then that's what's going into the computer. I think without that loopback thing, we should be able to get sound out. I think. but I'm not 100% sure, but I'm almost positive I had it set up that way before. But
So one thing for your group of people watching right now to help us figure out how we could get the audio from those 4 mic XLR inputs into the ATEM and then route it through the ATEM.
no, that'll never happen. Those have to go through a preamp first. Well, probably an interface or a mixer first.
I think the ATEM has the.
So
you're talking no.
Preamp is going to be a whole bunch of circuitry to take an audio signal and yeah.
Misunderstanding me. Still goes to the RME.
Okay, yes.
The RME feeds to the ATEM.
Okay, we can do that, and that's trivial because I believe you can take a 1/4 inch.
Which I plugged in and I can't get it to. Now I'm gonna go turn the loop back off. I wasn't doing that before, so maybe that'll.
Probably because you're gonna have to add another channel on the bottom part of the software to output to either the headphones or the back. But we probably shouldn't do that though. But
because Bathurst thinks that might increase our audio quality.
It shouldn't. It can't, and it won't. Okay. Hold on. I'm summoning all my. Okay. There should be a way with the preamp and the USB to get clean, perfect digital audio with no noise, no 1/8 inch to 1/4 inch headphone jack. That should be possible. Destiny, tell me a signal chain so I can finally make it work. Okay. Def G. It's 4 SM7Bs that are being ran to a RME UFX2, and then that has a USB cable connected to the computer. Right now, the only thing I can't figure out is on the computer, how do I get the UME audio in there without having to click the loopback bullshit on one of the channels? I used to be able to just hear the main output on the...
Go to that video, you can show them the interface.
UME. No. UFX. UME. Wait.
The one that I sent you, like download it, put it in the player. You can show them our.
Hold on, wait. What the fuck is the name of this thing again?
RME UFX.
RME UFX 2. In the software, click the main fader, then each of the channels you want to hear, increase that volume. What I'm saying is that on the computer itself, it seems like
RME's unique feature.
What?
It's a good representation of what ours looks like.
Yeah.
Every output of your interface.
I used to be able to hear main. You see this channel right here? Or can you not? Because my webcam might be blocking it. Sorry. I used to be able to see main. I used to be able to hear this on the PC, like as a microphone input. I could hear this. I could hear this. Do you understand? I can hear this. But now I've got to push, in order to hear this, now I have to push another button down here and I have to click it. It's called loopback. But what I think that loopback button does is it's sending that to some other hardware, or I'm sorry, some other software channel, and it's molesting the sound. It's doing something. I thought I could hear this main output without pushing a loopback button, but right now that's the only reason I can. I don't know why. Green Greens, thank you for the $10 dono. Oh, also in that room, if you want, you see, this is very nice, by the way. I have 5 more in there. You can take 4 of them if you want. You're not supposed to talk to anybody else here. No, I'm talking to her. I'm just kidding. Check that on the PC. The default channel set to the RME speaker output. Listen, Def G, you have to message like and help. This was the thing that was triggered. I think I spent 2 hours looking at this. It was working before. I don't know why it's not. I almost reformatted the whole box and then fucking started over. The thing. What? No, it's fucking Farah's. But if she doesn't take it tonight, you can have it. Looks better on you than it does on her. You actually just take it, and then if she asks for it back, I'll say you've got it.
No, I'll give it to her.
Like and message Def G. He might be able to do this.
Wait, ask him what it stands for Palestine.
Def G, he says it's currently an apartheid state. They're committing a genocide, and you should never trade soldier lives for civilians. So you guys are 100% in agreement with each other. Also, okay, hold on. This is my understanding, okay? Tell me if I'm missing any of this, okay? So I believe this interface offers like almost, I think collectively up to 80 or 90 decibels of gain. I'm pretty sure that SM7B needs 60, 70 at the most. This interface should be able to do all 4 SM7Bs with no cloud lifters. That's my first assumption. Second assumption is the only way to filter that background AC noise is going to have to be with a filter. There's no way to do that with gain or volume. That would be a mistake.
I have a trial.
What?
I have a trial and I'm working on it. So tell your.
Wait, hold on, wait. These are principles of audio engineering. That the AC will never be dealt with gain and volume.
No, I know.
Yeah, okay,
I'm
cool.
I'm saying, so while you have your chat listening,
Yeah.
I currently have Nectar.
Oh,
and
Def G is the one that told us to buy that interface. So if he can't make it work, he said he'll pay you the money. He's the fucker that emailed me. Okay.
So we have, for software, we have, forgive me, I can't remember the name of the fucking
voice meter or something, or what?
It's not Audacity, it's a different free what's it called? DNA, a fucking digital audio. Oh god.
Oh, DAW, Digital Audio Workstation.
Thank you. So it's
for what?
It's another free one because you have to use the plugins through that. So then I have.
Wait, what are we doing with that thing?
So you need that for live audio processing. So the RME feeds to that. That then gets the plugins. So we have Nectar as the plugin, and that's what Nectar has like 3 different plugins that can do the filtering we need in real time. Wait. It feeds it back.
I thought the RME just plugs right into the PC.
So talking on the application layer right now. So the RME is going into the PC. The audio is still going.
Okay, and then software-wise, the PC can't just see a mic input from the RME.
No, let's check it out. RME for hardware, everything's the same. I'm talking software. So right now it's going just Total Mix does its thing, and then we feed that to OBS, right? It's just going Total Mix to OBS.
What is Total Mix?
Total Mix is that software with all the sliders.
Oh,
right?
We need that for the RME to get audio into the computer?
Yes, that's how we control the RME.
Wait, what is this thing?
Steven,
what?
Yes, that's Total Mix.
This is Total Mix.
Yes, that's
Total Mix is the software for the RME.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
So what I'm saying is then Total Mix, now, in order to do filtering in real time, Total Mix goes to the DAW, which is not Audacity, but it's a different one I can't remember the fucking name of. And then Nectar, which is a Pro Tools, I think, or Native Instruments product.
Wait. What do we need from that? What do we need from Nectar?
Nectar offers the filters. So we need the DAW for real-time processing. Nectar offers the filters that we turn on.
Gotcha. And that's what you're using to filter right now?
Yes. And then it feeds back to this, which then feeds into OBS.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wait, was that on before?
No. That is the new stuff. When 2 days ago we were.
Oh, okay.
That's new. I'm just saying I want it said to your chat, but I'll talk to Def G and him and I can have
because I feel like this should have everything built in. We shouldn't have to use like virtual plugins or another program to do it. But Def G will help you. He knows everything.
If they have filters already, let me know because I'm not finding anything about it.
Okay. He'll help. He knows everything. He knows the truth.
Def G, fucking like in chat. Send me your Discord, please. Whisper it.
Look at how cute this is. Have you seen this?
What?
Like if I want to put this in like a certain area. Like,
oh, that's fucking. Oh, is that why you upgraded?
Well, no, I just want my newest shit, but that's so cute.
That's cool. Oh.
Okay. Love you.
All right.
The only thing I don't like right now about this is it doesn't feel very responsive. It doesn't feel very snappy.
Dinner tonight?
No, we'll probably all go out after the show. If Dan actually comes here. Wait, are you taking all of those or did you leave one? Yeah, for this mic here. There should be 5 in there right now. So there'll be 4 when you leave me one more. Made a little logo for you and Dan's podcast. Shoot it to Dan. Use Windows key plus left arrows. Oh, that didn't do anything. The noise canceling is kind of fucking with the audio. Right now on my mic, is it actually, or is this guy autistic? I don't like the noise suppression. Okay, never mind. I'm taking it off. You're getting AC noises now. Boom. There you go. We're back. We're back. Why did you get a guy named Def G to help build your audio setup? Why not? The only thing that maybe I could do instead of that is I could just offer a not offer. Yeah, there they are. You hear them all turning on? I could just noise gate it, so. The only issue I have with the noise gate is I don't know if it's going to fuck my initial attack when I start speaking. But if I noise gate like this, then you don't hear any background bullshit. You could use your other mic. I emailed you the EQ settings. Oh, because you want me to use that Re 20. Fuck you. Fuck you, I won't do it. We still hear it when you're speaking, but it won't cut off. Yeah, that's the whole point, dumbass. That's why it's a noise gate. Don't gate the noise to 0%. Leave it at 15% to trigger the noise haters. Good one. You know what? I would ban you, Boral, but I'm feeling good today. You have a lot of dead air on your streams, and it is too quiet sometimes without the background noise. I don't care. Deal with it. Fuck the noise gate, bro. Hearing the AC is fine, plus I want to make sure I can hear everything in the background so I can make sure you're safe and sound. Well, thanks. What a bro. What a homie. Sorry, I'm fucking with my, to see what I need to have this set to on my mixer. Oh. Turn off the noise gate. We can still hear the background noise when you're speaking, so it's super disjointed now. Okay, don't complain about any, you guys want the impossible then. What you're asking for is not possible. You want me to be in a quieter environment. That's what you're really asking for then. That's what you want, but I can't do that. I need an air conditioner. Fuck you. There, all right. Now you have all the noise, all the everything. Also, oh my God. I switched to Synergy 3. Big ups. 100%. I like this so much more than the other Synergy. It doesn't hold my keys on the other computer. It auto detects. This program is way fucking better so far. Now I've only used it for about 12 hours. But Synergy versus the Synergy 3 thing seems like base as fuck. I want you or have a compressor plus limiter to even out loud noises. I mean, we could tweak the compressor more on my... Did somebody post compressor settings before? Destiny, Reddit, compressor, channel, pro channel 2. I thought somebody posted a picture. Oh, wait. This is fun. Please just don't bother unless you have a guy there in person. Your channel strip needs even... Your channel strip even needs to be normalized with a 1 volt over V signal before any of those readings to configure the compressor matter. Wait, what the fuck? What if you found the frequency sound of the AC and just blocked that frequency? The problem is I think that it's like a wide spectrum. It eats up, there's like a lot of sound. It's a whole symphony of shit. Oh my God. Just got here. Did you change the auto settings back to what it used to be? It was way, way, way better when we couldn't hear the air conditioner. No. They didn't like it. And by they, I mean the audience. So, okay, hold on. We've got threshold, ratio, gain, makeup gain. Okay, threshold should be at 0 or maybe -3. In the world of digital audio peaks in a nasty ordeal and no above 0 in a digital audio. Okay. 0 should be fine. Okay, threshold. Okay, threshold. Whoa. Okay, threshold is turned to -3. Testing 1, 2. Hello, hello. Okay. Ratio. So this is where the magic happens. This should be at infinity. This turns the compressor into a limiter with the function of limiting any and all peaks above the threshold, which is the effect we're after. This prevents peaking and should save X amount. Okay, so ratio is at unlimited. Yes. Gain, makeup gain. Leave this knob alone. It should be at 0. So you can just turn this knob up a bit, which increases the volume for everything and made Destiny hear that nasty, nasty washing machine now. Okay, gain, makeup gain. I don't even have that knob. Threshold ratio. Oh, it's probably this. Testing 1, 2. Test, test. Okay, hold on. All right, I think everything got quieter. Testing 1, 2. Test, test. My quiets, when I'm speaking here quietly, it seems pretty inaudible. Can you hear me? I'm kind of whispering right now. And then, oh, this is way louder. This, fuck, hold on, what does this do? Hold on, we might explode our ears. Good luck. Testing, 1, 2. Test, test, test. Hello, hello. Wait, why does this sound so fucking horrible? Oh, I know why. Now turn the makeup gain. Wait, this is fucked. We've actually like fucked ourselves. There's a plus. Wait. Okay, wait. Maybe. Oh shit, I understand. Never mind. I know what happened. Okay, hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test, test. Hold on. Okay, test, test, test. Hello, hello. Okay. Is this okay for now? Maybe I'll fuck with this more in the future. I'm in the yellow now, even when I'm talking quietly. When I'm down here, I'm not. This is kind of bad. But I don't think I should. Okay. All right. Loud. Hello, loud test. Okay. Ooh, that compression is harsh. But I guess if I'm screaming, it will be. Is this fine? I think it's probably fine, right? Put a little reverb too for some flavor. Actually, for real flavor, I like to fuck your mom in the ass before I make her suck my dick. Bitch. Now cut out the annoying low end whenever you tap your desk. Fuck you. You sound like you're in a tin can. Okay, well, what about back to here? Does this sound any different than what we got before, or is this the same bullshit? Testing, 1, 2, test, test, test. Better, but a tiny quiet. Welcome to the part of the stream where we fuck with our microphone for 2 hours. Hello, hello. Test, test, test. Slight buzz? Yes, it's called an air conditioner. Bitch. It will always be running and there's nothing we can do about it. All right, this is fine. I have no idea if this is better than yesterday or if we just wasted, and by wasted, I mean milked 30 minutes of content from you fucking losers. Okay. New Rabani tweets. I saw them. They're nothing. They're literally nothing to even respond to. I do not care. If you get rid of a gate, if you get a gate, you'll get rid of the air conditioner hiss. Yeah, but when I had the gate set before, everybody hated it. People got mad. So now we don't have a gate. Oh shit, I can adjust this. I also have a new mic arm. I changed this. Ugh. Ugh. Did you respond to the Dave Rubin clip yet? Nope. Which Dave Rubin clip? Left to bring it up. Right to go tight. You're compressing way too much. Increase the threshold. It's at -3. Are you the one that made this post? Now it's at 0. All right. How does it sound when you lick it? Your mom, she goes, oh. While you're adjusting your stream set and settings, please change the RGB colors in the background. True. Okay. I need to... I'm trying to think of how I want to sandbox my stuff as I change all my shit. So I think not... Before I was signed in and not syncing, but I think I should just never sign in. There's literally no reason to sign into my Google profile from this browser. Being logged into my Reddit account is okay. Being logged into that Twitter account is probably okay. Hold on. Ooh, wait, where's Cake at? How hard is it to lower your threshold? I already did the threshold. Wait, you're trolling me. Hold on. You're getting a 2-hour ban. Look, because I'm in a good mood today. The threshold is directly related to your input level. No value from the internet will be magically right for it. Huh. Hold on. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Nope. No. Wait. Wait, where's Cake at? Jesus Christ. Oh. I thought it was... Wait, do I have sound coming out of this computer? Oh, okay. There's just no sound from this. I thought I was about to watch a dude kill himself. A Portuguese commando recruit going through a popular obstacle course during the training and selection phase. If Destiny only reads chat on Kick, why are there so many people in here? We inhabit all areas, okay? What is this? Rye Liberty. Disgusting.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just draw its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like, that's about where I'm at. I don't know,
You just think the Palestine should just...
like, that's about where I'm at. Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just draw its fucking...
Based. And genocide pilled. Okay. What are we doing today? Oh, I need to... I saved my bookmarks in a text file. So new text document. Whoa there, soldier. Why can't I see file extensions? Show file extensions. Oh, thank you. If you had to remove one ethnicity from Earth based solely on their ethnic food, who's getting the boot? Mediterraneans. Sorry. See ya, boys. No more filler food. Any dish with chickpeas is not a real dish of food. Stay mad. Bookmarks. .html. Do you think I can just like... Can I just double click this and it'll import bookmarks, do you think? Bookmarks, import. Ooh, oh, not that. Whew, we almost hit my taxes file. Did it work? Oh, it did. A master fucking software engineer. Fuck, marry, kill for food. Indian, Mexican, and American. Oh. I think I would probably kill American, but just because you can find so many good American dishes are like borrowed dishes from other societies. So like I still have my English breakfast. We kind of have Tex-Mex, except it's just Mex-Mex. So we're going to have to kill American. I'm sure some other... Germany has like fucking steak and schnitzel and all that bullshit. So we're going to kill American. I think we would fuck Indian and we would marry Mexican. Because some of my favorite dishes are Indian. But Mexican just has such a wide variety of good-ass fucking food. Don't you like American English breakfast, though? No blood sausage thing? Everything in the English breakfast is fine. Even the beans are okay. I'm only going to say that once. Actually, I take that back. Fuck the Brits. I'll admit that later on. The roasted tomato shit. Everybody should have a roasted tomato for breakfast. That's so good. That's such a good idea. It's a good-ass idea. I don't know why we haven't yoinked that yet. Amos, do you have any oversight on South Africa? It would be interesting to see your take / research. No. What is your average breakfast? Either a protein shake or a Red Bull. I don't eat breakfast. Breakfast is a meal for suckers, okay? In the United States, breakfast is just for getting huge. It's just the worst foods. If I'm eating breakfast, it means I'm dirty bulking. And by dirty bulking, I mean literally just getting fatter for no discernible reason. But it is amazing. Okay. God, Synergy 3 is working perfectly. Why not get like and make an EU breakfast for you? I was being serious. I think breakfast in America, unfortunately, is just a really, really, really bad meal. It's just super. I think it wouldn't surprise me if the average American gets like 2/3 of the calories in a single breakfast that like a lot of Europeans will get throughout the entire day. It's insane. Didn't I ask if you were going to use it and you said no? Maybe. But I got Windows 11. I was like, fuck it, might as well upgrade this. Remember when I complained like 5 months ago getting these like braces or these Invisalign retainer things? Now I feel like when I don't have them on, now my teeth feel naked. I feel like it's weird, like when because I think this is my last week with them. Although I think you wear them for like a month after to get it to set. But now I'm gonna feel weird not having them in. It's good to eat breakfast though for general energy and spacing your meals well. Just don't eat the dog shit pure carb breakfast. If you want to eat like a healthy American breakfast, I think you have to like you've got to cuck out really, really, really hard and go the Polish route or whatever, where you just have like a little fucking sandwich. Or if you're gonna eat anything else, it's just so bad. All American breakfast food is so bad. It's just all of it is so bad. But it tastes good. But like cereal in the portions that people eat is not good. It's way too much in the morning. Basically every variant of breakfast bread, like croissants and bagels, are like 250, 300 calories each. And that's assuming it's plain without cream cheese or Nutella or any other shit you might add. Like it is so easy to eat 800 to 1,000 calories in a breakfast without even thinking about it in the United States. Like without even thinking about it, you can do like 800 plus calories for breakfast. And you're not even really hungry. You just like wake up and eat it because it's time. Oatmeal is good if you can do the oatmeal thing. Are most people hungry in the morning? I don't even start getting hungry until like noon. I think you just get in the habit of eating breakfast. I think yogurt is like a really good food from everything I've seen. I just can't bring myself to eat it. I think I had a traumatic experience with yogurt in my early days because when I think of yogurt, I just want to fucking vomit. So I must have had like a horrible experience. Did you see the AHA intermittent fasting study? Nope. Don't care. Edge dieting and trying to figure your min-max shit out is retarded. Intermittent fasting is good for one reason and one reason alone, and that's because any food that you eat past 10 p.m. is always going to be bad for you, and it stops you from doing that. That's the only reason why it's good for you. But some people say like intermittent fasting like controls your blood sugar and a whole bunch of other random autistic shit. Spoilers, FM7 Rebirth. Are you upset that they didn't kill Eris? Are you objectively wrong? I don't know enough about the story and the plot to have a comment on it, so. Oh, they're saying it causes heart problems now. I seriously doubt that. Human diets are pretty. I think we can eat a wide variety of shit. We're pretty good at extracting nutrients from a lot of stuff as humans, I think. From plants and fruits, from meat. Meat has so. One of the things I learned in my vegan arc, and then also trying to fact check the Petersons, meat has a ton of shit in it in terms of vitamins and nutrients, assuming you're eating like a variety of meat. So I think we're probably okay. How many Red Bulls do you drink a day? Usually only one. What are we doing today? Oh, okay. We logged on to Twitter. I think I can log into my Reddit account. Does Adderall suppress hunger for you? Yes. I think it helps. Although now it's hard because on days when I'm not doing my Vyvanse and stuff, I can't tell. Careful. I don't know how true this is for everybody. There might be some things that are becoming more ingrained in me habitually that I don't need the Vyvanse for now. Like, even on days when I don't take it, I feel like I have more discipline over my diet and stuff. But I bet there's a lot of stuff that happens when you eat shitty food that makes you want to continue to eat shitty food. And if you don't for a long time because you're on an amphetamine, if you get off the amphetamine, I bet that you still maintain some of that dietary discipline, if that makes sense. Because like I think I said the last time I traveled for like a week, I didn't take Vyvanse for that week because I was just curious what the feeling would be like. Mentally, I definitely feel more sluggish, which is really annoying. But I don't feel like the urge to like eat every random stupid fucking thing. Reddit. What am I looking for? Oh, boom, 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 boom. There we go. What is the half-life for Vyvanse? I don't know, but I think in 12 to 16 hours, I think most of it is out of your body. Am I ever going to want this? Oh, read Dono. Fuck, I missed it. Type it again. Yeah, I'm aware of all the gut biome shit. I don't know how true any of that is, but... I've been off my Addy for a month and have maintained my weight after losing like 20 pounds. Nice. How long do you take off for Vyvanse for MDMA? I'll do 1 or 2 days. Before, I don't know if there's like a recommended. I've done 1 day off and then done MDMA the next or that night, and I feel pretty good on MDMA. But yeah. Does anybody here ever use notifications on their desktop or like if I do a notification from Reddit, where would this notification even show at? Why would I ever want this in my browser? Any interest in having a convo with Michael from Wisecrack? He was open to it during his reaction to JBP debate, but it's very unfamiliar with your views. Yeah, if you wanted to. I need a person to reach out and do that for me. Fuck. They're hella annoying. Turn off all browser notifications, Chrome. Is there a way to just like turn all of this off? In privacy and security settings, go to site settings, select notifications, and then you can add sites you want to receive notifications on to disable notifications from all sites. Select the don't allow sites to send notification options. Oh shit, I need that. Hold on. I always get scared when I open security windows. Here is your address and credit card number. Okay. In privacy and security. Well, it must be in settings, huh? Hold on. Oh. Go to site settings. Notifications. Don't allow sites to send notifications. Okay, so it's never going to ask me, right? I've never in my life thought I want notifications for my on my browser. You want less time Windows 11, you can get Start 11 to make it more like previous versions. I'm going to be honest. I like it so far. It's okay. I'm having an okay time. And I have an AI buddy, Copilot. I don't know what he's supposed to help me with, but we'll chat with him in the future. Demai Dono, Def Key approved solution. Message Lycan. He's downstairs messing with that, okay? New Almost Friday. I watched it and I didn't like it that much. Now I don't want to watch it on here because you guys are going to get a worse opinion of them, so fuck you. Copilot is a nerfed version of ChatGPT. Recommend using that one instead. Okay. Do you ever talk with Dr. Avi about veganism, NTT, or do you avoid black belts like Avi and ask us what topics you suck at? Yep, you got me. I was really close to doing it, and then you reminded me that I'm way too afraid. So let me go ahead and heart that. Thumbs you up. Thank you for reminding me. How was your last MDMA experience? My MDMA is always an awesome time. It's a fun drug. If I got complete psychosis from THC, would you say mushrooms should be completely off the table? Yeah, probably. Are you going to go back and forth with Rabani on Twitter? No, he's an unserious loser. I'm good. If you ever decide to try non-simulates, atomexetine is the best and very close to the effectiveness of EXR stims and better than IR stims. I looked into the atomexetine stuff, and I don't think it's at the effectiveness of any of the amphetamines. Maybe the methylidate things, but how do you deal with the jaw pain from Molly? I feel like I've rolled enough now that I just try to remember not to bite my tongue. Usually my issue is chewing the sides of my tongue more than jaw pain. But also, funnily enough, these retainer things or the trays from my Invisalign actually made it so last time it didn't happen at all. So. Have you ever done salvia? I have not, although apparently in Canada, you motherfuckers do it all the time. If you're trying to grow your audience more, what's the next internet space you'd move to? If I was just looking for growth, I think doing regular news segments would help. I'm so happy that... crossing my fingers. Crossing my fingers. Knock on wood. I right now at this point in time, I really do feel like Josiah, I don't think he is like a super partisan hack at all. He seems like a really fair dude to me. Like I haven't heard him give takes, so I'm like even I love him to death, but like there are times when David Pakman, I'm like, ooh, I feel like you're way too bought into the party structure here, or you're way too like politically motivated. I feel like Josiah is really fair. And he's done a really good job at tapping into this market of like center left YouTube stuff. I hope it's center left. I guess I haven't actually watched a lot of his videos. Hopefully he's not doing like tanky shit and I missed it, but 12.4 million views. I don't even know if, I don't think he does shorts, does he? He does a few. But these shorts don't get views. The vast majority of these views are from long form content. This is more monthly views than my channel at the moment. And it's all long form content and it's all political. He is crushing. He is crushing this. Like 17 hours ago, 130,000 views. 19 hours ago, 236,000 views. 22 hours ago, 82,000. 1 day ago, 197,000. Like, it's a lot of content. Most of it is doing pretty well. Yeah. Do you know Corey Guild Shuster? If you ever do come to Israel, you should travel with him. Yeah, people have recommended me seeing that guy. We'll see. Were you ever able to secure a conversation with the Breaking Points people? Nope. I don't think they'll ever talk to me, though. But also, I don't even know who I would reach out to. I just harassed them on Twitter, so. Would you take a sponsorship from Marlboro, like doing events with them and smoking on stream? I don't like tobacco. I feel like I probably wouldn't. I always try to think in terms of like huge monetary offers. The problem is that like, I don't know if I would ever say no to $1 million sponsor over a year. At this, I don't think I would, but I would for some things. Like if somebody offered me $1 million to support like child porn, I don't think I would do it. Unless it was from the Mossad. If somebody offered me like $1 million for like a gambling sponsor, I don't think I would. No, I don't think I would do it. For smoking, I don't think I would. But like if we were to say like 5 or like 10 million, like if somebody offered me $10 million for a year-long sponsor, the idea that I would say no to that, I don't know if I could. You're going to pay me $900,000, $800,000 every single month. I don't know. Do you differentiate between actually being politically motivated and someone having personal beliefs that are fair but choose to present things in a politically motivated way because they know it's easier to navigate people being partisan and it'll support their end goals more? I saw a really good comment on Reddit or Twitter. It was like a random comment, but it was something like, it was really simple. It's like if you have to lie for your cause isn't truthful or something. It was something like, oh no, if you have to lie for your cause is a lie. It was something like that. Maybe that's a famous quote, but no, I'm uncompromising when it comes to stuff like that. I think you can like aim your rhetoric a little bit, but you shouldn't be like distorting facts or anything. Yeah, but anyway, for penetrating new audiences, whatever Josiah was able to tap into here is really sick. He found like a center-left audience on YouTube that's largely divorced of the crazy streamer world and everything. And yeah, so good for him. What would you do with $10 million more that you couldn't do now? Nothing really. But the idea of having $10 million would be kind of cool, I guess. No? I don't know. What would you rank your last high-profile debates? Good for audience penetration, boring for subject matter. Check out Luke Beasley. We chatted with that guy a long time ago. He was cool. Oh, I should sign into YouTube so we don't get ads. Hold on. I keep calling it YouTube Red, but it's called YouTube Premium now. If I sign into... Here's a question. Is it possible to sign into just YouTube? Or is it going to want to make my whole browser sign into my Google account? Have you actually seen growth in your channel from all these podcast appearances the last months? For my channel? Not really, no. But it's because when I do a lot of the travel, there's like a trade-off, right? Doing appearances, it's like workout and recovery, and I've been doing a lot of the workout and none of the recovery. So this month I streamed more, so my viewership this month is going to be a lot better than the last month or two. But when I do a lot of the traveling, I don't really convert on any of the high-profile debates to main channel stuff. But I'm also not doing content, I think, that would draw a lot of those people right now. Like last month, I had a lot of high-profile stuff, but I didn't stream very much. So August didn't have much to work with. So I had like 8 million channel views. At the end of this month, in a couple days, it'll probably clock in at like 9.5. Although we had to delete one video because the Jordan Peterson people didn't want the... or I guess the Daily Wire didn't like ripping that much of that video. Buy a second YouTube Premium. Nah. Why did you snub Johnny Somali on Kick or Keep? I felt like he won. Honestly, God, he was annoying the fuck out of me. And he was a piece of shit. So those two things, and then he tried to lil bro me while being a lil bro. So there's too much shit there that triggered the fuck out of me. Really? It's gonna really make me do this? Hold on. Okay, this is good. Fuck it, actually. The fuck? Hold on. Just typing some words, making sure. Nothing's getting... Oh, hold on. So if I do... You're browsing as a guest? Oh, yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. All right, fuck it. You have to talk to Simon Rosenberg. Eventually, he was in the war room on Clinton's 92 campaign, and he had a community called Hopium that goes over a lot of contemporary politics. He's an amazing Democratic voice, and he predicted the midterm results in 22. I will keep spamming so you see it. I see it. Can you talk about the Dan podcast? We're doing something tonight at 6 o'clock. I'll see how it goes. Any chance of uploading the audio of the podcast to Spotify? Yeah, we'll do that eventually. I'm just rolling. I'll probably wait 5 or 10 episodes to like roll in more official shit. Right now, it's just an iterative process to figure out what works, what doesn't work, and like getting everything working. I just said the same thing 3 times. Dan literally did the thing he said Destiny would do all the work, then show up later. Oh. I feel like there's a lot of people like that. This is why, listen, for as much as people don't like it, that's why Karantos got a lot of credit. He got shit done. That's why Erudite and Lycan, even, yeah, they get credit. They got some shit done. It might have taken a while. They might have had other shit going on. But hey, eventually they got there. So we'll get there. If you're looking for games to play, Throne Falls. No, I'm not looking for games to play. As far as an anti-fan now, we're okay. You're scheduling the big act. We'll try to. If the ICJ ruled the war in Gaza as a genocide, would that change your opinion? Because I know so much about it now, I'd have to see the underlying evidence or rationale for why they would rule it that way. To be clear, it's not impossible, though, that Israel is failing to uphold their obligations in the Genocide Convention. That's not impossible. I just wasn't very convinced by the quotes that I saw. But that doesn't mean that there's no way that I could ever be convinced otherwise. Is your strat of unfollowing your ex on everything to move on quicker hindered by your ex being a public figure who shows up on the front page of your YouTube? No, I don't think so. That didn't bother me too much because because by the time we broke up, I fucking hated her. So it's easier to get on that way. That's why people convince themselves to hate their exes. Usually looking to Robert Barnes, the LawTube guys, get their election/J6 theory from him and treat him like a god. Big Trump populist and grifter. Well, hey, if you ever wanted to chat. Oh, you're going to look at Luke Beasley's YouTube. We talked to this dude a long time ago. And by a long time ago, I mean 2 or 3 years ago. Oh, yeah, he's tapped in as well. Damn. Jesus. Wait, this might be 20 million a month. $29.2 million. Damn. This might be like $300,000 of AdSense for 1 month here. Is the goatee a staple now? Until my balding spots grow back. I was going to actually do the fucking steroid thing, the injections with Avi in New York. That was one of the 4 appointments I had set up, but rip, now we're just waiting. There's hair here. It's just like very white and thin. Apparently at some point your body just stops killing your follicles and then it starts growing back, but I don't know. We'll see. I would make an appointment in Miami for it, but the everything is booked out by like at least a month, so I'm too lazy. We should save we should keep track of all these guys. Wait, where is this going? Hello? Where the fuck did these? Oh, it doesn't show unfolded bookmark. Okay. Are the taxes so bad that you wouldn't want to live in New York? What % difference would it be? Probably a lot. New York City tax calculator. What is a Manhattan zip code? 100282. This is very, I understand this is very first world problems, okay? Oh, wait, that is way lower than I thought it would be. It says the estimated state income tax is $11,000. Do I have to like hit enter or something? Did it not calculate? Oh, wait. Never mind. I missed a zero. The estimated tax for me, if I were to live in New York City, just the state taxes would be $160,000. Fuck that. Yeah, that's what I mean when I say I don't understand how wealthy people live in state income tax places. A question about genocide intent. If country A produces something toxic in factories along a border and the fallout kills people in country B at an alarming rate, then country A is asked to stop but refuses, even though it will certainly kill the population of country B. What would you call this? I don't know. There'd probably war crimes for that, or there's like contravention of international law. I'm sure there's some bad stuff. Everything that involves killing people doesn't have to be genocide, but it would be really bad. You should ask the other two guys to join the campus events. I can't tell if my memory is being destroyed because I have early onset Alzheimer's and just like my mom, I'm going to die from it, or if I've just been doing so many things it's hard to remember. Josiah was at the last canvassing event, wasn't he? Josiah was. Am I making this up? Or was he not? He was. Yeah, okay. You've got city taxes as well? Well, I put in the city zip code, so I think I calculated it. But anyway, fuck that. What'd you do yesterday? I cleaned this computer up. I put Windows 11 on it. I might do it to my streaming computer tonight. Do you think his rebrand to pondering politics and having politics in his tag helps with discovery? No, not that much. I don't think that stuff like SEO just is not a thing, I don't think, anymore. It's just, stuff is too smart. The algorithms are too sophisticated. You're not going to be like getting high or low on discovery because of a channel name or tags. It's going to come down to content. I don't think there's any way to shortcut that anymore. Wait, okay, let me do one more thing. Wait. Oh. Do you have your obsidian.md files available for other people to download? Yeah, it's literally in my chat like 30 times. Half true. Quality content is king, but you can still do the search indexing thing. Search index doesn't make you many views though. I don't even know if you can anymore. I'm not sure. How can you rationalize not wanting to live in a high tax state, but still advocate for more social programs broadly, which will raise taxes? Very easily by advocating for said programs and then by still minimizing my tax footprint. There's not I don't connect a moral weight to paying or doing taxes or to tax rates. I don't think having high taxes is more moral and low taxes is less moral. That's like there's like a progressive progressive conservative fight where conservatives are like lower taxes is more moral and progressives are like higher taxes is more moral. I don't give a fuck about any of that. If there are social programs and you want to fund them with whatever means necessary. Yeah, if you need more taxes to do it, then do it. I pay my federal tax. I have no problem with it. I pay a lot. My effective tax rate is like 35%, I think, which I'm pretty sure is higher than I think most people making how much I make. I'm pretty sure I get fucked on my taxes. I don't think I would mind. I don't think I would mind paying higher taxes in a place where I felt like I got something for them. Like if I had ended up moving to Sweden with Melina, or if I lived in any European country, the amount of public transport available, access to healthcare options at severely discounted rates, maybe. Yeah, all of that. Do you not have a CPA that does your taxes? Yes, I do. Do you think some social programs are morally good? The outcome can be morally good. Like public transport, I think, is a good that we should protect. Okay. Sorry, like 2 emails. Doesn't NY have great public transport? Why do you mind the taxes there? New York has decent public transport, I think. But I don't think 170,000 a year worth of public transport. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Should I listen to Loner Box for Sunday? No, fuck that. I only had a few emails to do. How would you lower homelessness? Hold on. Any credible center-right YouTubers you fuck with? Does Potholder count? I don't even know if people consider anti-Trump conservatives to be right-leaning at all anymore. I'm not sure. Who's like a center-right? Ben Shapiro, maybe? But even he carries water for Trump. And like socially, he's like more to the right than I would imagine an ordinary center-right person would be, but I'm not sure. I think my gut feeling is the biggest thing that's preventing us from fixing homelessness is just political will to solve the problem. Because if you have the will to do it, the approach I think has to be comprehensive. Like on the policing side, cops have to crack down on all of that as much as it triggers progressives. So no more sleeping in public areas, no more sleeping in parks, no more doing any of that. But if you're going to do that, that means that you need homeless shelters for everybody to sleep in. You can't turn somebody away and not have them be able to sleep outside. But homeless shelters aren't enough. You also need like psychiatric or psychological programs with maybe full-time caretakers, unfortunately. And then you also need a place for these people to live. And then you also need a jobs program to keep these people busy. So it's a whole comprehensive fucking thing to where like the most successful mentally handicapped people that I knew, I brought this up a lot working at the casino, were people that they usually had some sort of state caretaker that they reported to or that checked in on them. They usually worked a job. You know what, actually? Rob Noor would know a lot about this because I think Rob actually does this as a job. Actually, I'm curious what he would think about fixing homelessness because I think Rob, not volunteers. I think Rob's full-time job is his clients are mentally handicapped people that he helps live on a day-to-day basis. But Desi, you need forced institutionalization. Most homeless people want to be on the streets. I feel like that's a catch-22. Like, when we say most homeless people want to be on the streets, in a way that's true in the same way that people that do heroin want to do heroin. But it's like there's a certain set of conditions that put your life at a point where you're homeless and on the street. So if at that point you would prefer that to anything else, I mean, sure, but what is that? What are we really saying when we say that, you know? So there hasn't been any political will to stop homelessness in California. It's been years. No, I don't think so. The political will means you're ready to take a comprehensive approach, pay a lot of money for it, have housing areas for these people in areas where you might not want them. In California, I imagine the biggest deal is probably the space. Nobody wants to give up land in LA to build shit for homeless people. And homeless people aren't going to get shipped 3 hours north to fucking Bakersville or whatever, or south to someplace near San Diego or east into the fucking desert to be sheltered. So, yeah. Places like Montreal and Amsterdam are proof that homelessness is mostly a choice. These places have insane buffers, and there is still homelessness. Those sounds really cold.
I messaged you.
Yeah? Oh, what's up? Hey, everybody say hi to Team Lauren.
I'm here for my jacket and our
Okay, wait.
pots and pans.
Yeah, so whatever is on that table you can take. Also, get rid of all the fake plants. So whatever you want.
I don't like fake plants.
Why?
I like authenticity.
Oh, yeah, do you?
But since you own them, I could probably sell them.
You're going to sell the plants?
Yeah. You don't think these fuckers would pay like top dollar for something you like breathed on?
Okay. If you want to, knock yourself out.
Also, when's your next travel?
My next travel?
Bro, I told my dad I was getting something from like the mailroom.
Okay.
This is gonna be.
Why not just tell him you've got a friend who wanted to give you shit because they're moving?
He's gonna assume we're having intercourse.
Why?
Who just gives up so many good pots and plants like this?
Just what I said. Tell him I'm moving. People give up shit when they move all the time. Damn, I'm not traveling for a while. Oh. Maybe in May. No, at the end of April. I go to Texas.
For what? Dr. Phil?
No. Some Minds debate event. Maybe Penn State on the 22nd.
I have a friend visiting on the 30th for a few days. We will all get food.
We will all... on the 30th?
He'll be here 30th till... Well, he's staying at my apartment till the 6th, but I leave the 3rd, so sometime between the 30th and the 3rd.
I'll think about it.
No, we have to pencil it in.
I can't promise you anything. I'll know on the 30th, though.
You can't know.
No, I'll know on the 30th. I'll know on the 30th.
We're probably gonna run into each other at the same restaurant anyway. Why not just pencil it in?
I don't know if I'll be at a restaurant. How would you feel about a program that would provide the homeless with a guaranteed job at the local level, such as city maintenance, and in turn provide them with housing, food, and medical? I think that's fine. Oh, what I was going to say before that's really harsh is, it should, clip me, I don't care. It should be illegal to sleep on sidewalks and to do all that shit. That should just be illegal. Cops should walk by, they should bust it up, those people should get tossed into whatever, as long as there's space for them available. Like, maybe the compromise on this could be that you have to show that, like, oh, well, look, there's another place this person could have gone. But if there's a place for you to go and you're choosing not to go there, then your shit should just get destroyed and tossed out. If you did start your own network, would you have people you generally agree with, or would you try to find libertarian/conservatives you respect? I'm usually fixated on thought processes, so I don't know. It's really, really hard for me to trust people. Why, though? Because it's disgusting and gross, and it's annoying as fuck that you live in a city and you can't even walk on the sidewalks without being over-encumbered by mountains and mountains of garbage and trash and people, and it's just horrible. It's a horrible, horrible, horrible feeling. My God. Do you know why lefties have been talking about Finland solving homelessness? Nope. But I don't even know how big of a problem homelessness is in Finland. That's cold as fuck up there. Like, wouldn't you die being homeless?
I'll come back later. I'm not coming back right now.
Okay.
I'm going to work.
on midnight, that shit's going into the incinerator.
Make it like 3 a.m.
Okay, tomorrow morning it's going in the... Can you carry that? Are you okay?
Grab the door.
Grab the door.
Fine, I'll stay here.
Okay. You can't say please? It's that hard?
It's your apartment.
I agree it's horrible, but is it actually unconstitutional?
Please.
Unconstitutional? I don't know, probably. What, a city has the right to make an ordinance about what can be on their sidewalks? Of course. What do you mean? What?
I'm already running to Josh, Lycan, the whole crew.
Tell my mom is Cuban. We're very conservative.
He hates you people.
Why? Wait, is your dad the...
But you guys beg off EBT.
Cubans don't. We work hard. Is he Indian or Saudi? Okay.
Well, both my parents are Indian.
Whatever. I'll look up some racial slurs for Gulf State Arabs.
I'll see you the night of the 30th.
Yeah, on Facebook. Bye. What city that you visited has the worst homeless problems? The worst homeless problems? It's hard. It depends on how you quantify it. LA probably has the most, where people think that when you go to LA that there's like the homeless place. Like people are like, oh, Skid Row. Like people in chat room say, Skid Row, LA, Skid Row. No, it's every single underpass in LA. It's all of them. All of them have, all of them. It's not just Skid Row. If it was just Skid Row, that would still be bad. But in LA proper, like, yeah, it's just unreal.
Bass and our Inside Safe program began the process of clearing one of LA's largest homeless encampments. Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell has more on what it's going to take to clean up this encampment that's been...
Seattle was pretty crazy too, but LA was insane. Parts of Vancouver were, but I was like, that's like East Hastings and shit. That's probably like saying Skid Row. I don't know how bad all of Vancouver is. I saw some spooky people in Toronto, but I feel like West Coast homelessness just hits different. I've been to Manhattan a lot now, and I still don't know what New Yorkers... I've probably been to Manhattan 10 times in the past 2 or 3 years. I still don't know what New Yorkers mean when they talk about homeless people. I don't know if I'm missing all of them or if they just have never been on the West Coast. Homelessness in Manhattan feels to me not even as bad as homelessness in Toronto. Seattle and San Francisco and LA and Vancouver were just another world above. Have you been in the subway? Yeah, I've been in the subway a couple times, but like a few homeless people sleeping in the subway hits way different than these under every single underpass. The cities of tents everywhere. Have you heard about the homeless punching spree in New York? No, but that sounds like an intro to an amazing fucking underdog boxing movie where some guy doesn't have money for a trainer, so instead he just goes to New York City and he starts boxing homeless people that try to randomly assault him. I remember me and Vera were walking once in Toronto. This happened 2 different times. One time a guy just walked up to us screaming and then just continued walking by screaming. I thought he was going to kill us. And then a second time, I'm pretty sure it was a homeless guy, walked by and started screaming at us about being unethical because we weren't married. We weren't like fucking, we were literally just walking. Usually when homeless people are screaming, I just like to imagine they have AirPods on and they're having a really passionate debate with a loved one. Do you think you'll live in cities all your life? I don't know, maybe it'll change when I get older. But having grown up in suburbs, I love cities now, so. But I've heard people that grow up in cities like suburbs, so who knows. Again, it's because of the weather, because during certain times, people can freeze to death. The city had to build way more homeless capacity than California, where the weather usually won't kill. Sure, yeah. Van is just Hastings. Not too bad. It's getting worse, though, since they're adding another 23% carbon tax. Nice. Wouldn't it make more sense to allow people to sleep outside, but ban certain shelters like encampments? I don't know. Again, saying people can't sleep outdoors feels weird as long as it's not on private property. Hold on. I'm sorry. No. If I pay taxes to my city, okay, and I'm a citizen, I should be able to walk on public sidewalks and walk where I want and be like unencumbered by people sleeping there. That feels weird and horrible and not good. And it's scary. No, you should be able to just walk. No. Destiny, as long as there's no option of sleeping indoors, the government cannot criminalize indigent homeless people for sleeping outdoors on public property on the false premise they had a choice and the matter is what the court held. What, the Supreme Court? None of this is anything I said earlier or changes anything I said earlier. I mean, if there's not an option, then I guess like making it illegal would be bad. There should be options for people, but I've heard people say that Israel is a lynch. But I already know your position, Aaron, because right now you're trying to argue this thing, but I guarantee you that in fucking Twitter, if I were to dig through your shit, you're probably one of those people that's like, actually, homeless people aren't a big deal at all. LOL, just ignore them. It doesn't matter. LOL. 100%. Okay, so fuck you for that Mott and Bailey that you're trying right there. Why does homelessness seem to be on the rise? Was it criminalized historically? I don't understand why it continues to grow. I don't know if homelessness is on the rise. I think most people that complain about homelessness locally are going to be people that live there, but nationally it's going to be conservatives that probably don't even have that many homeless people near them. So, you think a cocaine up schizo is going to think about their options clearly? Well, then you go to jail or you get institutionalized. It's pretty easy. Do you think one of the counters to immigration is that there are so many homeless, i.e. no enough? Do you think one of the counters to immigration is that there's so many homelessness, i.e. no enough homes already? Homelessness was up 12% from 2022 to 2023. Yeah, but you have to be careful when you talk about homelessness, when you're talking about those numbers. My guess is going to be, and I haven't looked, I could be wrong, but my guess is going to be, yeah, people are citing this. My guess is going to be that if we look up what HUD says homelessness is, it's probably, their definition for homelessness is probably going to be like a person who doesn't have a reliable place to sleep every night or whatever. So let's say that you get kicked out of your apartment and you're crashing with friends or family, but you don't like live there full time. They might include those people as homeless, would be my guess, which is a little bit different than what we're talking about here. It's still bad, obviously, but it's a different type of thing. That's why, that's why I don't like, even when I was homeless for a month, I don't like to say I experienced homelessness because I could sleep out of my car. I had friends that I could crash if I needed to. I was still working. I still went to school. Like, I wasn't like on the street in a tent. Like, my life was destroyed. So it's kind of dumb to be like, yeah, my experience with homelessness was tragic. I heard that psych wards a couple years ago released those people back into the world. Apparently we have a problem institutionalizing people. Like, it feels bad or something. So I don't know. What do you think of homeless people that DoorDash? Jesus. What's your take on Florida attempting to basically media usage for those under the age of 16? To eliminate? Are you missing a verb? You guys are making me feel like I've had a stroke. I think it's based, but only if it happened federally. I think young people and phones and social media is a recipe for disaster. I think it's not good. I think there should be an internet like 2.0 or an internet junior made just for kids. It would be a dream pedophile hunting ground. But aside from that, it would be amazing. Social media where you can post pictures of yourself and like get your mind fucked and destroyed by all that shit, I think is horrible. Hodges debating Rob Noor right now. Oh, really? I think homeless are so prevalent in the U.S. due to lack of access to mental health institutions. What do you think? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know the numbers. There's a trending YouTube video about Finland addressing homelessness at the moment. Maybe is what started this conversation. They are doing a housing first model. I understand that, and I've heard that. Housing first sounds nice, but it begs the question of like, okay, well, if you can do a housing first model, you probably have already solved most of the hard parts of fixing homelessness, because the issue is we just don't have places for these people. It's not like in California, let's say like, okay, let's do housing first. Boom, problem solved. Well, no, well, where are you going to put the fucking houses? Where's the housing going? That's the issue, right? Do you think you should be arrested for sleeping on the sidewalk? If there are other places to go, yes. What about squatters now and the squatters right? I don't understand squatting laws. Squatting laws are one of those laws, are one of those like constructions that are so fucking stupid. There must be a better reason for it that I'm just unaware of. That's my guess. There has to be a good reason why squatting rights exist, and I don't know the argument. Because it just, on its face, it seems so blatantly fucking stupid. Jesus Christ. Chatting with Rob Noir. Are these real? Look at those traps. There's no way this guy's natty. Biden is full natty, though. You can tell. By the striation. Does it actually work, squatting? Yes, in some states. As long as you're like in a place long enough, you can't get kicked out, even if you don't own it. It's fucking retarded. But then people play these like really fucking weird games to try to get people out of like places they're squatting in, and it's just like, fuck, where did I see this? Was this a YouTube video a while ago? Those are likely AI images of Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Oh. Wyoming just recently banned gender reassignment surgery for minors. Based? It's fine. There was probably like 10 people that did this surgery historically in the whole fucking USA. I don't think very many people push for minors to get gender reassignment surgery. Unless you're also talking about the what is it? What's the mastectomy? Unless you're talking about mastectomies. I don't think minors should be able to get mastectomies though either. Oh shit, what is this? Hold on.
Have you ever dealt with shitty tenants?
Mine was the first tenant I ever rented to. He explained to me that his wife was the one who worked, so all the income ran through her bank account. His credit was really bad. Her credit was bad. But I just figured, you know what? They seem like nice people, so I rented to them. After about a year, give or take, the property's value had gone up, and I wanted to do a cash out refinance. And so I had to have an appraiser go by the property, and the guy won't let him in the garage. He's like, well, you know, I'm growing roses in the garage. I don't want them to get the wrong idea. And I'm like, is it weed? And he's like, yeah, it's weed, but it's legal, but federally it was still illegal. The guy basically told me no one else is coming in the property, and he stopped paying rent. After he missed his rent, served him with that notice through an eviction company. They came up and they knocked on his door, and he pulled out a shotgun.
Whoa.
And I told the guy to get off the property or he's shooting. I ended up taking him to court. The judge ruled in my favor.
Have you ever dealt with
Have you seen the story in New York? There's a homeowner that inherited a house. Sure. And there was squatters in the house that took over the house. So she went in and they wouldn't let her in. Like it's her property, right? She inherited that property. But by the time she got there, she was trying to sell the house. They got in there. And what she did, she changed the lock on there. Police was called, and there was a TV news crew that was there too. And there was a couple of people that was arrested. The homeowner got arrested because in New York, you are not allowed to cut the electricity, cut the appliances, or change the lock on people that are still living there. So because she changed the lock, even though they're not paying rent or anything like that, she's not allowed by law. That's crazy. Yeah.
Part of the reason why homelessness is hard to solve is because it is a confluence of 4 separate groups of people. You know what? That might be correct, actually. Wait. What are the 4 groups of people that you're going to say? You have crazy homeless people. You've got recreationally homeless people. People who are just lazy. You've got people that are down on their luck, lost a job, and are now homeless as a result. And then you've got probably people with drug problems. That would be my guess. Those are the 4 groups. What are the 4 groups? Tell us. Florida criminalized sleeping in public. Oh, okay. And the problem is that to catch or to solve all 4 of these problems is probably completely different. This is the same frustration that I had when talking about immigrants. When you fight with conservatives, every immigrant is the same, except for the fact that asylum seekers are going to be a lot different than like refugees, which are going to be a lot different than illegal immigrants, which are going to be a lot different than legal immigrants. And even of those 4 groups, all of these can be broken down into different classifications, right? Yeah. But people will just like speak about all of them in the same manner, yeah. Destiny, where would vets typically be? I don't know. I hear that a lot. Are vets actually more likely to be homeless than ordinary people? Are vets more likely to be homeless than normal population? New research shows veterans are more likely to own a home than other Americans and more likely to become homeless than their non-military peers. Damn. They're destroying that bell curve. Oh, folks may think that veterans face an elevated risk due to stressors they might experience while they're on active duty combat experiences. That's what I think. Fuck, it always sucks when you think something and then you start reading something and they're like, some people think this. And you're like, fuck, I'm the idiot that thinks that. Fuck, I'm that idiot. That's me. I'm the guy at the beginning of the paragraph. When you look specifically within members of the military, combat exposure may be associated with high risk of homelessness. And when we are talking about the most recent generation served in Iraq and Afghanistan, there is some evidence that dynamics of the homeless are different and that they appear to become homeless more quickly than exit the military as compared to older veterans. Bro, this happened to me when I tried to help a guy out. I met an AA in North Dakota. If someone has been in your house for 3 days, they are a legal resident. I ended up moving out of my own house. Damn. Yeah, it is pretty much those 4 groups, but usually it is also a blend of those 4 together. Usually the lazy are also mentally ill, etc. The solutions for each of these groups are almost contradictory, so it is a really rough issue. Leftists just like to see homelessness as unhoused neighbor, but that is because they only acknowledge the unfortunate people. Yeah, true. And then same thing with conservatives will say that illegal immigrants are just like rapists, thieves, and murderers that are coming over to the United States to fuck shit up. And then people will fix it on their particular group that, fits in with their particular narrative. And then that's all you got. The moral bankruptcy of a conservative that would want to like deport a DACA kid, like it's bad on an economic level. It's bad on a policy level, just in terms of like relationships with other countries, with ourselves. It's bad on a fiscal level. Like economically, these people could work and contribute. Fiscally, it helps our budgets because we've already spent money fucking educating these people usually. There's just like, it's an unbelievable position to be like, we need to deport these DACA kids. Why? They're signed up to the government. What the fuck? Why would you do this? It's so dumb. Even if you were racist and you hated these people or you wanted to kick out, you should keep this group at least, right? But broadly speaking, it's not entirely clear why veterans as a group have a higher risk than the civilian population. One possibility is that it has to do with the fact that military veterans are not necessarily represented. Yeah, I was going to ask this too. Certainly, they take into account things like gender, right? Like, I'm willing to bet men are probably more likely to be homeless, and I'm willing to bet military is more heavily comprised of men, right? There's some evidence that you see that the elevated risk of homelessness of veterans first show up when the military switched to an all-volunteer force. What you get is not necessarily a broad-based sample of the population entering military. You have folks who have socioeconomic characteristics, maybe life experiences that may put them in an elevated risk of homelessness if you're proud of the military service, and so they remain in an elevated risk once they discharge. I think that's certainly a plausible theory. Oh, so there hasn't been much research here yet, I guess. The issue with getting out of the military is likely closer to losing sense of purpose and support structures. Only a small part of the military sees combat currently, but getting out and having the whole world open to you without direction, and up until your life has been on rails with a methed out sense of purpose, combine that with losing some of the tightest communities they'll ever experience, and it's kind of like a pressure cooker for issues. Okay, that could be it too. Do you think it's better they work in a call center harassing people or creating stuff like junk mail than doing nothing? Harmful things are monetized under the current system. I mean, like, I feel like, I don't know how you would ever figure out how to do this to, like, regulate the people or make sure you supervise them so they're doing shit. But, like, there's usually a lot of trash and shit outside. Like, why not just pay people to clean shit up? I don't know. Instead of doing, like, the volunteer beach cleanup shit, why not get a van and pick up a bunch of homeless dudes to be like, listen, $100 for each of you guys to clean up the beach for a day. But the problem is that, like, it's not that easy. It's a whole ass thing. No, because if you give them $100, they will waste it on drugs. They'll buy some food and they'll buy drugs, and then that's it. It's a waste of money. It doesn't even help. It's a whole ass thing. You got to have, like, yeah, it's a whole ass thing. You've got to have people to supervise them. You've got to have, like, people to do therapy or provide drugs if they need them. Therapeutic drugs, not recreational ones. You need a place to sleep. There has to be, like, a trajectory out. Yeah. The visibly homeless, chronically homeless can't work. They literally just need full-time care. Yeah, that's another thing too, yeah. Can't you just harvest them for organs instead? Well, I didn't think of that. Is there a deeper reason for homelessness, something systemic in society that creates homelessness? Whatever creates mental illness and drug abuse issues? Maybe? I don't know. Hello?
Hi.
Hi, what's up?
What's up? What are you doing? How's your stream going?
It's going okay.
Nice. Okay, just stopped in to say hi.
Okay. Have fun, be careful.
Bye, buddy.
Drug addicts who OD and die are used for organs, so the USA has no shortage since the opiate pandemic. Is that? I bet that's probably not true, no? Isn't it pretty hard to get organs out of bodies? I'm trying to remember if I learned this from reading something medical or if this was from an episode of House, so I don't know if that's true or not. Was it a House episode where they were like only 30% of organs are useful anyway or some shit, or did I read this in a real medical thing? What?
You looking real fuckable today.
Shut the fuck up, leave. Bye. Why? I saw a cartel dude cut out someone's heart in like 20 seconds. Okay, well, did you know that Killua in the first arc of Hunter x Hunter snatched a dude's heart right out of his fucking chest without him even realizing it?
Watch this, my brother. Oh. Kobe. One time for Black Mamba, man. R.I.P. You gotta bring the black man into this. Say what? You gotta bring the black man into this. Black man.
Can we guess what she looks like? I hear an overweight Midwestern lady with massive varicose veins, scraggly hair. She's obese, not overweight, but obese. That's what I'm feeling. That's the aura I feel radiating right now. White or black? White. Absolutely white. Wait, hold on, let me listen again. I'm sorry.
Bring the black man into this. Say what? You gotta bring the black man into this. Black man, what? And me? From our coach. Yeah, Black Mamba. That was his nickname. Yeah, Kobe Bryant. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Maybe it is black. I fucked up. I'm sorry.
Leave him alone. No. When you make a shot.
Oh, come on. Oh, I could have called the outfit too. The outfit was just, I felt that too. I don't know where this guy is, but this is the Midwest archetype. This is the Midwest 40-year-old Karen. This is them. They comprise about 30 to 40% of the population of Nebraska, Missouri, and Iowa. Supposedly of Kansas too, but I'm not aware of anybody that actually lives in that state.
When you make a shot, you say Kobe, because that's for him. Yeah. Watch.
Hold on one sec. God damn. Imagine a Truman Show and the guy ends up being a gooner. And it's just a bunch of people watching some dude masturbate for 12 hours a day. What is this?
Some of you also suggest golden. I love the flavors.
Until when are you streaming? Probably about 5:15. Then I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to scream and try to fix the studio. Or not really, just make sure everything's working. And then at 6, I think I'm going live again with Dan.
Let's make another chicken recipe. You all had some great suggestions in my previous videos.
If you had to, could you land a plane? I don't think people can land planes. Everybody, we discussed this before. Every time people are like, oh my God, civilian lands plane, it'll always be like, oh my God, this guy who's not a commercial pilot landed a plane. Welcome to Jeremy Robinson. He's a totally normal dude who happens to have 17,000 hours flying twin prop and single prop engines in the sky, and he just happened to be able to land. It's always like some shit like that where they have a ton of actual background experience, just not like on a commercial airliner. Fuck those people, okay?
Let's make another chicken recipe. You all had some great suggestions in my previous video.
Oh, Opulent Orca. If you want to come in and chat for a bit, knock yourself out. Fuck it. I'm not doing anything else right now.
So I thought I would try some of them. A lot of you told me.
There was a program tried back in the day that was offering gov money for someone to relocate California to Nebraska for better jobs and cheaper living, but it turned into homeless people just traveling for free money. Okay. Also, to be fair, people probably don't want to leave the state they're used to and everything too, right?
I should be washing my chicken, so let's try it. I love Dawn Power Wash. It cleans everything so well, so why not chicken?
Should homeless people be able to sell their organs for money? I don't know, man. That's a hard one.
Some of you also suggest
organs and sex. Those are hard ones. He's not even paying attention? I'm not paying attention. What is this? What's wrong? Hold on.
Let's make another chicken recipe. You all had some great suggestions in my previous videos, so I thought I would try some of them. A lot of you told me I should be washing my chicken, so let's try it. I love Dawn Power Wash. It cleans everything so well, so why not chicken? Some of you
Dawn Power Wash
also suggested.
I don't understand. Why we're
That.
Do you think you don't wash meat? You understand that chicken is some of the most contaminated, like salmonella and shit, in the fucking world. Of course you would wash your chicken. The reason why she's using Dawn is probably because it's like a high moisturizer cleaner, so it doesn't dry the chicken out too.
Not chicken. Some of you also suggested that I butterfly or fillet, whatever the correct term is, my chicken breasts, and I think that's a great idea. So I'm trying that with this recipe. I cut all 3 of these chicken breasts in half.
Hey, I'm
Some
here
of
if
you
you
also
want to chat.
suggested that I switch out the ranch.
Hi. Okay. Yeah. What's up? Chat with me a bit. What do you got?
Well, there's honestly so much. I probably won't get through all the details with you anyway. But yeah, I watched your debate with, you know, I don't even have to say with who, everyone knows the big famous debate on Israel-Palestine recently. And just the there's
Wait,
this
hold on,
whole,
hold on.
like...
I gotta finish this stupid fuck video, even though nothing interesting is gonna happen at the end.
Sorry.
Because people are losing their fucking
Yeah,
minds.
go ahead,
One
go ahead.
second.
Their chicken recipe. You all had some great suggestions in my previous videos, so I thought I would try some of them. A lot of you told me I should.
That feel when you try to fast forward in a Twitter video. Anytime you touch the actual like rewind and fast forward things on Twitter video, somebody should come out of your computer and just kick you in the balls, because you should never even try doing this ever.
Switched out the Parmesan.
There we go. Okay. Just
Instead
can't do it while
of
it's full
shredded,
screen.
I'm using grated, about a half a cup of that. Some of you also suggested that I use a pan with a rack so the chicken's crispier. Another great idea. I'm only peppering these chicken breasts on both sides because that Italian seasoning mix is very salty. So then I spread on that mixture on top and topped with some panko breadcrumbs. This went in the oven at 425. Mine took about 30 minutes, depending upon the thickness of your chicken. Yours will probably be a different amount of time, but it came out crispy, golden. I love the flavor so much more than the ranch.
Wow, I'm glad we stayed and watched the end of this video. Thank you so much for bullying me into watching this. Also, somebody said, this guy's been eating raw chicken for 69 days and he hasn't gotten sick. Have we been lied to? Raw chicken and raw beef are fine for you to consume. The issue isn't the beef or the chicken. I think the issue is the likelihood of an infectious bacteria. I think salmonella is a bacteria, right? I think it's normally bacteria, not viruses on meat, right? The issue is there are high likelihoods of certain types of meat to be infected with certain types of bacteria. I shouldn't say infected, but that they're super present on them. So if you eat raw chicken and it's got salmonella on it, you run the risk of getting an infection because of the salmonella bacteria. But raw chicken in and of itself, assuming there's none on there, I don't think is bad for you. I'm pretty sure you could digest it, that and raw meat, I'm pretty sure. For beef, it's for more parasites, for whatever. Yeah, so that's why for steaks, you're supposed to sear the outside, which should kill everything, and there shouldn't be anything inside the meat. But for ground beef, that's why they recommend for ground beef that you cook it thoroughly, because when it's all ground up, you've got to cook it all the way through to cook everything up to a temperature. What is it, 165? That's guaranteed to kill everything. But people even eat beef. People even eat cheeseburgers at like medium rare and shit. So, I mean, yeah. But how can you be sure that it doesn't have salmonella? I don't know if you can be. I'm not sure. That's why I think for chicken, there's a high enough risk of it that they always say you should just always cook the fuck out of it. I think, yeah. Okay, sorry. What's up?
Hi. Yeah, so I watched the debate. I just wanted to tell you about a few things. Some of them, there's no way that you probably could have responded or deconstructed everything in real time. So, like, this is not necessarily a criticism of you. But a lot of these narratives, especially with Rabbani, see, here's the thing. With Finkelstein, he is... like, he's more obviously a lol cow, but Rabbani seems like very reasonable. He seems like he's, you know, composed. He responds to actual arguments, but he still, in the course of doing that, gets away with saying things that are like completely ahistorical.
Yeah, I understand. Rabbani was just as bad, if not worse than Finkelstein, but people were only judging on demeanor. So looking at the demeanor of Rabbani versus Finkelstein, Rabbani seemed like a genius. But there were so many things that he said that I would have loved to have dug into that I just, obviously I couldn't even dig into anything Finkelstein said. But yeah, he made a lot. I really wanted to dig into, I was really curious. You heard his comments on Sadat, right?
That he didn't like Sadat?
Yeah, and I think he probably felt like he was a Western sellout and should have made peace with Israel. That was an interesting thing. I would have really liked to have dug into that, but I don't even think I asked a question about it because there was so much other shit on the table. But yeah, but no, yeah, the Rabbani guy is insane and unhinged. Go ahead.
We can start with that, actually. There's a lot of other things, not specifically just the Sadat thing, but there's this whole, like, you remember what you said when you said there's a constellation of beliefs, and it's very hard to actually, like, disentangle the constellation, and people just have subscribed to everything, and then at a certain point, like, you can't even... So the Arab world has kind of internalized its own myth. You've talked about a few of them on stream. You've talked about, like, how they believe that Jews control the U.S. and the media and the banks and whatever.
Yep, that's a
big
one.
But there's other ones, yeah. But there's other ones about, like, the things that they project onto the Jewish mentality,
Mhm.
or things that they assume about the Jewish mentality that are just not true. And because of that, they're never actually able to diagnose like what their opponent's mindset is, and they always will make the wrong calculations. Like if
True.
you just use
wait,
enough
I
violence,
do
eventually
agree. But here's a quick question: what microphone are you using?
Oh, honestly, it's like a headset mic. Is it really bad?
It's super bad. Is there any? Do you have any other microphones available, or what kind of headset mic even is this?
It's a Logitech. I can join on my phone. You can tell me if it's better.
Well, do you have like? Okay, wait. Let's play for a second. Okay, if you go down to your, are you using Windows 10 or 11?
11.
Okay, hold on. In the bottom right, with the volume thing, if you right click it and you go to sound settings, can you do that?
Yeah, I'm there.
Can you scroll down and click left click all sound devices? Nope, that's not it. Don't click that. I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, scroll all the way down to more sound settings and then click that.
Okay.
Okay, on recording, can you right click the microphone and click properties?
Yes, I've done that.
And then under, do you have a tab that says like levels or line?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are there 2 bars there or 1?
1.
Just a volume 1?
Yeah, just a volume 1.
What?
You want me to turn on RTX voice maybe? Would that help?
It's what headset do you have?
Logitech G9. I'm not sure. Something like that.
Okay. You
Logitech
guys
G
are
Pro?
doing something to troll me, okay? Because no microphone made after 2005 should be this fucking horrible. You're fucking with me somehow. I don't know how, but I just want you to know that I am onto your tricks, okay? I know that
Okay, let me just see.
You are fucking with me somehow.
Let me see if there's...
Like,
Let me try
you've got to have
enable RTX
some
voice.
piece of software that has like the ear rape setting on it, and you've got that turned all the way to 11. Okay, you have an ear rape setting somewhere. Are you using like on the bottom left where it says noise suppression powered by Crip? Is that turned on Discord?
Let me see. I'm so sorry to do this now. Like,
no, you're good. Don't worry
during
about it.
this
That's
whole
fine. I just I have a higher standard for you
thing.
fuckers.
Crisp is on, yeah. Should we put it on standard?
Try turn it off.
Okay, is this better? Do you hear me now?
I hear you. I don't know if it's better. Fuck it. All right, just keep going. I don't care. Fuck it. We tried. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you're not
Let
sorry.
me just try to turn RTX voice. Hold on.
You're a defender of Israel, right? Are you Jewish?
Yeah.
Where's all your money, bro? Get a fucking Blue Yeti. They're $80. Unbelievable.
Okay.
My God.
Okay, you're right.
Okay.
Let me switch my phone and see if it's better. Okay, hold on. Maybe it will be better.
You can try it if you want.
Yeah. Listen, only the best for our, intelligence.
Well, it's not the
efforts.
best. It's just like the problem is in a way that you can't tell. When you're talking basically random, there will be like these huge spikes of fucking noise, and they just like pierce my fucking brain because I don't know if the mic is trying to auto adjust or if Discord is doing something or if you got a software, something is doing something that is just stabbing a fucking knife into my ear like every 5 seconds.
Okay, is this better?
Yes. What are you using right now?
My phone.
Okay, then use your phone. This is fine. Okay, sorry. Okay, it's okay. Ignore me. I'm just a grumpy old man. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm. If you ever upload it, just cut out that entire part about the.
Oh, don't
trying
worry.
to make.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the Arab world has this whole constellation of beliefs about what they believe about Jews, and because of that, they will fundamentally misdiagnose the Jews. You heard him say, like, the Jews are imperial stooges, right? At one point.
Yep.
One thing they don't understand, or maybe they refuse to understand, because he must know enough history to get this on a basic level, that at every point the Arab countries and even the current enemies of Israel, like Iran and its proxies, also have much bigger backers. Because in any regional war, you always try to find a superpower that will enable you. From what it was the Soviets, in the '67 war. It was right now. It's also Russia, ironically, which is not the Soviet Union anymore, but with Iran. Like they've also looked for people to back them. So the concept that if you're looking to just win in a conflict, it's not because you are looking to do the bidding of the other people. It's just because you don't have an alternative, and if you don't try to get arms whichever way you can, you'll never manage to otherwise. Like
sure, but they're going to say that the imperial stooge argument is more one of like foreign transplant than just like being backed by a foreign power. Although both of those arguments tend to be snuck together. I've never really heard a pro-Arab person contend with the idea that the Soviets gave them massive backing. I feel like every time I brought that up in a debate, it kind of just like falls to the wayside and nobody cares. Also,
Yeah,
there's also the idea too that this is a part of a broader narrative, at least in the West. I don't know for Arabs if it's the same, but at least in the West, like Soviet intrusion and Soviet backing is good, and American intrusion and American backing is bad. So that's another thing too. That like you'd rather be backed by the Soviets because then you have really morally righteous countries like China or like Vietnam or like North Korea. Like these are good countries that do good things as opposed to bad countries like Britain that are imperialist evil people, or France that's an imperialist evil country, or America that's an imperial evil country, right? People will always prefer like the Soviet-backed stuff, like Chinese or Soviet intervention versus American intervention or Western intervention. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not imperialism when the non-Western powers do it. Unironically, like the way when they use the word imperialism, they don't actually mean one country invading another country or getting involved in the affairs of another country. They mean it's like when a white, it's not even just white because they see the Russians as like not included in this.
Yeah.
It's like when the side that so you already understand how this works regarding the whole narrative of Jews being foreign, because you brought, I know you're not saying that, you're saying that like for them it's the whole foreign transplant thing on top of that. I talked about this a little bit last time we were on, but I actually wanted to expand on this because that like when remember how I told you that they'll say like the Jews are the killers of prophets, even though it doesn't make any sense that they'll invoke the Jews of the biblical times to talk about the Jews of the modern times. You'll have, let's say, other things that they'll say.
Wait, hold on, real quick.
This...
Wait, what's up, Muda? What are you doing?
Oh, I just jumped in. I heard Jews, so I wanted to hop in this.
Okay, sorry. Okay, go for it. Okay, sorry. Albulon, what were we saying?
You ever seen these chants at pro-Palestinian protests that they have in the West? They'll say, and forgive me, I'm going to butcher the Arabic pronunciation, but it's Khaybar Khaybar ya Yahud, Jaish ul Muhammad Saufa Yahud, right? Like when they say that, it means remember Khaybar, Jews, the armies of Muhammad will return, they will come for you. Khaybar was, I have to give you the story, it's when, and this is, Muslims believe this is not me saying this about Islam.
Hold on, real quick, give me an abbreviated version of this because I super don't give a fuck about the religious background, but go for it.
Yeah, I won't. It's basically like they had a battle with the Jews, and they conquered them, they enslaved them, they killed a bunch of them, they took their women.
Okay.
So it's the equivalent of saying Khaybar Khaybar, O Jew, is the equivalent of like a German saying to a Jew, like, remember what we did to you in Auschwitz or whatever. Like maybe not to that degree, but I think you get the point. It's like why are they bringing up something that the Jews of Arabia faced when they did it to them, if these are not the same Jews? Also, the very famous, the last hour will not come until the Muslims fight against the Jews, and the Muslims would kill them until the Jews would hide behind a stone or a tree, and a tree sorry, let me just read this. And a stone or a tree would say, Muslim or the servant of Allah, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him. But the tree Garkad would not say, for it is the tree of the Jews. Like they have all these, on one hand, they say the Jews are just foreign European converts. They're just white people. They're just from Europe. But then on the other hand, there's like a deep understanding that these are the same Jews. I also brought up like that Quran verse about how they hide behind fortified walls, just like how the Jews of today will bomb from the air.
Is it really an argument that they're the same Jews, or is this an argument that like they view them as foreign transplants, but they're still part of this Jewish religious group that they don't like? Like they like that could both be true, right? Like I could say like, oh, like a bunch of Christians are invading my land, and then I could do chants about how I killed Christians in the past who were like native to here, but I'm still referring to like the religious set of people, not like a certain ethnic set of people. No.
I guess, but then when I bring this up, that's not what they say. Like they have some cognitive dissonance about it. So this is, I guess, like we have to ask them, or this is psychoanalysis of them. But it bothers me when they say the whole foreign transplant, and then they invoke things about the past about how, you also like the Jews will bring corruption to the land. If it's the same Jews, like what is this whole thing about corruption to the land? And then Allah kicked them out for it. I guess.
Yeah, I don't. The problem is I'd have to do way more. Because everything in fucking religion is interpreted like 4 different ways, and I've never opened a Quran in my life. So, I mean, like, these can be things you're saying, but you could be dead wrong on all of this, and I have no fucking idea. So, I don't know. No, I can't give the interpretation religiously, yeah. These are things they bring up in their opposition to Zionism and Jews. These are not like, I am not some expert. Yeah, I understand, but like, I can't even, what you've told me might be completely fucking like misleading, and I just don't know. I can't evaluate it. No, and I love you, but I'm not going to take anything you say at face value for religious stuff. No, sure. Yeah, especially because like being a Christian, I hear people will misuse scripture so much and misrepresent stuff relating to Christianity, which I'm more familiar with, being a Catholic for fucking 12 years in Catholic private school. So I don't trust anything that has like a 1 or 2 line reading. I don't even know how true like the Aisha stuff is. I just like spam that on Twitter because it triggers the fuck out of Muslims, and I'm waiting for one to kill me. But otherwise, like, yeah, I don't do much religious argumentation because I'm gonna get buried if somebody that's actually opened and studied a Quran starts talking to me, because I have no context for anything. And in religion and scripture, all of this is like contextually based. So yeah. But you might be totally correct. I don't know. I'm just saying that I would never use this in an argument, and you're not changing my understanding of anything right now. I would have to do like a biblical, Quranical, Turanical fucking scholarship course to have a context for any of this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't believe in, for example, quote mining religious texts to find things. Like I said, the only reason I'm bringing it up is because they bring it up. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know about these hadiths and these Quran verses if they didn't always come up, like when Arabs talk to Jews about Zionism.
Sure.
So.
Yeah,
But,
and my guess
yeah,
is
I
probably
can-
Muslims are probably like Christians, and that there's probably a lot of them that cite that shit without them understanding it either. So if you question them about it, they probably wouldn't be able to give you a good answer. But that's not because the religion
I'm
or
learning
the
a
text
lot
is.
about Islam right here as a Muslim, dude. You're bringing up a lot of points that I've never really heard of. I don't know.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of
Arab
stuff
Islam and like Indian. I don't know. Like their interpretation can be very, very different. I don't know much from an Arab perspective, but I think that there's a lot more than just religion holding both those people back.
Sure.
You know, from having any bridge, so to speak.
Oh.
Sure.
Okay. What's your next part?
The other thing is, I guess I want to talk more about like Rabbani's narrative. When he says, like, oh, because I had to like pause the video and get out of my chair when he said, oh, of course, like they're going to push dark people out. That's just like what European colonizers do. Like for him to say that specifically after the history of Islam, and I don't like to bring this up really at all when engaging with other groups. I don't like to say like, look what you did in your history, you're evil or something like that. Like I don't like demonizing other groups for what they've done and how they've come to control their land. But like the entire history of the Arab conquest, like there's so many. If you look at what happened to North Africa and the Balkans, and Spain was a case where things were relatively stable for a while. Obviously, there was still war there, but then like you look at what was done to Central Asia, there were entire massacres all over these regions of them like establishing control. What like he brought up Manifest Destiny, Norman Finkelstein. Like what Islam did, you can make just as much of a case of like, look what Arabs do to Jews. Like look what I don't even want to say that, but like that whole thing of oh yeah, it was just assumed that they would do that. Like
it's a projection of the current present onto the past. And not even the current present, but it's just borrowing a few things from the past and then projecting them back onto the past with a bad present understanding. It's like when people criticize the United States for being an imperialist country, but for some reason have nothing to say about the Soviet Union or anything China's done. Like it's a very selective reading of history. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it was dumb.
It goes even further than that because the group that he's saying is now oppressed or being pushed out, that he says we had legitimate suspicions. If anything, the Jews, based on how Jews have been treated historically by Muslims or a lot of other like non-Muslim minorities or even non-Arab minorities have been treated in that region. Like the concept that you could make the exact opposite statement and there's much more grounds for it to be true. Because in history, Jews had never like ruled over Arabs until more recently, like with this whole Zionism conflict.
Sure.
But if you're going to appeal to that thing, like, oh, you guys did imperialism, you guys also like the entanglement of the Jews with the white people. There's a whole thing. There's a lecture I would love to send you about that. In brief, it's like the local Arabs have always associated the Jews with the imperial power that backs them. It goes back to like the imperial stooge thing. When the Jews were first coming in the 1880s, actually, this is something you might like really like to know. The Tsar, even though he was inciting pogroms against the Jews, back in the Russian Empire itself, in the Pale of Settlement, when the Russian-speaking Jews arrived in Palestine in the 1880s as refugees, the Ottomans were actually kind of concerned that they would try to form like a nationalism. They said, we don't want you here in a concentration. They try to disperse them all over the empire. Look, you can migrate to the Ottoman Empire, just go to different places. But then the Jerusalem Mufti, Kamil al-Husseini, the father of Amin al-Husseini, the one that later everyone talks about, that he worked with Hitler and stuff.
Yeah, the Mufti, yeah.
At the time, the Arab response to like Jewish arrival wasn't like, oh, the Jews are going to get their own state. The Jews are just immediately going to take over
okay,
Palestine.
I got it. Yes, I understand. You're reinforcing this point. I don't disagree with you. I understand it. Yeah, I don't think I would argue with it because this is a thought terminating argument to where we just talk about how the West did expansionism and the conquistadors and the native destruction in the U.S. and the colonies all across Africa, and then argue that against like older like caliphites and the Ottoman Empire and Arab conquest. It's so dumb. The whole argument is so dumb. I agree with you, but I don't know if you're but yeah. Okay, but good. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to continue this. Yeah.
I do have to talk about the comparison to the Native Americans because of how absurd it is. Like the Manifest Destiny thing. In the beginning, with since the 1700s, there were atrocities committed by the European settlers against the natives. Absolutely, no doubt about that. There are also atrocities committed by the natives against the settlers in some cases. But but you had like coalitions were formed between European powers and natives against other European powers and natives. Like you had the French Indian War, the King Philip's War. Like each one of these were the different Europeans warring with each other, and each one of them had certain natives on their side.
Okay.
Until about the mid 19th century. Then you have the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, the Oregon Treaty in 1846, and then you have like the Gadsden Purchase. There's one more, the Guadalupe Hidalgo, whatever. At that point, America, the white settlers, the Americans, well, they were a country at that point. The Americans were very well aware of the differences between the natives, but they just said, screw it. We're just going to kill like all the natives and push them westward. We're not going to make any distinction. You had the Indian Removal Act in 1830. You have the Trail of Tears.
Yep,
Like,
I got it. What do you? Okay, I agree with you on this. I don't know what you're changing my mind. I understand. Yes.
When Norm brings up Manifest Destiny, the equivalent of that is like after the Nakba, the Jews would have just rampaged through Syria and Iraq and like killed everyone.
Yep, I agree
like,
with that. 100%.
No
Yep, I agree. Yes.
Okay. Like, but he brings it up. People just get away with these comparisons. Like historically, they're completely incomparable to anything.
I agree. 100%. Yeah.
Okay. Like, sorry to bring up all these
Course
things.
in fucking Middle East history right now. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Okay. What's the next thing?
There's. I want to show you this quote by Muhammad Rashid Rida. He's writing in Egypt to talk to the Palestinians. There's also like an element of the Jews are seen as the lowest of the low, especially when they're stateless and they're like the weakest people that you can imagine. They don't have a state, they don't have an army, they don't have an empire. And he says like, you're so complacent to the, and how can we suffer this humiliation? I don't know if I want to read you the full quote. I feel like I'm going on and on about a narrative that you largely agree with.
I already agree with all this. I don't know what the point. Yeah, I got it. I agree. Yes.
Okay. He also talked about like Husseini. He downplayed it in the way he talked about it. He said he just wanted to recruit to fight the Zionists. No, he actually like established entire battalions. He like worked much closely with Hitler than the way that Rabbani characterized. Rabbani kind of tried to do this rhetorical trick throughout where he was like, oh yeah, I agree with you. But then he downplayed it in the words that he used to make it seem as like much less of a big deal. I prepared a whole document of notes, but now I see like you agree with everything.
Yeah,
so
it's just I can't call it every single thing that's being said in a debate, but there's like a million things. Finkelstein's comment could have been an hour debate in and of itself when he said everybody's got a little bit of anti-Semitism in them as a way to make all of the anti-Semitism seem the same, because he did that in defense of the Mufti's actions. So yeah, I mean, like I agree. There's a million things. Yeah. Well, is there anything?
Okay.
Yeah, I guess. Are there
Two
any?
final points.
Oh yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Two final things. Do you remember when they brought up like how did they bring, honestly I don't even remember if it was Nathan Robinson bringing this up or Rabbani, because I've listened to everything so many times. Did they bring up at some point that like the Mossad or the Zionists were working to try to get the Jews expelled from the Arab countries, and it wasn't just like expulsions by the Arabs? Or am I?
There was a hint of that was brought up by either Finkelstein or Rabbani. I think there was like one. I think there was one line, but Benny, I think, responded in a different way, and we didn't go down that road. But there are people that say because of I think especially in Iraq, there were the Baghdad bombings, and some people, even though there hasn't been proof of it, some people say that that was the Mossad, and then people extrapolate that to the entire Arab world, saying that, well, maybe actually all of the attacks against Jews were done by the Mossad, and there wasn't any Arab violence against Jewish people, and then they all fled because the Mossad convinced them, basically, yeah.
Okay, so the main problem with this narrative is even like Avi Schleim, he talks about these Mossad bombings allegedly in the 1950s against these synagogues in Baghdad. Even if we take him at face value, by the way, they're based on like two testimonies, one of which is anonymous, and one of them was like a Zionist who later soured on Zionists. But even if we accept the testimony fully, they happened in 1950, even according to that narrative, and that's after the Farhud occurred, the big pogrom in Baghdad that involved incredible atrocities. That was in 1941. That was before the State of Israel. That was 9 years before the alleged Mossad bombings. There was other pogroms too, all over the Arab world, and also they were already stripping Jews of their citizenship and not allowing them to work in all these government jobs like the post office, the state bureaucracy, already in 1948 and 1949. So the concept that like those were two bombings is what caused this mass exodus of Jews from Iraq, like it doesn't make any sense, even if you just look at what happened right in the decade right before the alleged bombings. I don't even believe that Mossad did the bombings.
Sure.
But
okay.
That's another one. The last thing is that Rabbani's narrative about Algeria. I really don't blame Benny Morris for not pushing back against this at all, because like, of course, time constraints. And that's why I said at the beginning also, like, I don't blame you for not going into every one of these things. His narrative about Algeria is not really true. It was only parts of the Jews who like had accepted French citizenship. A lot of that was because of the mistreatment of Jews by the Algerians. So they didn't have a choice. Like, of course, when the foreign power came, they were going to, and they did start to associate them with the French to some degree, the same way. However, later on, you had a series of pogroms against the Jews that like were long after, and it just kept going, and it like massively heated up at the time of Zionism. So it's not like, okay, the French started to colonize Algeria back in the 19th century, before Zionism ever started. But then, like, the big ramp up of violence that caused the Jews to leave Algeria happened later on. And Rabbani's like, oh, it was just because of French colonialism and the association with I wrote up a whole thing about it, but I feel like if I start going in at length, you'll stop me and you'll say, yeah, I agree with you. But yeah, there's one more point. Sorry. It was brought up at the debate, like, why did they have to go to Palestine? Why did they have to go? Why couldn't they just go to America? It was the responsibility of the Allies. It was the responsibility of Europe and the U.S. The Wannsee Conference in 1942, the Allies basically said, like, we know what the situation of the Jews is. We still don't want to take them in. Palestine was the only place with, like, a program that actually actively imported Jews, and there were boats dedicated to it. So that's why the white paper was a massive blow to Jews being able to leave. Okay, yeah, I guess one last thing. Forgive me for just agreeing with you here and not coming in and saying anything that like changes your understanding. Herzl, trying to quote Herzl to say that, like, oh, look, Herzl didn't. He said that transfer might be, and even that was like only one very small part of his diary. Herzl is not someone who actually influenced what the state of Israel would look like. There was a whole series of debates about what the language of Israel should be. Herzl wanted it to be German, and obviously, like, that never happened. There are a million things that Herzl had the ideas, and like nothing happened based on like the later state of Israel. So him trying to bring up, like, oh, it was inevitable based on, look at what one journal entry in Herzl's diary was written. Yeah, so whatever, that whole thing is like absurd. Their entire narrative was even more ridiculous than you really had the time to go into and like fully deconstruct. So
yeah, I agree. That's why I wanted to spend I thought spending 2 hours on the history would actually be interesting, but we didn't get, because I think it would be I think the most interesting thing is to lay out the competing views of history, which is the Western one versus the Arab one, and then to go through the actual factual record of what happened to see the difference, because I think that the factual record, I mean, I'm a Western cock, so I guess I would say it supports the Western account way more than the Arab account, but I think that we didn't even get close to doing that. It was 2 hours arguing over like 2 fucking quotes from one of Benny's books, so yeah, it was just dumb, yeah.
There's a lecture I would highly recommend. It's like 1 hour and 40 minutes. If you would be willing to watch it on stream, obviously no pressure at all. But it goes through a lot of what caused the Palestinian view of the Jews and why they don't understand like the Jewish narrative at all. Some of the things I said were in there, but there's much more in there. If you were to go into the stream, I think you would learn quite a bit. I learned quite a bit from it.
Okay. I'll think about it.
And the last thing I want to ask you is, I wanted to talk to you about Iran at a different point, but would you be willing to talk to an Iranian who's politically very involved in the opposition against the regime, in terms of understanding the history of Iran, and someone who even works with like activist organizations that really do like lobbying and stuff? Would you be willing to talk to them?
Maybe. I much prefer to do my own research, so I have like a skeleton at least of who I'm talking to first, because otherwise people can say whatever the fuck and I'll have no way to combat any of it, or know if I'm even being spoken to about correct stuff. Like even with the Israel-Palestine stuff, like I wanted to read and do a ton of shit first before talking to people there, because obviously people have such a one-sided accounting of everything. It wouldn't be of any value. Like whatever the guy would say, I wouldn't trust any of it. I would have to fact check any of it. So it's like not, and I wouldn't even have good questions for him. So, but maybe in the future if I do Iranian stuff, yeah, but it would be a waste of time right now, I think.
Okay, I'll send you this lecture. Feel free to watch it or not to watch it. It's up to you. But you will learn like a lot about because these are things that even in like a lot of the more mainstream research don't get covered. They're not like conspiracy theories or anything. Just I send it to you.
Okay.
But yeah. Okay, thanks.
All right.
Have a great day.
Be careful. Bye.
Bro.
Hi. What's up?
That was a lot.
Yeah. Been doing a lot of Israel-Palestine.
I thought you were moving past this.
Yeah, I am, but there's still like
all lingering stuff.
Yeah, because I'll do a debate and then there'll be a response to the debate and blah blah blah. But we're kind of doing we've been Hassan obsessing for a bit, and just doing like random shit for the past week or two. He's just in meltdown mode over the past month.
I saw the Discord messages he had. I don't know if those were real though.
Yeah, they're real.
Dude, what? Wait, even the one where he was gonna game end himself?
Yeah, but I mean, he's joking. He's not gonna actually kill himself, but he's just like it's like a frustration message, right?
I mean, that's still weird to write in a fucking Discord of your audience, though.
I mean, there are edgy people in there, you know. The dirtbag left.
Yeah. Well, shit.
Well, what's up? What have you been up to?
Nothing much. Just researching Keppel's bro. Fucking.
Still, Jesus.
No, we've got I'm looking into like blockchain stuff, so just trying to like figure out everything. It's I know like Tom and everyone is kind of on it too, so we're just kind of trying to get the stuff out by April.
Okay.
And then after that, it's like I just want to like just kind of pivot and make like gaming videos, like finish the projects that I have, because I'm kind of a little bit over covering actual people, especially when they get like really litigious and they get really angry and it's just like drama for no reason.
Yeah.
Even though like I don't make this kind of stuff for drama purpose, it's just like, you know.
If you ever have stuff that you're
covering it.
scared to cover, or you think that somebody's going to sue you or whatever, shoot me that shit, because I love those types of fights. I would gladly go over it on stream. So.
Well, like I'm not sure like Kevels would ever sue, because like I've been told from the people that I've been talking to, they're like, dude, there's so many people that are like legitimately scared to come out against her because they think she's like a multimillionaire with like fucking just assets upon assets to do international lawsuits.
Oh shit. Okay.
And I have to like tell these people, I'm like, bro, you're not gonna get fucking sued. But
okay.
Regardless, you know, just her situation is so tough because covering anything trans related is like, it's such a landmine to walk into. I mean, I know like I think you're part of the script because we go over a bit of what happened between you and her, and it was like even like the lukewarm criticism that you were giving about like trans people was during the sports trans sports stuff that pretty much like threw you into like the fucking lion's den in the public diaspora, and it's just like, man, you can't cover this topic without having to entertain like the worst of two sides, right?
Yeah, it's a spooky world. Yeah, I will say that
Yeah.
me and Kethel squashed our beef, so this is Switzerland for Kethels right now. So just as a heads up.
Yeah.
Well, I think my audience knows her, but yeah.
No,
I know
with her, it's like with her, it's like the only thing that really matters to me is mostly like the money, like the monetary, because I believe that there is financial scam in this, right? And that's the only thing that I have an issue with. I don't really, I do obviously care about like some of the DIY HRT stuff that she had. That's a little iffy, because everyone that I talk to, and I bring that up to, and I discuss that in like I guess you could say the writing room. It's like, bro, this is just weird, but I'm mostly interested in the financial stuff that like is more my purview. I am learning a lot about like trans health throughout this entire process, which is fun. Just because like the whole endocrine system, all of this, like, you know, the people applying DIY stuff. I wish there was a perfect system, but we don't live in a perfect world, so
yeah,
you know, it's kind of hard to cover that kind of shit. You know, and everyone, like, one of the weirdest things that I've talked to, and I discussed this last time when I was with you, it's like talking to some people who are like, every single person in this DIY camp is like, I know more than my doctor, and I'm like, I don't know how true that is, you know, like.
The problem is, like, I can see it being true depending on the amount of reading you've done and depending on how specific it is. Like, it's possible. The problem is that there are so many questionable actors on every end. Like, if you're an anti-trans person, I don't trust you because you're probably just transphobic and you just don't believe any of it at all. But if you're like a pro-trans person, I don't know if you're like a creepy online weirdo who's like really invested in getting as many people to be trans as possible. So it's a very, very hard world to navigate, I think. Yeah.
Like, no, you're right. Like, even with like certain doctors, it's like, I don't know if I can really trust your medical expertise because you let your political beliefs kind of overshadow your knowledge. So it's like, I don't really understand
a little
like,
bit
who to talk to in that.
I think something that's important for hospitals too, and for doctors especially, is you have to consider that med school is very hard. So when a doctor goes to med school, they learn a lot of stuff. They do their residency, they practice, you know, and they have to know, like, if you're a certain doctor, it doesn't mean you don't know anything about anything else, right? Like if you're a radiologist, it doesn't mean you don't know anything about general health or general practice or whatever. But if you were a doctor and you went to med school 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, if you finished your residency, right, depending on how long ago this was, there's a chance that like stuff you know isn't necessarily going to be the most in date anymore. And if you aren't dealing with certain types of patients, it's not like doctors have an obligation to like, oh, today as a doctor, it's my job to read through 2 new studies on medication and blah, 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 right? Like you've got like prescription guidelines that are offered by, there are certain databases where you can look shit up. And then you've got like stuff that you prescribe people and it works with your patients and you do that. So yeah, it's not like doctors are
it's the
super
same thing like
researchers
my
every
dad
day.
will say. Like my dad will say the same thing. Like he's a cardiologist, but he'll just tell you it's like, I don't know shit about anything else like in depth, you know? It's like neurology is like a totally different field.
Yeah, although careful though, because when
anything.
depending on the doctor, when they say that, that's kind of like when people are like, it's like when my mom will be like, oh, I can't really speak Spanish anymore, but she's fucking fluent. She just doesn't know like every single word. So it wouldn't surprise me if there's a doctor who's like, oh yeah, I don't know anything about neurology, but when he says that, his general understanding of like the brain and everything is going to be 99.999 times better than the average person still. So yeah.
It's a minefield to go down into. The DIY stuff is really weird. Like I was looking into some of the boxes where like keep out of reach of parents, and it's like we're just memeing, and I'm like, dude,
and the anime
these are,
characters and shit. Yeah, it's not...
The weird thing about that is like everyone that I talk to, it's like, oh, that's just trolling right wingers. I'm like, but you give them everything that they need to make a fucking like a hate campaign against you. You know, like if you didn't do this, then fucking Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, a lot of these like, you know, prominent right-wing figures who speak against this you know, group wouldn't have that ammunition. So you just give them all that shit. Like it's such a weird fucking hole to go down into. But you know, other than the trans stuff, it's like, man, I am like outside, like I am not, I don't even get into that side of politics. I've been looking mostly into like the fucking Hassan shit, like the Dark Viper stuff ended up kicking up again. Which
that guy is
he's
got problems, like either personality disorder or mental illness or something. That guy is really weird, I think.
I really like he definitely has like the autism. I think he self admits to it, right? Like a really heavy strain of it. I mean, look, anybody that like, have you ever seen him respond on Twitter, like the really long tweets?
Yes, and I've seen his emails and he's messaged me, and it's always like just really weird and out there. Yeah.
Like with Matt, I could DM him like a sentence and I'd get back like a fucking entire like first act to like Braveheart or like Shakespeare or something, and it's I really do like it's so weird with this copyright shit, because on one hand, like I understand that people who like put on an entire video on stream, and you might be biased obviously here, but it's like people that put an entire hour-long video and watch it in full, you're probably not gonna win in a court case if it gets tried, right, based on the 4 parameters of fair use. But it's like,
maybe, I don't know, man. I don't know sometimes. Like, I was really surprised that I think Sargon won a case that allowed him to upload small snippets of a video onto, like, Twitter, and because he put, like, a tweet above it, they considered that transformative, even though he was straight ripping the video content, which is interesting to me. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, would that be accepted as commentary, though?
Apparently, he won an actual court case on it. So, yeah, I agree. It's weird. Everything... Yeah, we just need more court cases, or maybe not. Maybe that'd be bad actually for me. Actually, fuck you. Hold on, I'm on the other end of this. Fuck you, bitch. I like copyrighted content, and I will watch your video. We're gonna watch Muda's videos today for 10 hours. Okay. Fuck you.
Well, you see, like the thing is, I don't even care like if anybody watches my content. I always like I'm in a weird spot about that, because I usually go with the data numbers on it, and I think about like, if I was a new creator and like somebody was just like artificially inflating my stats and getting me like eventually deranked in the algorithm in the long term because of like false engagement, sure. But I've had enough people on my podcast where it's like I felt like it's been a net benefit, and it depends on who's reacting, right? Like I've had like, when it came to like a Hassan reaction, it wasn't as impactful as like a Moist Critical reaction or like a Destiny reaction, right? And I think a lot of it is because you guys are very engaged with the content, but you also provide like a lot of like links to access that content. I don't really see, like, one of my things with XQC, and like I don't really have any beef or whatever with XQC. It was just that one React situation, because it was like he was pretty egregious, I think. But like, you know, I guess it really just depends on who's reacting. It really depends on like who is interacting in a positive way versus like who's just straight ripping the VOD, playing it, and then like, you know, aping the algorithm. It's a weird pit to get down into.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the issue though is like, it's finding out why people are even mad about the React stuff, because what you're saying only makes sense to some people, but other people are mad for different reasons. And there's a whole bunch of reasons why people might not like React stuff, but they all get like thrown together, but the solutions to all of them are way different. So for instance, some people are like, I don't mind if people react as long as it's highly transformative. It's like, okay. Other people are like, I don't like it when people react to my stuff because it takes away views from the original. Okay. Those two things are at odds with each other though, because a highly transformative React is probably going to be one where people never watch the original video, right? That'd be my guess. Yeah. Is that if I sit and I watch the majority of a video and I react to it, and it's, even if it's highly transformative and passes fair use and all of that, nobody's going to go from watching Destiny or Hassan or XC or whatever the fuck, watch like an hour video and take 4 hours analyzing it and then go back and watch that video on their own. People aren't going to do that, right? So in that sense, like the fair use version, the highly transformative version, might be more annoying than a more copyright infringing viewing where you just watch it for 10 minutes and then turn it off and don't say anything. Yeah. So it's a weird thing there. Other people just don't like streamers, which is fair. I think streamers are the lowest of the low, so they don't want them to react to anything, which I think is fine. But all of these different groups of people like have different remedies for their problems, but they're all just kind of like thrown together, so nobody really knows what to do, and then nothing gets done. People cry for a month, and then we all move on to the next thing. Yeah.
I mean, what I think what really kind of sucks about it too is like when we talk about like the streamers being bad, it's like I think in most cases we're talking about like the empty chair reactions, right? I think that's what probably emotionally pisses off everyone more so than
Sure.
the actual reaction in general, right? Like if somebody reacts to my content, it's not that big of a deal. The only time I've ever had an issue with an XQC reaction myself is when like I think it was like the Valorant anti-cheat, and I was going into like, you know, the specifics of it. He's just like purposefully like ignoring it, or like he just doesn't understand. I'm like, dude, if you're gonna watch the content, at least try to engage with it.
Yeah.
You know, instead of like 2x speeding it and like ignoring it. I would say it was like the only thing, but honestly, it's like with the Hassan stuff, I think it's a little bit even. I think that might be the worst example of a react, because it's like I'll see him like put on a video and it's like, oh, I'm gonna go walk the dog, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I understand, but even at that, then the question becomes like, why is the person mad? Because you can be mad at an empty chair react for a few reasons. One is that it's literally just ripping your content. Another one is that you're mad that like, why the fuck is this guy making money off my shit? Another one could be if it was recently released, it's like, okay, well, this guy's cannibalizing my shit in the most like copyright infringing way possible. Like even the empty chair reacts can piss people off for a variety of different reasons. So yeah, but it's a rough one. Copyright will get there eventually, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So.
I don't, bro. I think the human species will be long dead before copyright fucking gets.
Maybe. Well, at this rate, you know, who knows? We just need a couple more wars going on, and we'll see. See if China and Taiwan get rolling soon, or India and Pakistan start fighting, or.
Bro, people have been saying India, Pakistan are gonna start fucking fighting. We are the most like fucking nicest neighbors next to each other compared to the rest of the fucking world, bro. Like, no, like think about it, bro. Russia, Ukraine, they're fucking going at each other. Palestine, Israel, that's a can of worms. And everyone keeps shitting on like fucking Jeets and like Pakistanis. Come on now, that doesn't make any sense.
There's three huge issues. So the first two compounded by the third one. The first issue is there's a lot of contested land, the Kashmir place, like to the north, that I think all three of you guys are fighting over. I say you guys, I guess technically no, but
I think it's India, Pakistan, and
China.
I think maybe China.
Yeah,
even,
are all fighting over like a bunch of I think there are 6 contested territories. Kashmir is one of them, and there's like 5 others. So that's one issue, is that it's all kind of contested right now, and India keeps like trying to move in more houses, make it legal for people to live there, et cetera, which people are worried about. The second one is that I think a couple years ago, Pakistan and India were actually like shooting at each other. Like I think soldiers were starting to fight each other, which was really scary because of the third reason, and that's that both Pakistan and India, I believe, are like nuclear capable powers. So it's kind of scary if they start fighting each other and there's contested land, and so all of that I think is kind of spooky.
The nuclear stuff's fun, bro. We came nuclear I think like weeks apart.
Yeah. So yeah, but who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, like the way the world is going, it's like just even with like the misinformation that was spreading around, even with like this Baltimore bridge collapsing. It's like the amount of people in like my family who like read about a cyber attack and they're like, oh my god, are the Russians hacking us and destroying our like infrastructure? I'm like, it's just not. Like, you guys are listening to all this random shit on the internet, and it's like, I guess in a way the public will believe whatever the public wants to believe and whatever boogeyman they have. I just think it's a weird fucking world we're headed down. It's like tensions have probably never been as high. I don't know. I mean, you're more politically versed in this, but it really feels to me that tensions haven't been as high as it has currently, you know, with all the fucking conflicts that are going on. When I was a kid, you know, Iraq, Afghanistan, the US, that was a primary conflict, right? But now it's like kids growing up, they got to deal with Russia, Ukraine, and then Israel, Palestine on the other hand. And then, you know, fuck, who knows? Tomorrow, India, Pakistan might really actually have something against each other and go at it. And then we're looking at a fucking possible 3-way nuke scenario. It's a fucking, I don't know. It's scary, but I don't know what the fix to any of that is.
Yeah, I don't know if any of it is worse than it was in the past. I think that the news is a big problem right now. Like, one thing I complained about, it happened around the Hawaiian Jewish space laser time, is that it really truly feels like nothing can happen anymore without it being part of a larger conspiracy. I think we've hit that. I don't know where the peak. I think it was probably around the Hawaii space laser time, especially with conservatives online. Now, anytime something happens, it's always going to be part of a conspiracy. So that bridge that came down was because the Mossad was trying to draw away attention from Israel, and the way that they do it is by attacking some bridge that nobody's ever fucking heard of before, or it was because of DEI made an incumbent mayor get reelected again, and that I don't know. It's like all fucking stupid now. So. Or maybe it was
the
Ukraine
DEI stuff is the DEI stuff is kind of weird. I touched upon it a little because I made a video about that Sweet Baby Ink stuff because I just wanted to look into like what the timeline of that was. And it's like, you know, part of it is that whole situation could have been averted if the company, the Sweet Baby Inc., decided to just like fucking send the one agent out there and been like, I probably shouldn't have made like the weird tweets about like Whitey or whatever. And like the whole thing could have been squashed. But it's like you give these people enough ammunition and then they'll turn anything into like some crazy crackpot conspiracy. Like DEI is an insane conspiracy to me personally, because it's just like even with like that one gaming company, they kept listing like all the failures, but then they forgot to like look at all of the successes they had to. Like God of War was apparently co-worked by the same company.
Yeah.
Fucking Alan Wake 2, and it's like, all right, well, they have all these wins. You're looking at the one failure, so it's just, you know.
It's like when people used to say all the time, I say all the time, but like 10 years ago, people would say Google is going to fail because they keep buying all these new projects and launching them and they all fail over and over and over again. And it's like, well, Google's always had a history of buying and trying a ton of projects and a lot of them don't work. But I mean, that doesn't mean they're going to fail as a company, right? Yeah.
No, they're not. No, it's, you know. Have you seen about before I leave, have you seen about the Facebook fucking spying allegations that came out?
No, what's that?
So apparently there's some court documents that just got unsealed. I was reading through them. Apparently they had this free VPN app called Anovo. And they were just like apparently spying on Snapchat, YouTube, and Google by like fitting themselves as the man in the middle using this VPN app and like a bunch of their like network tracing applications. And they were just like basically spying on their competition.
What were they spying on? You could only see like basic telemetry or whatever, right? There's no way you can like read messages.
I think they were spying on the way that Snapchat and like YouTube was interacting. They were spying on I think they were spying on like the actual data that they were trying to grab. They were like spying not so much on like the people using the VPN, but more so on like their competition in the space, which would I guess directly be Snapchat and YouTube, which was fucking hilarious.
Huh. Might have to see. I'm not sure, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's always worth going down into seeing how like fucking the big tech companies go against each other. But anyways, I'm gonna leave you to yourself, my man. You have a good one. I just wanted to pop in and say hi, dude.
Okay, I love you. Be careful, buddy.
Right. Love you too, man. Take care.
Wait, you and Turkey Time are on good terms, right?
Yeah, we're in good terms. Why?
Okay, I'm just keeping track because I'm making different friends and parts of YouTube now. I gotta figure out which one of you guys hate each other, just so I know. Like what the
No, me and Tom are good.
What the general
me and
alliances
Hassan are on good terms too, so we'll see how long that goes. If he sees me keep talking to you, I guess.
I'll private the VOD here so he doesn't catch you. Don't worry. Okay.
No, don't worry, dude. I'm waiting to see that bridge be burned, but yeah. Good talking to you, man. Take care.
All right. Have fun. Bye.
Bye.
Let me use the restroom real quick. 1 sec. I see Ben Thorpe in chat. Listen, Ben, if you really want to come on to Discord, okay? If you really want to come on to Discord, what I would suggest is getting 3 to 5 tabs of acid, go into your living room, and eat them all, and just have the wildest trip in the world. And if you think really, really, really hard, it'll be just like you're talking to me, okay? Because that's the closest you're going to get to it. Oh, I got my shirt from the guy. Hold on. From Ryan. The guy? Look. Wait. Oh, I don't think it does autofocus. Look at him. How cute. Is that a J-Dam? Yeah. All right, what's this?
It got me.
Pull it up.
I don't know the law. Yeah, there's laws. You shouldn't be trying to steal my house. Yes, you are. You don't even
How about that? A squatter standoff. A property owner confronts a group of people she says moved into her $1 million home in Queens, and our cameras were rolling as dozens of officers showed up.
Several people were taken away in handcuffs, and one of those arrested may surprise you.
Investigative reporter Dan Krauth joins us now with more on what happened. Tell us, Dan.
Well, this is a very big growing problem. I received dozens of tips from viewers about this in just the past week. I went to do what I thought was going to be a routine interview. Instead, we capture what police and property owners are dealing with on a daily basis.
I have video of you.
Who are these people? Figure out the situation. Yeah, but they're in my house, man.
Relax.
No.
To understand how this day ended,
We need the police right away.
with multiple
You know how much like arrogance you have to be like, this is my house.
And it's not.
Like, I rent this place. I've lived here for 8 years. I don't think I'll ever say, this is my apartment.
It actually not. You're renting a space.
Yes. And I'm keenly aware of it. My landlord reminds me every once in a blue moon, hey, if you don't do something to that backyard, I may have to start an eviction notice. Like, I'm keenly aware.
But then again, these people don't. This is not the situation.
No.
They
Don't say it. They're not even paying. The arrogance to just stand in
Ain't
front of
that wild? Ain't that crazy though?
What they do here against squatters is anti-squatters. Those are people who rent the place really cheap but can be kicked out with a week notice. You've got squatters. You've got who just told me this recently? Was this on stream or off stream? Somebody was telling me that if you want to book an appointment at like the DMV, you can actually buy appointments ahead of yours. Like the appointment, it might be like a 6-month queue, but you can buy appointments from other people that will book appointments just to sell them to other people. Was this on stream? Okay. I don't know if Dan told me this on stream or off stream. That's wild.
Yo, it got me fucked up.
Wait, is this actually true? Buy place in line, Florida DMV. Where do you even do this at? Probably Facebook? Oh, maybe.
I could tell. I don't see you react normally.
Well, 911.
Yo, I was on my Facebook yesterday. Because while this computer was reformatting, I was just on my streaming computer. I'm like, oh, let's see what's up on the old Facebook. You want to talk about living in different fucking worlds? When I thought that people were angsty and like grumpy and sad and shit online, I always imagine this as like teenagers, basically. Teenagers are early 20-somethings for college. Go onto Twitter, they be angsty, and that's where your angst comes from online. My God, I was digging deep into my Facebook friends yesterday, looking at updates and shit. There is a lot of like 30s, 40s something, like conservative dudes that are like just got like hit with some really bad stuff, guys. Like, please pray for me, or like, can anybody help? Like, oh my God, there is a whole other world of anguish out there in Facebook that is not in my ordinary bubble.
One calls and arrests. We have to start at the beginning.
Adele, the hardest question is, how do you say your name?
We met Adele Andaloro outside the home her parents left her in Flushing, Queens. She's in the process of selling it.
No, he locked it.
But she's been locked out. She claims squatters moved in on February 6th and refused to leave.
What's it like being here knowing you can't go inside of your own home?
It's enraging. It really is.
In New York, squatters have rights after 30 days.
By the time that someone does their investigation
Rights.
and they do their work and their job, we'll be well over the 30 days, and this man will have stolen my home. And now she's back.
Just after wrapping up our interview, a woman showed up.
What are you doing in the house? Are you renting this house?
I'm not renting.
Why are you here?
She unlocked the front door, saw our cameras, and took off.
It's open. Let's go in the house. It's open.
Adele and her daughter, with the property deed in hand, went inside.
This is my furniture. These are my curtains.
She didn't just find her belongings inside.
There's a man sleeping right there. Get out of my house.
No sleeping for you tonight, apes.
She found 2 men.
How long have you lived here?
I moved in about 2 days ago.
They've called the police on me, and I've called the locksmiths. I didn't come in illegally.
The real meme is squatting in a house and then Airbnb-ing it. That would be the real meme.
About 2 days ago. They've called the police on me, and I've called the locksmith. I didn't come in illegally. The door was open.
Police started interviewing neighbors and looking for documents.
Do you have something that shows that you've been here for more than 30 days?
They took the man who told me he had been renting for 2 days out in handcuffs.
They got one out.
And
Wait, but why? I wonder what crime he broke. He must have done something, because I don't think squatting is illegal, right? That's why they have rights. Destiny, you can't steal homes. The owner didn't do shit, and after the 30 days, you can file for eviction notice, which you usually get them out and fined. Yeah, but doesn't it take, depending on where you're at, oh, trespassing for less than 30 days. Oh, he admitted to being there. He shouldn't have said shit. Don't talk to the cops, retards. He should have said he got here 31 days ago. Oh, fuck, wait, what did I just say before this? Oh, don't eviction proceedings take a while? How long to evict someone in California average? The eviction process can take 30 to 45 days or longer. The time starts when you have eviction court forms delivered to your tenant to the time they must move out. This is why, oh, I saw a Reddit post. I don't think I saw this on, or I don't think we talked about this on stream, but somebody soy posted on Reddit about how they were $1 short of their rent and they got an eviction notice from their apartment. I think the reason why they do this is because if you're short on any rent, they'll shoot you a notice saying they intend to evict or whatever, just because they don't want to wait at all. But if you pay the rent, though, usually they won't care. But they want to get that process started as soon as possible, because if you wait, you give them 1 or 2 months, then you start the process, then you've got to wait another 1 or 2 months, maybe you got to go to court. It's just like so much wasted time. But that's why if you're short on your rent at all, it doesn't matter if you're $1 or $1,000 off. There's probably like an automated machine that just shoots out like an eviction, a notice to evict or whatever. Yeah. But most of the time, if you, because just think about it, nobody wants to evict somebody, and you'd rather have a unit paying 80% if they can't make the payment than evict them and try to fill that unit, unless you're in a super, super, super high demand area. What is the argument for squatters' rights? I truly have no idea. I'm trying to find this video yesterday or 2 days ago that was on Reddit with like a company that, it was some guy that talked about how this is how they remove squatters. It was some guy that just came in pretending to be maintenance, and he just like takes everything. Does anybody know what I was talking about? What I'm talking about? It was a video that went. It was on Reddit 2 days ago. Somebody will link it.
Escorted the other guy off the property.
Now you're afraid to come out.
I'm not coming out. This house is empty. This is my home. My locksmith is on the corner waiting to change my locks. And it's not fair. It's not fair that I, as the homeowner, should be having to go through this.
How you doing?
Minutes later, a locksmith showed up, but police gave her a warning before they left.
I may end up in handcuffs today if this man shows up here and says that I have illegally evicted him. I said to them, let him take me to court the way I've been told to take him to court. But today, I'm not leaving.
Fuck, that tweet is too edgy. Tim Pool brings out the worst in me on Twitter. I already know what Tim Pool's rationale is for this tweet. I think it's funny that women in New York City are getting punched in the face. He's going to say it's funny because they're liberals and they vote for liberal policies, so now they're eating, you know, they're reaping what they sow, basically. My quote tweet is, felt the same way about conservatives dying of COVID, to be honest. That's that.
My house.
Less than 10 minutes after police left and the locks were changed. The man who claims to be the one actually leasing the house shows up.
Call the police again.
With
safe,
the other
edgy.
guy, police took
True,
off
it
the
is safe,
property.
edgy.
Do you see this? This guy just literally broke down my door. Broke through myself and my daughter to get in here. This guy just forced himself into my house. No, he did not. Yes, he did. No, he did. And so did you. You broke through the front door.
Officer. The man called the police on her.
So why is it that I have to leave and he doesn't have to leave?
Oh, shit.
The man called the police on her.
So why is it that I have to leave and he doesn't have to leave?
Because technically he can't be kicked out. You need to go to court.
They consider this a landlord-tenant issue. And by law, it has to be handled through the housing court, not with police.
If you own this house, you would not want her inside.
I don't own the house. I don't own it.
Exactly,
Yes.
she does.
Yes, but then once again, you should know how the law works.
I do know how it works.
There's rules to the as you got to go to court and send me to civil court.
He says he signed a lease in October, but wouldn't tell us with who.
I got proof longer than that.
Show us the proof.
But who are you for me to show? I showed it to cops.
Dan with Channel 7 News. If you don't want to show it, you don't want to show it.
Cool. Come here, brother. I like that.
I would like to see it.
He didn't show me a lease.
This is a bill.
A bill for work he says he had done to the house. He didn't show police a lease either.
The police department doesn't have the lease?
No.
He's got no documentation.
Just bills.
So Adele, you're getting arrested right now?
I'm being arrested.
For what?
For being in my own home.
And
I will say, okay, now, I'm not normally one to say fuck landlords, okay? However, this must be a secondary property of hers, right? This isn't her primary residence, right? Because so when she says, I'm getting kicked out for being in my own home, this must be a second house, right? She inherited it? Okay. So when she says home, it's a house that you own. It's a property you have. Home.
Where's your lease?
She's fighting the house. It's not her house anymore.
My deed
That's
is
what was
current
told
and
to me.
legal.
Arrested for...
She is not a landlord. She inherited it from a deceased relative. Does it matter? It matters. Yes, it does matter. It does matter. Because when you say you're getting kicked out of your home, my feeling is that you're fucking homeless. And I would feel really bad for you, okay? If you're getting kicked out of your house, all right, a rental property you have or a secondary property you have, I still feel bad. That's still fucked. But it's not quite the same, okay? Manic Pixie, thank you for the tier 5 subber. I'll be... Never mind. I'm not going to make that joke. It's still bad. I think it's wrong, but we don't have to exaggerate it, okay?
Unlawful eviction. She changed the locks on a man who claims he lives there.
So how does this all end then? When do you leave?
The way it ends is either she pays me my money that I put into the house, pay me the money, and I'll leave.
Okay, I'm not going to ban you guys today because for some reason I'm in a good mood, okay? Please, please, please. I want you guys to be the only fan base on the internet that understands this. I'm training you guys. I'm training you guys. I want you guys to be the only people on the entire internet, maybe in the whole world, that can understand this, okay? Repeat after me. Get ready to type in chat. Repeat after me. Repeat after me, okay? Things can be bad without them being the worst possible thing, okay? Say that. Things can be bad without them being the worst possible thing. Things can be bad without them being the worst possible thing, okay? Losing a property because people are squatting in your shit is fucked, and it's horrible, and that's bad. But when you say, I'm losing my home, you're losing your second home. Shut the fuck up, okay? That's all I'm saying. It's a little bullshit. It's still bad, and it shouldn't be happening. Would you be cool and not upset about someone taking over the Bridges podcast studio? See, so that's an example, Zazina's Jaj. That's an example of a fucking retarded question. Because when you say, would you be cool with this bad thing? Because I said, well, this bad thing isn't the worst thing, right? It would be like somebody coming into my apartment with their hand chopped off. And they go, somebody chopped off my whole fucking arm. And I look at them and I go, motherfucker, they didn't chop your arm off. They chopped your hand off. And then you come up to me and you're like, excuse me, are you saying it's good to have your hand chopped off? Destiny, how would you feel if somebody chopped your hand off? That's not what I'm saying, okay? It's bad, but it's when somebody says kicked out of their home, the obvious implication is that you're losing like the place that your primary place of residence, all right?
Or send me to courts. Is either she pays me.
What would happen if she killed him in self-defense? Would that speed up the process of finding out who owned it? Well, he would have to attack her first. However, in a very weird, perverted twist of fate, it could be that if they got into a fight in that property, she might not have a right to kill him, but he might have a right to kill her, depending on what like the last castle doctrine bullshit is in New York is. because if he's allowed to, not the last castle, sorry, the Castle Doctrine. I'm thinking of a dumb movie. The Castle Doctrine shit is in New York, because if he's got a right to be there and that's his residence, he doesn't have a duty to retreat, but she would, right? So it could be that she would be at fault there. I don't know how that interaction works though, but.
My money that I put into the house, pay me the money and I'll leave. Or send me to court and we deal with the judge in court. It's that simple.
It's not that simple. It's a long process. Evictions can take close to 2 years to complete.
I'll say it, man. America's a...
Wait, but she's the owner, no? Why would she have to retreat from her property? Because it's not... There is a different treatment for primary residence and like a second or third property, right? Like if I'm like in my apartment, I'm pretty sure I can defend people to the death in my apartment. I don't have a duty to retreat just because I don't own it and I'm just renting it, right? If the landlord would have come in here and start fighting with me and we get into a scuffle, I'm pretty sure I have more of a right to it because this is my primary residence. It's not his. It's a building he owns. Secondary or tertiary. It's not tertiary. You would never say that. It's other, like it's investment property or it's different. It's got a different tax treatment. I think it's got a different. I think there's a lot of different treatments to the properties based on. Like for instance, when you fill out like tax forms. Actually, for tax forms, it doesn't even matter that much. But when you're filling out like other forms, it'll ask you like, where's your primary residence? It won't say like, where do you have a piece of property at, you know?
Broken country. Yo. Because they got this issue all up and down America. And some of you guys will...
If she had rented it out to somebody and that person called the cops and the cops would have most likely removed the squatters, not if they'd been there for over 30 days. You have I'm talking a little bit of shit right now, but my understanding is if they're there for a certain amount of time, they're basically guaranteed rights. My guess is going to be that squatting rights are probably some bastardization of if you end up like informally renting an apartment from somebody, you pay the money, you don't actually have a lease written up, and then at one day they change their mind like, fuck you, I'm gonna kick you out, and then you're like, oh shit. Like, what squatter rights are probably there to do is to protect you from like, I was renting this, I promised, the police show up, and now you get kicked out of or arrested for trespassing, and now you're fucked, right? So squatter rights are, okay, well, hold on. We'll give them 30 days to figure this shit out. We're gonna treat this not like a trespassing scenario, but like a landlord-tenant scenario, and then go. That's probably like the Steelman version of why squatters' rights exist. However, you can see the obvious problem with the loophole here where if somebody's able to sneak into a property and stay there for some number of days, well, fuck me. Now they just basically became a tenant and now I've got to go through a court eviction process and I can't just call the cops and kick them out. It's probably basically related to this, yeah. They're not really squatter rights. They're probably like informal tenant landlord rights, basically. In your state, do you have the right to shoot if someone were to break in? Hopefully. I should look that up, huh? Florida, Castle, Doctrine. Residents may use force, including deadly force, to protect their castle. This is my castle. How often are people sneaking into properties? Depending upon which city you're in, I think it happens, unfortunately, a lot. I'm saying a lot with no qualification. It happens enough that there are businesses of people that try to kick out squatters. Let me put it that way.
Like, well, not my state, and it is possible, like I said, that in some states it's not. I've heard of something called squatter hunters.
Oh, yeah, he's bringing it up.
There's like people whose job it is to get rid of squatters. And I'll be honest with you, me personally, like, I'm so over this kind of shit. I'm like, put him in front of a firing squad.
Oh my.
Put him in front of a firing squad. It is already hard enough to get a home. People get their homes and you just take over. Put him in front of a firing squad, my G. I don't care. I'm so sick of these leeches, bro. Remember that? Like, there's something so like, think about it. This is why I'm saying this. A home is everything. You take someone's home away. When you break in, you take away the safety of their home.
See, like, this is why I don't like her using home, because now Abba's talking about her home like this is her primary residence. It's not. This is an investment property, basically. People are saying it's an inheritance, but what's she going to do? She's either going to sell it or she's going to rent it out. Or maybe she's going to move into it. Maybe she was planning on doing that. To be fair, maybe she was planning on moving into it. But, like, it's not like her home, right?
Away their sense of home. When you do burglaries, home invasions, when you financially scam people out of a home, that's horrible, right? Like, the importance of a home in someone's life is paramount. At least for me, it's always been like that. And for my mom, she worked her whole life to get a home. To think people could just walk in, close the door, say, I've been here for months.
Doesn't matter either way. You're not allowed to steal my shit, no matter what I plan to use it for. Okay, always Kush. Do you think that I agree or disagree with that statement? let's do a quiz. Okay, always Kush. Do you think that I think that you should be allowed to steal somebody's shit if you don't like what they're going to use it for? Always Kush. Can you answer that? I'm curious. I know you agree that they shouldn't be able to. Then why the fuck are you asking that question or stating that? Destiny, does it matter either way? I think it matters that we use words correctly. Yes.
And now I gotta go through a 2-year legal process for a home I spent my whole life going. Put them in front of a firing squad.
This might
Yay.
I'm the captain. Yo, that's crazy.
I have a lot of patience.
No.
Squad.
Couldn't this be easily settled if officers could be presented with evidence of a tenant agreement by both parties? The problem is, as soon as you start getting into like tenant agreements and shit, I don't know if cops can resolve it. I think it might like de jure have to go to housing court at that point. I don't think you can do it. Like, I don't know if it's in a police officer's job to like negotiate between tenants and landlords. I'm not sure if you could do that. Well, here's a question. Well, here's a question. What would happen if somebody broke into somebody's house and then somebody calls the cops, like somebody just broke in, and then the cops show up and the guy's like, actually, I live here. How does that work? They have to prove that they were there for more than 30 days. Do they have to prove it to a cop? Okay, Maya did that thing where a chatter sends you a link that's like 400 pages long and is expecting us to just read everything. So, okay. Control F, break in. That's exactly what I had to do, and the police told the squatter, tough shit, he lives here. Oh, wait, hold on. My first question I've ever asked an AI before. If you call the police on someone who's broken into your apartment in New York City, could they simply claim that they are squatting and prevent the police from removing them from your apartment? In New York, squatters' rights are recognized under the legal principle of adverse possession. A squatter is defined as someone who occupies a residential building or area of land without the permission of the owner. To establish squatter status in New York, an occupant must occupy the property without the owner's permission or consent, live on the property continuously for 10 years for properties with a record owner, or 30 years for abandoned properties, maintain the property as their primary residence, make improvements or repairs to the property, pay any property taxes owed during their occupation. If a squatter meets these conditions, they can potentially gain legal ownership of the property through adverse possession. However, simply trespassing or staying on a property briefly does not qualify. In New York City, if squatters have been living in a property for 30 days, landlords must navigate the city's eviction laws. This process can take around 2 years to complete. Damn! Before the process ends, owners cannot change the locks on the properties or remove squatters' belongings. If someone claims to be a tenant, they cannot be arrested for trespassing, and legal steps must be taken to evict them. However, property owners can evict a squatter in New York State by following a legal process which involves serving the squatters with a notice to vacate and then filing an eviction lawsuit if the squatters do not leave within the specified time frame. Please note that this information is based on the current laws and may be subject to change. It's always a good idea to consult with a legal professional if you find yourself in this situation. This doesn't really help. This is just giving me general. Maya, you fucking moron. You didn't even read this shit that you linked me, did you? Okay, she didn't. Okay, that's fine. If person breaks into your primary residence, can they claim to be a squatter? I'm just curious how this would work. Is it bullshit? Someone can break into your home when you're not home and claim they're living there and the police can't kick them out. Bullshit. We do describe it as called breaking and entering, not squatting. Breaking and entering is illegal and you'd be given no tenant or squatter's rights. Squatting is residing in an unoccupied or abandoned property, not breaking into one and claiming it's yours. If the property is occupied, the person is not squatting, they are trespassing. I guess as long as you can just prove to the officer that like, oh, well, look, I live here, then I guess they would just kick them out. What firearm do you use for home defense? The Staccato, whenever I buy it. Someday I will buy it. Jesse, you seem happy today. Normally you would lose your mind at these people. Well, I was reading all the reasons why people stopped watching Hassan yesterday, and one of the reasons is because he's salty as fuck at all of his chatters, so I'm trying to study the downfall of my opponents so that I don't run into the same issue. So trying to chill out, be nicer today. I triple dose my Vyvanse now. We're up to 180 milligrams a day. I need to be like House. Just fucking... Oh no, he does it in his hand first. Also, when I say that, by the way, I know that some of the Kiwi farmers like to say that I double dose my shit. I've never taken more than 60 milligrams of Vyvanse in a day. Do not ever do that. I would never recommend double dosing or triple dosing your fucking Vyvanse or whatever. Or any amphetamine you're on. Okay. Sorry, let's finish this.
Otters are disgusting leeches, and I don't care if they get wiped off the face of the earth. I mean that with every fiber of my soul. I don't care who says it, who has a problem with it. I will never take that back. Go ahead.
What do you want me to go ahead on? That is crazy, my guy. This is me. This is also me being beside myself.
I mean double dosing your 20 milligram prescription? No, when you're looking for a certain... There's a name for this psychological phenomenon. I think it's actually the same name. It's like when you start noticing things because you've brought it up. There's a name for this. Somebody in chat will type it. But yeah, basically people will start watching me. They'll be like, oh, I can definitely tell this guy abuses amphetamines because he does XYZ behavior, which are things I've done for my entire life, basically, yeah. Will the drug talk ever end? Never.
It's crazy!
Oh, is it Bader Meinhof? Is that it? I don't fucking know. I think it might be that.
Oh, remember when we was in Detroit and it was neighbors that were putting boards on their neighbor's house that got... People left, but they don't want squatters there because it becomes very dangerous for their kids, safety of the kids. I understand now. I understand why you're going to board up your neighbor's...
Can you tell the difference between Vyvanse and meth high? My understanding is I think if anything, the meth high should probably feel a bit smoother or cleaner, but I've only done, if I did meth, it was only one time, and it was at a super high recreational dose, so I have no basis of comparison. I have no idea.
A house for people not to get in there, and then it becomes a whole safety issue. Yo!
Well, guys, think about the kind of people who squat. They're generally drug addicts and criminals. That is generally the people who do the squatting, okay? Because most self-respecting citizens are not interested in doing stuff like this and going through this process, all right? So you own a home beside somebody like that. What do you think that kind of energy attracts? More people come there to do dope. More people that come there to do drugs. And then what ends up happening? Fighting, drug deals, gunfire, all these things. You don't want that in your neighborhood. Nobody wants that.
No, that's...
And here's another thing. You can't even blame the cops.
No, because
they have a law to enforce.
They have to enforce it.
The problem is the laws that are in place and our politicians that do so little to change them.
Would lethal self-defense of a property be justified in the squatting example, even if it's a second property? I don't think so. I don't know if any states have, written in law, lethal defense of property. I don't know if you can do that in any state. I'm not sure. But you can start an altercation to remove them, and that can escalate to a physical altercation in which you can kill them if it comes to that. So in de facto, it kind of works out that way. But do you think most lefties would defend squatters? Yeah, lefties will defend squatters because they hate people that have buildings that are ever empty, because they think that most of the housing crisis is caused by institutional investors like Zillow in fucking BlackRock buying houses and just sitting on them as empty things to increase in asset value over time. It's dumb. Yeah, they'd probably support it.
I understand that the cops are not there to think. They're there to apply. And that's what they're doing. And it's not even like, yeah, I'm gonna get in shit if I don't arrest this person. Because I'm supposed to do my... That's crazy. It's the law that's in place that's fucked up.
And it's not just New York.
Oh, Jesus.
This happens all up and down across the states.
Mm-hmm.
It's windy. Are you sure that's a good idea? Good luck. Be careful.
There's people whose job it is to just get rid of these squatters. It's crazy to me. And you know how they do it? They wait for the squatter to leave the home, then they break in through one of the windows.
And they
They
squat.
change the locks. They get all the furniture while they're gone, and then that's what they do.
And they squat. They basically
they squat
It's
themselves.
not just lefties anymore. The valuetainment guy parrots that shit too. He's obsessed with BlackRock. Yeah, because a lot of the conservatives and the lefties meet on the populist brain rot, where all big corporations are all corporations and all everything is like all evil and bad. So yeah.
Oh, the squatters. They squat the squatters out, and then
shit's broken. I'm sorry, this shit's broken. It's too hard to get a home, and to think these people get it this quickly and the law's somehow on their side is disgusting to me. Like, look at the last guy. He didn't even have a lease. He just claimed he was there for more than 30. That means the other two guys who either got arrested or kicked out, all they had to do was say they've been there for more than 30 days, and the cops can do nothing. They don't need any kind of proof to show the cops.
Wanted to say that your new mic settings are really nice. No more AC compressor noises. It's nice. Well, there's no compressor noises because we turned that thing off because people were molding, and there's no AC noise because my AC is not on right now. But it will turn on in a minute or two because that's how it works. What is the reason for the housing crisis? I don't know if there's a housing crisis. I don't know if any of these crises are even real, okay? I don't know if anybody knows if these crises are real. I don't think there's a student loan debt crisis. I don't know if there's a housing crisis. Like 70% of people live in owned homes. There's an increase in value of houses. It's, I think, a problem, but it's hard. The thing is that if anything is wrong, people assume that it's worse than it ever has been, and then people mold and pretend it's like the biggest fucking problem in the world. But I don't know if that's the case right now. How did you fix your wind issues? I found out there was a little thing you can slip out of the door that blocks the wind, and apparently it was all just coming in from underneath the door. So I just bought like a whole strip of that and cut it and put it all over my apartment, and then it fixed it. How annoying that I lived with this for over a fucking year.
That's it. Now look, I'm not somebody who loves landlords. I'm not somebody.
70% isn't very high. You'd like almost everyone to have a house. Why? What? Do apartments not exist in your world?
Is on the side of landlords for most issues, but this is one that is clearly fucking disgusting. Okay.
That's crazy.
That is disgusting.
There's no other word to just describe how crazy this is.
Yeah. Beyond even that, like we're hearing about like, oh, the parents died and they're giving that. There's people who go on vacation for 2 weeks and come back and find somebody squatting in their home.
Yep.
And it's over. Do you understand how insane that is? You go on vacation, you come back, and your home is no longer yours.
And you have to take them to court to regain your possession. Not just be like, no, I got all the legal papers right here. This is my house. Nope.
Yo, this is why
nope.
I prefer a lot of the red states. And like, I prefer a lot of the red states, and I prefer a lot of their castle doctrine. I prefer a lot of that. So,
if it weren't for shitting low-income housing, there would be multitudes more homeless people than we already have. You're out of touch on this one, Destiny. Wouldn't we all be out of touch with homelessness if we all live in houses? Are you messaging me from the literal streets, Donnie, right now? Is that your opinion on your, stolen 5G phone as you message me from your tent that you live in? Fucking moron. I love you. Just kidding. Sorry.
They seem to handle...
Have you had your wisdom teeth removed? Yeah, like 15 years ago or some shit. Or 10 years ago.
And I prefer a lot of their castle doctrine. I prefer a lot of that self-defense stuff. They seem to handle property issues a lot better than a lot of the other states.
Trespassers will be shut. Survivors will be...
Yeah, like they're mixing up a lot of things. Like you can still trespass and castle doctrine the fuck out of your primary residence. But look, see, this is what's happening. These two, Abba and Preach, are being misled here because she used that word. People are kicking me out of my home. I think they might actually think that, or did they say something different in this video? I think they might think that she's getting kicked out of like her primary residence. Did your Invisalign have gaps or feel big in certain areas? Sometimes. Some of the new ones hurt. My bite doesn't close fully, but I think that'll change over time. I'm on my last tray. I think I have a dentist appointment in like 4 days, so we'll see. I remember those streams. You didn't take the painkillers, right? Correct. I wanted to do torture streams where we saw how long we could go without taking the painkillers after getting my wisdom teeth removed, but it really didn't hurt that much, so we ended up not taking any of them, and now I think they got thrown away. I should have kept them. do some recreational hydrocodone.
Better than a lot of the other states.
Trespassers will be shut. Survivors will be shut again.
Let me look.
She might be trying to move in her kid, family member, relative. It doesn't have to specifically be her home. That's fine, but then that's not your home. That's not your home then. It's the second property that you want to move a family member into.
Look, squatters in Texas can make an adversary possession claim after possessing a property continuously for at least 10 years. Well, good luck.
It's 10 years.
Before then, it's criminal trespassing.
Good luck. 10 years? You got to fight a lot of motherfuckers.
Let's go New York. Let's see what's going on.
Keep in mind, most of the squatter stuff is like abandoned property, right? That's where it's really big. Like, if you ever see, I'm making this up now. Hold on. I've heard this, but I haven't watched these channels. Are there ever people that do like urban exploring on abandoned buildings in YouTube? I imagine these people must run into squatters sometimes, right? Because I think that's where a lot of the squatting people, she said she was going to sell it, ban that chatter. Oh, well.
New York, was it 30 days?
30 days.
30 days.
How long do you think it would take you to kick Nathan and his mom out of your house? That'd be funny if she tried to claim squatting on that. That would be fucking... I'd give her props for it.
10 years versus 30 days. Let me see Florida.
And funny thing is, the 10 years in a state that everybody's having a gun.
Yeah.
And the 30 days is... 30 days is in New York where you can't...
Florida.
I thought you two were chill now. Who, me and my kid's mom? Yeah, we've been chill for a long time. We still joke around a lot.
Is 7 consecutive years. Landlords that diligently monitor their property can catch and remove a squatter long before the 7 years have passed. At any rate. Yeah,
there's something recurring, right?
At any rate. Maybe we're wrong about this. Maybe you guys have more information. Let us know what you guys think about this topic. We want to hear directly from you.
What if she sold her current home with the plans to move into that home? We don't know her story. She sold her current home and she hadn't moved into the other one yet. There was nobody there checking it. It was just sitting there for weeks or months off the market. And she was just like, fuck it. I'll just sell my home without checking my other one at all. Like, that's pretty dumb. I mean, it's possible that happened, but in that case.
Nah.
Oh, look, also, thank me. Look, I changed all of my stuff to I don't need you anymore, Copilot. Look, it's all dark mode now because I know how much you guys... Even my OBS. What made you to start up a Vyvanse prescription? We need to have like a grammar bot. I can't tell if I'm misreading, mispronouncing, or like what made you to start up a Vyvanse prescription? You guys typed so much improper shit in my chat. Is it ESL shit or... Basically, the thing is I really like recreational drugs. I've done MDMA a lot. I used to be a big meth head growing up. And I was like, what if I could get this prescribed to me for free legally? So I did a interview and then I faked all the symptoms for ADHD because it's not a real disease. And then I basically just get free amphetamines prescribed to me by a crack doctor who gets paid off by Big Pharma to inject me full of amphetamines every day. When did you become a rage bait center right guy? After breaking up with Hassan or after people hated your Rittenhouse take? I became a rage bait guy when your fat fucking mom insisted on riding me, cowgirl, one time and sat on my dick wrong and crushed it. And then ever since then, it just hasn't leaned the same direction anymore. And now I do rage bait constantly. Women in New York City are being attacked at random by strangers who strike and punch them in the back of the head, causing them to fall to the ground to suffer head injuries and a new knockout game style trend. We used to do this in high school, except it was with fellow students and it was their nuts. We called it nut tapping, I think. Did anybody do this? You were supposed to hold your books like down here, because if you held them up here, a guy would walk by and they'd nut check you. This is not a trend. Don't get baited. Knockout game has been going on in New York City for over a decade.
You guys, I was literally just walking and a man came up and punched me in the face. Oh my god, it hurts so bad. I can't even talk. Literally, I fell to the ground and now this giant goose egg is forming and I'm like...
Wait, holy shit. That?
You guys, I was literally just walking and...
Okay, hold on. I don't want to sound like an asshole.
The man...
She got hit hard enough to make this huge of a welt on her head, and there's no blood, there's no scuff mark, there's no nothing else. Like, her face, everything looks pretty clean. There's just this huge lump right here.
Came up and punched me in the face. Oh my god, it hurts
Yes, that can happen.
so bad. I can't even talk.
Sometimes it's just RNG. This is why your flight was canceled?
Literally, I fell to the ground and now this giant goose egg is forming and I'm like... Oh my god, it looks so crazy. So I just got punched in the face walking home. I was literally like leaving class. I turned the corner and I was looking down and I was looking at my phone and like texting, and then out of nowhere this man just came up and hit me in the face. I'm like actually in shock right now. I'm just like walking home because what else do you do?
So I have fallen victim to the men in New York City lifting an elbow or trying to punch innocent girls on the street, except I wasn't on my phone. I was with my coworkers walking in Times Square, so be safe out there. This is my first TikTok. She's so pretty.
Is this a normal thing? This is how people... They just have huge welts on their head and maybe they cleaned it all up, or...
So pretty.
I don't believe it. I think something is off here. Let the record show that I am skeptical about whatever this is. I am skeptical. Register my skepticism. Hold on, somebody linked a news story. Wait, what is this? Debate perverts are dumber than dog shit. Guy who sincerely believed in Bernie electability. Guy who sincerely believed in Hillary electability. Only one of those statements is true. I mean, no one cares what you say, but you're making alts to chase me around 5 years later. I love my fans like you. Are you upset? I wouldn't want you to go around hurting yourself punching IKEA furniture again. Okay. Oh, someone got caught for punching at least one of the women. Wait, hold on. The European mind cannot comprehend this. Okay. The amazing thing about these places in the US is that you cannot walk between any of them. I stayed in a hotel on one of these developments and there was a restaurant next door that I could not walk to, and I had to drive 10 minutes around a big loop. It is incredible. If he's talking about Texas, I believe this. Destiny, I got slammed in the face with the door and fell down the stairs when I was 4 and didn't bleed, but got those welts. Nice. Put the squatter's penis into the penis twister and twist their penis. Okay. That looks so cursed. Bro, if you ever go to Austin, this is like a normal city, okay? In a normal city, you might have a road, and then you'll have like a, let's say we have like a house, apartment, restaurant, whatever the fuck, right? If you want to go from this building to over here, it might take you like 2 minutes. All right? 2 minutes. I'm honestly amazed Destiny has a son and has never seen him develop a goose egg. if you want to hit your kids or abuse your children, you always do it in ways that don't leave obvious marks. I don't need the school fucking calling CPS on me because I'm beating the shit out of my child. Come on, bro. That's amateur hour. In Texas, this arrangement doesn't exist, okay? In Texas, you have a divider. You have 3 lanes here. Three lanes here. These go in different directions, by the way. Whoops. Then you have access road over here. And another access road over here. And if you're at a hotel here and there's a food place here, if it's late at night, you can run across the 500-yard stretch of asphalt wasteland to make it over here. But otherwise, you have to either get in a car and drive all the way the fuck around, or you got to walk to the next fucking overpass, walk all the way fucking over, and then walk around. It's actual hell on earth. If you're in Austin, Dallas. I can't speak to Houston. I don't think I've been to Houston much. But oh my God. Congrats on discovering the existence of weather strip and harnessing it, jamming it under the door. To solve that wind noise only took you a year. Thank you. Hold on. We were going to squash my skepticism. Multiple women online said they were punched while walking around New York City. Multiple videos where they uploaded paper protection last week, with women online sharing safety concerns. Several women have come forward on social media. Skiboki Stora, 40, of Brooklyn, was arrested Wednesday on an assault charge in connection with the incident, police said. Oh, that's one guy. Stora has sought public office in New York since 2021. Public records show he participated in a New York City mayoral debate in 2021. 2022, he filed a handwritten petition to get on the ballot for New York governor. Last year, records show Stora ran for the District 9 seat on the New York City Council. Okay. Hold on. Got a couple other things open here. Explain like I'm 5. Why do squatter rights exist? This all makes perfect sense now. Imagine this. You go on vacation for 3 weeks. A family of homeless vagrants break in. Vagrants breaks in. Changes the locks and changes the name on the water bill. You return home and find someone else living in your house and using your stuff. You call the cops and they end up referring you to civil court for eviction proceedings. This actually happened to me. I was the responding officer. So this sub-thread had a lot of good questions, so I'll expand on what happened. At about 3 a.m., I was dispatched to a call on trespassing. When I arrived, I met with the father of a family of 5 who told me that some people had moved into his house when he was on vacation. I asked the usual questions. Does anyone have permission to be there? Does anyone have the key? Have you ever rented your home or a room in your home before, et cetera, et cetera? They answered no to everything. They showed me Facebook posts 3 weeks ago. They talk about their vacation. They show me Facebook posts with pictures updating their friends about their vacation. Both adults have the addresses on their driver's license, and all the kids have local school IDs. I wake up a bunch of neighbors, and they all seem very confused. Of course, those people there live in that house. They've lived there for over 10 years. I was satisfied that this family's telling the truth, so I call in some backup and knock on the front door. An adult woman appears at the living room window and tells me that I'm not welcome to leave the property. I asked her what her name was, and she just repeatedly told me to get off her property. Well, now I'm annoyed. I inform her that the owners of the property are behind me, and I have their permission to be on the property. She tells me to fuck off. Sweet. Game time. Gamer time, he means. I called her the N-word 15 times. Just kidding. I make 3 more announcements for them to come out and receive no response. With permission from the homeowner, another officer kicks in the back door, and we take all the occupants into custody. 3 adults were arrested and 2 children were taken into protective custody. So there I was in the station writing my paperwork for CPS. Children's needs comes first always. The adult vagrants were in holding cells, and the family was in the lobby, so we could get their statement and process the house for evidence, as this is going on, a lawyer from a homeless advocacy group that will remain nameless arrives and talks to my supervisor. My supervisor calls in his supervisor, who calls in their supervisor, or her supervisor. Eventually, we wake up a DA who talks to the advocacy lawyer over the phone. They talk for a long time, like 2 hours before the DA tells us this is a civil matter and to release everyone we have in custody. We are not to fuck around with the current status quo under any circumstances and allow a judge and or jury to decide the outcome. The next day, court proceedings have begun and a judge issues an order to maintain the status quo until the court reaches a decision. Some of you wonder how I can consider myself a man that serves the public trust when I allow things like this to happen. Here's what would have happened had I ignored the court order. I would have been personally sued, lost my own house, gone to jail for civil rights violations, and my family would be on the street. Is this all true? The vagrants would have been out of jail within an hour and restored to the house. There is no good solution. Sometimes the law is fucked, and fucked up lawyers force you to dance to their tunes. This is the world that Pisco wants, by the way. This guy's just practicing his moves. This guy's getting a workout on the subway. Everybody's jealous because of how efficient he's being with his time. It's not hurting anybody. People will watch like Creed or Rocky and they'll see him like shadowboxing in like a hospital and be like, wow, based. People see a black guy doing it on a subway and all of a sudden they got a huge fucking problem with it. Come on. Racism. This is 100% the guy punching all the women. He's practicing. What does this sentence mean? Hold on. This is the state of mental health, mental illness, and homelessness in New York City. Good to see son with the black forces had enough and was ready to protect someone. What? Air Force Ones are a shoe. Good to see son with the black forces. Oh, that means Air Force Ones? I would have assumed this was like a slur for Darth Vader or something. But, okay.
Behaviors, sexual identities, and things.
Okay, he's talking on Robert. Okay, 3 more links. Alan Tribe, thanks for the 6-figure host, buddy. Okay, what is this? 3 days ago.
She a little freak. She for the streets. 6 digits on the check, took it to the bank.
Okay, I'm good. Okay, one more on topic and then another different topic. What is this? Squatter Squad. Oh, maybe this is the video that I watched on Lay Reddit.
Lando here with Squatter Squad. I am at a home here in San Fernando Valley. We are preparing for a squatter removal job on Friday. Today is Wednesday, and what I'm doing is I will be placing this Ring camera in a specific area so I can track traffic coming and going. We honestly don't know how many squatters are in this place. We think there's 2. There was originally 1, and they refused to leave. So our client hired us to get the job done. So we will touch base with all of you on Friday.
Was it this that I watched? Oh, I think it was this. This is what I saw. Okay. This was on Lay Reddit.
Oh yeah. No, we put a 24-hour notice of inspection, and I have the power of attorney, so we can come in and do an inspection. There's nothing illegal with that.
No, well, the police are going to come.
Yeah, that's fine. We're coming in.
Right?
You gotta go to court though.
No,
Listen,
yeah.
no.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
We'll see.
is this in court?
Look, let's just stay a little
Here's the
bit.
deal.
Please get here.
Here's the deal. This is a civil matter, and you.
Okay, well,
He wants to. He wants.
We'll let the police do that.
No, that's fine.
This guy still can't be here.
Well, we're
This guy
coming
still
in.
can't be
We're
here.
coming in.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm on the phone with the sergeant.
I have a power of attorney, so to do the inspection. So
Doesn't matter. It still has to go to court. Still has to go to
Yeah.
court. We were never served with a 3-day notice, dude.
this
Never.
isn't a 3-day notice. This is a home inspection.
Okay, well, no.
This is a home inspection.
No, you guys already came and tried to bust in the last time. You
The
guys didn't make a
sergeant,
good
the
impression
sergeant
the first time.
said, the sergeant said I have the right to be here, so they can call the sergeant. We're coming in, you guys. We're coming in. Yeah, we're coming in. We have the right. So we're coming in.
Besides being a piece of shit, why would you not squat? Free rent for 2 years? I mean, that's probably why people do it, right? I mean, like, a potential downside might be like a civil order against you where you owe money. But I mean, if you're already financially fucked and you don't whatever, then who the fuck cares? Like, that's what I imagine their mindset is. Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna press charges.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Take me to court. Take me to court. This isn't your property. You don't place. Yeah.
Are you on the lease? Yeah. You're on the lease? Show me you're on the lease. Show me you're on the lease. You know you're not on the lease.
I can see some homeowner losing their shit and getting the shit beaten out of you not worth. Depending on the situation, that could be ultra worth. Imagine if you're broke as fuck, you manage to establish squatters' rights in some place, and then some dude that's wealthy enough to own a second property attacks you. That sounds like the perfect thing if you're a piece of shit who has nothing else going on in their life, to be able to sue somebody for medical costs, pain and suffering, a whole bunch of other shit, settle out of court for some dumb shit like... How many people in the video are squatters? Probably all of them, except for the people brought in on the crew. To do whatever these guys are doing. My guess is going to be that there's like a whole meta to squatting where you bring in like lots of people to stand on lookout to make sure that like the owners don't come in or people come in to change the locks or any weird shit like that. You're probably like always on the lookout for stuff.
Get your dog. El baño de la cocina. Métanse por dentro, por favor, para que no salga el baño. Let's go inside. Go inside. Dale. I'll move that car for you. Okay. Go ahead.
What is the net good from giving provisions/rights for people who squat? Why should we even allow this? Like, who is the program? I've already explained this. I don't know if you're just not listening to me. I say explain this. My guess is going to be is that like this is probably to protect people that could get fucked over in bad leasing agreements. So for instance, let's say that I decide to pay cash or I pay under the table or we have a lease agreement but like we didn't keep a copy of it or whatever, and I live in some property. Let's say I've been living here for like 2 years, and then let's say one day you're like, actually fuck you, I want this, and I'm just going to kick you out immediately. I'm going to kick you out today. So I show up and I call the cops and I'm like, hey, kick this fucker out of my house. I don't want them here. And you're like, wait, hold on, I've been paying for a long time, like you can't just kick me out. And the cop's like, well, do you have a lease agreement? It's like, well, I don't know, we like had an informal payment. And the guy's like, oh fuck you, you get kicked out. So the squatter, the squatter's rights or whatever, or people forcing to go through civil court to solve this is probably to protect those types of renters that could legitimately be fucked over by landlords. But the issue, of course, is that people are going to abuse those loopholes, and that's probably what we see here when you talk about a traditional squatter, right?
Okay, we're clear. Yeah. Everything's safe.
It's actually just Democratic Party retardation, the group you shill for. Isn't it normally, wasn't it a Republican group that tried to claim that if they squatted on some huge fucking stretch of land in the giant Northwest that they could own it and take it over from the federal government or some bullshit? Haven't conservatives done that in the past?
Okay, the owners, guys are gonna spend a little time in there.
Okay. Let's see. If you don't have a lease or a message or messages indicating a clear rental agreement, I don't care. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's probably, the thing is, there's probably a lot of people, well, maybe not a lot of people, but there's probably a decent chunk of people that informally rent from people. And you probably want to have a way to protect those people's rights, I'm guessing. Jesus. Is squatting actually normal in the US? Probably not that normal, but there's probably places where there's like higher proclivity for people to try and do it. How can you prove that they have been paying for a long time? They sound indistinguishable from squatters at that point if they don't have a formal agreement. Well, if you actually go to court, that's where you would submit evidence and you'd have like, here's my bank statement, here's payments, these are going to this guy, blah, blah, blah. Like that'd be my, in court, it'd be pretty easy to solve. In front of a cop, it'd be pretty easy to fake. I don't know. You know? Wait, so how did these guys get them out? I missed it. I don't know. Fuck. I'm just watching chat. What my guess is these guys probably find a way to weasel their way into the house, and then once they're in, they just start removing like all the appliances and shit, so that the house is like not fun to live in. That's my guess. Is that what they do? They threw away all their shit, I think. Yeah, and so like couches and furniture and everything else probably. But I don't know how the squatter remover guys are allowed to do this legally. I'm not sure. I don't know like the fine print on any of this. Wait, so are scenarios like the thing I've been preach covered a problem, or are they just one-off rage bait instances? Both of those things can be true. I don't think it's like the most common thing in the world, but people do it, and it's pretty fucked when people do it. It's pretty stupid. Like squatting shit and bad tenants do happen. But it doesn't get a lot of coverage because, especially like on lay Reddit and where the internet is today, people lean really heavily in favor of renters' rights, and every landlord is basically a demon spawn from hell, so people aren't keen to talk about the other end of it. Wouldn't the best way to handle squatters would be to just show up with a ton of dudes and kick them out? Don't even call the police. Well, but the thing is, I think squatters can call the police on you. I think the best way to prevent it is you have to just figure out like how long you need to have like those rights basically granted to you, and then you just have somebody come by and inspect a property to make sure that nobody's there. I think that's all you can do, right? But what's the point of this? The choice for squatters is living in a house with no furniture versus under a bridge with no furniture. Okay. Here's the thing that nobody wants to talk about, all right? Clip me. Get ready to clip me, okay? You have, on the bottom of society, the poorest people, okay? You might have, like, genuinely homeless, genuinely fucked people, okay? You've got, like, no housing guarantee. So we'll say, like, home insecure. And then you've got, like, working poor. You've got, like, lower middle class. I don't know, then middle class, whatever, up to here. For a variety of reasons, okay? I don't want to hedge a million times, okay? I don't want to hedge a million things, okay? There are reasons why, and it's not genetic, it's not whatever bullshit, it's not because poor people are bad. But the problem is in this group of people right here, there are a lot of scumbaggy, fuck horrible people that do scumbaggy, fuck horrible things. And nobody wants to talk about that because they're poor. So people want to treat them all as victims, and they want to they want to say like all poor people are the same, but that's not true. There are poor people that work super hard. They try to get by right. A lot of them are too ashamed to even ask for welfare. Like, there are working poor that really try their best to do what they can to give their kids a better life, to figure their shit out. But there are also people that live down here that are they're just like trash, garbage people. They're bad people. They're poor and they're bad people. They're bad, horrible people. My guess is going to be, this is a guess, okay? My guess is going to be the people that do like the home squatting shit are probably not like genuinely mentally fucked homeless people or like working poor people that are trying their best to get by. It's probably scum fuck people that do it. It's probably scum fuck people that do it. A lot of them just happen to be like white trash, ghetto poor, whatever the fuck racial stereotype you would use. But a lot of them are just like, they're poor, but they're also like trash people. That'd be my guess. I'm super going by feels there, but there are probably some desperate people in there. Probably, maybe. And I'm also biased by the videos that I've watched too, because that's really my only engagement with this. I've never ran into squatters in real life. But like, I've never seen a video where somebody finds a bunch of squatters and it's like, oof, these look like retarded, or these look like mentally handicapped, super crazy, schizo fucking homeless guys that are trying to just like sleep in a place that they found. Doesn't seem to usually be that way. Usually it seems like people that they're very savvy when it comes to exploiting the law. They're usually dressed and appear in such a way that like, okay, well, you haven't been like out on the streets for fucking years. You're not like super fucked or whatever. Like it just seems like people who are trying to like abuse the system or exploit loopholes in the system to get like another place to stay or a nicer place to stay, or they're on some bullshit basically. That's my feeling from watching like a few videos on this basically. I could be totally wrong, but that's the feeling, I guess. Yeah. In Spain, you have 48 hours to evict people squatting, or else you have to go through the courts, and that can take years. Damn. Oh, okay. This thing.
And
is that an easy area to exploit because society as a whole doesn't really look into it? Well, my guess, it just probably doesn't happen that much. And to change the laws around this would probably fuck over a lot of other people that you don't want to fuck over. But it's just when it does happen, it's pretty annoying. And it's also affecting a group of people that people generally don't care about, right? It's affecting a group of people that have multiple homes. So, yeah. How did left-leaning people become delusional about all of the car break-ins and mass looting / stealing stuff? Left-leaning people be saying that shit doesn't exist, which is a bunch of poison food. I think that I'm gonna give just another feelings take. When I hear people say stuff like that, it just sounds like people who have been wealthy their whole life. And so like stealing is a really inconsequential thing because honestly, who the fuck cares? If you can just buy another thing, why the fuck would you care if somebody stole something? It's like way down there on the list of crimes for wealthy people. So when people hear about like car break-ins and shit, I guess it's kind of annoying, but like who the fuck cares? I think that the lower down the socioeconomic totem pole you get, or at least in my view, stealing to me is up there near like, it's like right beneath or above assault, depending upon how much they're stealing or how bad you're beating somebody up. And then it's like rape, murder, okay? It's like and kidnapping will probably go above that too. I think stealing is a really big deal when you can't afford to replace your shit and when you only have a few things. Yeah, that's my feeling. So whenever people are like, oh, who cares if somebody breaks in your car, blah, 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 it just sounds like you can probably replace your shit really easily, so of course you don't give a fuck. Wait, no way. Hold on. Hello?
Hello, Destiny.
Oh, hi. What's up, babe?
There's I don't know how much this can interest you, but there's There's a news report that they did an undercover where in the Metro Atlanta area, Channel 2 went undercover and like contacted an Instagram account that was selling access to homes for $1,400 a one-off payment for people who are trying to squat.
Damn.
So the mention that you had about scumbaggery is, I think, fairly accurate. And the issue, is it a major issue? I wouldn't say it's a major issue. I think it is one that does feel pretty violating because, at least in the Metro Atlanta area, according to a survey they did, they found 1,200 people, homeowners who were renting, who had a squatter situation that they were dealing with. And I think also what's worse is it not only costs the homeowner a tremendous amount of money, but also like lowers the property value of the other homes surrounding it, considering the type of people who come. Like even just looking at that one home that you were watching, like how many people were in that house? Was it not like 20?
Yeah, there were a lot standing outside. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know, just inviting those kinds of people into your neighborhood and the kind of thing that they're probably doing in that home, which oftentimes involves some level of crime and drug addiction. I think it also just severely impacts the entirety of the neighborhood.
Yeah, I think that's bad. I'm not going to disagree with that. Yeah.
Okay. So you said there should be protections for people who don't have any kind of rental agreements?
Well, what I said was my guess is going to be all the weird squatting shit probably stems out of those protections. Like, I doubt when people were writing squatting laws, it was with the intent to protect these types of people, right? That'd be my guess. Yeah.
Right. The other issue that exists is that even with the laws and how they're placed, like, yes, there is a legal process by which people go through, but because there's so much backlog in the courts, the process is super extenuated and very long. So I know I said earlier that having a lease, if you don't have a lease, you shouldn't have any protections, but even a lease doesn't really help because a lot of these people just operate with fake legal leases. So they'll just write up a fake lease, and obviously the cops can't figure that out. So they have to go to court. And the court system is obviously backlogged, so then that process is expediently slow. So what would you offer as a solution to that, if any?
I mean, you could do harsher penalties for forging those documents for squatting, but I don't know if the solution is to remove all protections from people that might not have an official lease agreement or what that would look like. I'm not sure. But maybe there are states where these protections don't exist and nothing really happens, right? I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't this isn't an issue I've dug into a ton. It seems like it happens sometimes. It's pretty shitty. I just don't know how huge of if it's like the most pressing problem. It's a pretty exceptionally crazy problem. So when people make videos about it and it does happen, it looks like crazy. Yeah.
Why should people who don't have leases have protections?
I guess it's at the end of the day, there's an evaluation for what kind of legal code you have, and it's usually to protect most people in society and make it well run and functioning. And the idea that somebody could evict like a family might be so societally catastrophic that we feel like it's worthwhile to put protections in there, even if they don't have like a formal type of lease operating agreement. I mean, I guess.
Do you agree with that?
I guess maybe all of this comes down to like in effect, right? Like if tomorrow, if you removed all these laws, if like 1,000 people would be adversely affected and 500,000 squatters would get kicked out, I'd probably be in favor of peeling back the laws. But if you removed this and like 500,000 pretty innocent families were affected and like 1,000 squatters got removed, then I'd say, fuck, maybe that law should stay there.
But maybe the long-term impact of this is that it just enables or encourages everyone to make sure that they have a lease in order to be able to protect themselves.
Yeah, possibly.
And then this benefits both groups. You're thinking about the short-term impact, which may be devastating. But at the end of the day, I think we all agree everyone should be operating that way. It's like telling somebody who only operates based off cash that if they're somehow hit with let's say they come to an agreement with somebody and they exchange cash with them, that should be somehow protected even though they've written no contracts or nothing like that. I don't think you'd ever want that to be enforceable in court unless there was some kind of written paper trail, right? Financially.
I can't give you any strong opinions here because I can only guess. I don't know, right? Like, what if it's...
But let's say there is like a loan. Let's say I say I loaned my brother $3,000. Okay? There is no witnesses. There's nothing of the sorts. There's just an agreement that we've come to and no one can bear witness to it. Should that be something that's enforceable?
Well, when you say enforceable, I mean like you'd go to civil court to try to get your money back, right? But you would have to have some kind of proof, right?
Right. Well, essentially, these people who don't have leases or don't have, written agreements are operating with what is verbal with no witnesses, right? So why should that be enforceable?
for the reasons that I stated earlier, that there might be a lot of people that operate with these kinds of like informal leases, and that removing these types of protections might fuck a lot of people over. So like, let's say for instance, let's say there's like a family who wants to like let's say I've got a big ass fucking house. I've got like 3 extra rooms, and I'm like, listen, fuck it. If somebody wants to pay me $600 a month, actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure for every single roommate agreement that me and Rachel did in our house, I don't think we had a formal lease with anybody. I don't know if that's normal or not, but usually they just come in, we'd pay month to month. They just like pay us money, and they're like, okay, fuck it. If somebody comes in and they're paying, let's say you've got like a whole family and they've lived there for like 2 years, do you think that the owner, because they didn't make a formal lease agreement, maybe for a variety of reasons, what if to do a formal lease agreement, you've got to like zone your property as like having an ADU, like a rental unit and all sorts of shit. You're like, I don't want to do all this shit, fuck this. So you just have like an informal month to month, they fill it out. Do you think that somebody should be able to like have those people arrested for trespassing if one day they change their mind because there's no formal agreement?
I think if they can prove that there is a paper trail of consistent rent payments, I think if they can prove any kind of messages that they've come to this agreement beyond just like word of mouth, then I think that's enforceable.
Yeah, but I think you have to real quick on that there, what you just said, that's the issue, and that is a court process. A police officer won't be able to do that on the fly. You got to go to court for that.
I agree that we don't disagree on that process. I actually agree with that.
But that those are squatters' rights, what you just said, right?
Those are not squatters' rights.
Yeah, because you're saying that like they can't be tossed out if you just call the cops. They should get to go to court to prove that they've had a record of payments, which is going to be some minimum threshold time to stay in the place until like that issue is resolved. So it seems like we've kind of...
I don't think the issue is the actual process itself. I think the issue is the fact that the process is extremely slowed down by the fact that the recourse takes months. That's the issue. The issue is not the actual process itself. The issue is that the process is incredibly slow.
I don't disagree with that. But like, so then do you change the law because the courts can't deal with the backlog right now? I don't even know how long the backlog is, because I Googled like how long does it take to evict somebody, and it seemed like even in California, I think it was a 45-day average.
It depends on the place.
What? Oh my God! It depends on the place. Okay, true.
Shut up.
What was there was an A word I used. Average.
Okay. Anyways, what is the argument in general here?
Squatters' rights are abused by pieces of shit sometimes to try to squat and take over houses and stuff. But also that the reason why these protections exist is probably for good reasons. And there's probably...
What do you think the reasons are that they exist?
For people that operate like on informal lease agreements or some shit, you don't want to be able to be arrested for trespassing instantly or whatever.
No, that's like not the reason that squatters' rights exist.
Why do they exist?
Tenant protections. Like if you can show that you've lived at a place and you've paid rent, you're not a squatter. You're a tenant that just doesn't have a lease, and there's still going to be stuff. Squatters' rights are all about fucking old school bullshit that for some reason wants the highest and best use of any property.
So you think that squatters' rights? Wait. So hold on. Wait. You think squatters' rights exist for old ass bullshit people that want to steal property? That's why they exist.
No. What I said is that it exists because Democrats believed that abandoned property should be discouraged. And as a result, if you're going to abandon your property, okay, and not going to even check on it in a year, this is the disincentivization to do that. Meaning, if you haven't checked on it in a year, someone could have moved in on it, lived there for 6 months, and have that's why it's there completely.
Dan is correct. The problem is that these squatters are not actually identifying as squatters; they're identifying themselves as tenants. That's the issue.
I thought that for some states that will have like the regulations, we have to be there for like 10 years or whatever. Sure, but there are cities where you can claim squatter shit. Can't you do this in like 30 days?
Yeah, New York. In New York specifically, that's the one I most read up.
So that's for abandoned property.
So in New York, I don't know specifically how it's done, but they're probably doing some hybrid of being a squatter so that they don't get evicted, but also being a tenant. So to be a tenant, some places it's as simple as, can you show a piece of paper saying that utilities are in your name? And you can do that, right? You can I could right now, without any consent from you, I could probably switch your power bill to my name. I could say, hey, I just moved in here. I need to switch it to my name. And I don't think they would call you or verify with you to check that that's the case, meaning I could go put your power bill on my name moving forward. And if you have a piece of paper saying that you're an actual resident there, basically the police, when they come to evict you, or not come to evict you, but when they, like you say, hey, there's some fucking weirdo in my house, when they show that piece of paper saying, hey, I live here, look, the utilities are my name, the cops are going to say, listen, this is a civil issue, we're not getting involved anymore. That's exactly what's going to happen.
And to be clear, just you are correct. It is 30 days in New York. You go from a squatter to a tenant after 30 days.
Gotcha. Oh, so it's ownership for... It's ownership for the 10 years or 30 years thing.
Yeah. No. So the issue that we had originally was that, but I think we both agree on this, the process is too slow, which then puts the huge burden on the homeowners and the ones who are renting out the buildings themselves. The thing that I was having an issue with is I think leases should be the standard.
Wait, what was it? You said homeowners versus people who are renting out the buildings themselves, or what do you mean?
In my understanding, most of the cases I've read up on were people who were renting out the place or folks who were doing renovations to homes. So it wasn't always the primary residence. A lot of times it was a secondary, but there were a few still instances where somebody was doing renovations, and so the home was like not being used at the time, and then somebody would slip in while the renovations were.
Oh, sure. That I think the vast majority of like the squatting shit, though, I think it's for like secondary properties, like rental properties and stuff, because typically you live in your primary.
Yeah. But I mean, even the one with the renovations is insane. The idea that you're like updating your home or changing the floors and you come back and somebody else has moved in a whole U-Haul and you have to go through now a lengthy process, like that is your primary residence. That has to be crazy. But even if it wasn't your primary residence, like is there? I guess it changes something from a tenant landlord perspective, but should it really be that different?
Well, it sounds like your issue isn't with the process at all. You just don't like that the courts are kind of backed up. Assuming that's true, by the way, which I'm still not sure. But if that was the case, then I feel like it's fundamentally a different thing.
Well, I mean, the process is always slow. Then what do you do? Like, we don't see this changing. I don't think there's going to be a time where this is expediently faster. Have you seen courts get substantially faster with how they deal with these kinds of situations?
Listen, I was
like every time I've gone to civil court, it's always been a slow and lengthy process.
If I could, then the solution to this is completely, absolutely get rid of all squatters' rights and instead give those rights directly to the city, where if they think your property is abandoned, they can do something, they can try to notify you, and if you don't do anything, then the city can reclaim it, and then the city can sell it, and then if they want to, they can go and put that towards affordable housing. That's how it should be done.
But that doesn't solve the issue. That doesn't solve the issue.
It does solve the issue.
No, it doesn't.
If some dipshit lives in your house or is in there, it's like, hey, you're not allowed to be in here. Sorry,
yeah, but that squatting, that
story.
statement is begging the question. You're not allowed to be in here. That's the question. Are they allowed? That's the whole point of them saying,
Yes,
like,
because they're not
because you're talking about
squatters.
tenants.
They're identifying as tenants. How do you differentiate them?
Well, if you're asking me if tenant court should be a faster process, the answer is always yes, it should be.
But that's the whole issue is that it seems like we can't figure out who a tenant is or isn't without going to court. A police officer can't make that distinction, and that's where a lot of these like quote unquote squatters' rights come in. That if there's a disagreement on being a tenant, a cop can't toss you for trespassing. You've got to go through the housing court process to fix all that.
So I don't think squatters' rights has anything to do with anything of that. Like if I sneak into your place when you're gone for a week and switch the electricity to my name, that's just tenancy issue. Now, should that be allowed? Anything? Yeah, but I think squatter shit completely.
You're correct.
Wait, hold on. Wait. What do you think squatter stuff is? Hold on, let me understand this.
Squatters' rights have to do with this: if a property is basically not taken care of, abandoned, essentially what it's designed to do is that if you come in there and you start using it and you've been there for a substantial period of time and you can prove it and the owner has not kicked you out or notified you shouldn't be, and I think it's like 10 years or something, you get full ownership over the property.
You're talking about, our squatters' rights also encompass people that have like tenant disputes, or that's how they disguise it, but they're not really tenants. People will expand squatters' stuff to include those people as well.
No, squatters' rights is very specifically based on ownership. Tenancies is what you're talking about, meaning if I move into a place, you might say I'm squatting in this fucking apartment and do anything along those lines, but what you're really doing is you're an illegal tenant that has lied to say that you're actually doing it.
Yeah, the issue you're talking about, like people like getting ownership of stuff, the adverse possession thing, right?
Yeah, that is de facto what squatting is.
Okay, I disagree. I don't think most people use it that way.
Look at the definition.
I'm literally reading a website right now. Everybody uses, or not everybody, but I think like squatting is a broader thing where, I think some people can take possession of shit over a long period of time, but I think people that like sneak into houses and try to set up and say like, oh, well, we're here and we actually live here and blah, 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 because we've been here for 30 days. I think people call these people squatters as well.
Well, we don't have to think. We can just look up the definition, right?
Okay.
Well, hold up. Squatters is also for tenancies because as currently in New York, squatters can be considered tenants after 30 days. So it's not just about owning. It's also about tenancy.
Well, that's only because in New York, once you've been there for 30 days, that squat becomes a tenant. You become legal. That's different. Most other places don't have 30 days. They have very, very long things, right? that they have 10 years, right?
Yeah, but I think isn't that's part of the argument of like the squatters' rights, that you can't just toss them out. So if you go through the court shit, you call the police, you do this shit, eventually 30 days will have passed, and now they've got like tenancy rights, and that's why people consider these like squatter protections or whatever.
Yeah, this looks like a complicated article. We got to go through here.
But I don't think it matters that much, because I think the core issue here is that everyone here is pretending to be tenants. That's what they're doing. They're using fake leases or saying they pay rent. So what we're really dealing with here are people who are actually squatters, but they're pretending to be tenants.
Yeah, people that are abusing the protections for what
tenants.
should be tenants that don't have a formal lease agreement. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that's something that the police can adjudicate, and I think it's a systematic flaw.
Wait, you think who can adjudicate that?
The police can't.
Oh,
Only
correct,
the courts
yeah.
can. And
Yeah.
because the process is slow, that's just not going to get fixed. So the question is, how do you improve that? Now, we can't make the systems, at least the system that's currently in place with going to court, faster. So how would you even fix something like that? I think you'd have to have a registry and a very strict system that the cops could enforce, in terms of like, so for example, leases are kind of loosely set up where the landlord could go by the bylaws and then have their tenants sign it, and that's all there is to it. But I think you'd have to have a stricter system in place that allows for cops to authenticate these things very quickly.
It's complicated also, though, Abba, because like around here, what people do is they do scams where they'll list apartments for sale that are vacant on a Craigslist, and like you'll go check it out, and the guy will have the keys, and he'll show you around, and be like, hey, fill out an application, and you do it and everything like that, and you give the guy the deposit, and you move in, and you're there for a month, and then all of a sudden you discover that, wait a second, the guy that you just fucking gave money to, he's just some fucking nobody. He has no, like, the owner of this place is on vacation right now. Are you, as a tenant, do you lose your rights? You paid rent to someone. See, those are questions that need to be answered, and those are the kind of the catch-22s that happen as a result. So I would agree with you.
But I think we also shouldn't have any rights to that property.
Keep in mind, though, real quick, when you say you shouldn't have any rights, what you're saying is, because if you have no rights, what you're saying is that you could be paying rent to somebody for 2 or 3 months, and then tomorrow the police knock on your door and your entire family is arrested for trespassing. Like, that's...
Or at the very
which
least,
is unfortunate,
taken
but
out of the
that's what
apartment,
happens when you're suffering at the hands of a scam. It shouldn't be on the person who owns the property to suffer the burden of your scam. They have no part in that. Now they're getting caught up in something that you made a mistake in doing. Why should you have? Why should you have rights to anything I own because someone else scammed you?
I don't disagree that the property owner having the burden is unfair, but I just don't know. It feels like it's like the child support question. Like, can you have a financial abortion, and the state always rules in the interest of the child? And it's like, well, it's better for the child, even if you didn't want the baby, even if you wanted an abortion, even if the woman lied about it, being on protection, you still have to pay child support. Like, it sucks and it's unfair, but I think that the protection being on the side of the tenant in those instances probably serves society better.
Wait, there's no way. Hold up. So let's say the woman has birth and she just puts my name randomly on the kid's birth certificate. Should I be on the hook for that? Because she's scamming?
No.
If
you're not the kid. No, I'm saying like if a woman lies to you about being like on birth control or some shit. Not if she's like actually like forging the fucking birth certificate.
I'm using my example. So let's say she gives birth to a kid, she writes my name. Now I say no, it's not my kid, okay? And the kid's now suffering because he's not getting my child support. Should we just let me pay because the kid got scammed?
I don't know how far we can stretch this analogy, but I think it actually might map on perfectly. If you have a child, this is my understanding, okay? We're getting a complicated family life, but my understanding is, let's say that you're with a woman, you both have a kid, and let's say that like 5 years rolls by, and you're looking down at your wonderful little Asian baby, and you're like, well, hold on. Me and my white girlfriend have an Asian baby. He's 5 years old. I'm starting to realize shit's not lining up. And you go and you do a paternity test. I think that a court, because you've like taken ownership basically or custodianship or something of the child, I think you can be ordered to pay child support until the child is 18 if you decide at that point that you want to break up and leave. I think that actually is how the law works right now. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but if you assume possession or the guardianship or whatever of a child and you're making payments regularly and you already moved past this question, I think if you get a paternity test in the future and it ends up not being your child, I think you still have a financial obligation, I think.
What should happen is
I could
this
be
should
wrong on that,
handled
though, but-
either by the state or by insurance.
That would be ideal. Yes, the state would compensate you for lost rental time.
Or the insurance of that should be something that should just start being underwritten by a homeowner's
Well, but if you
insurance
say
policy.
if you make it an insurance thing, then it's still burdensome to the rental owner because now they have to pay for insurance to cover for all of the
Yeah, but
squatting
if you look
bullshit.
at the aggregate of how much that would increase your premium, it can't be much.
Probably not, sure.
Right. So I think that would be a law that you would pass, is that all new home insurance policies would have to have that clause that if this happened to a property that you own, that that your home insurance company would essentially take care of it. And then of course that would be like you would be responsible for a portion of that as your deductible, so to speak.
I'll say I don't think it's right to justify to use like one retarded law that we have set up, which is like some lady writes my name on a birth certificate, and like I'm like, that I should therefore have to pay child support for a kid that's not mine. I don't think that, because that's a reality, that we should have this kind of situation as well. I agree that it's an unfortunate set of circumstances that have befallen the family that have been scammed. But I, who's a person who's just existing, owning a property, should not have to bear the burden of the fact that they made poor decisions.
Well,
I understand what you're saying, but like
they
it could
didn't
be...
make a bad decision though.
Wait,
right?
fuck, fuck you, Dan. Wait, I'm gonna give my example because Dan might be giving
It's the same. Mine is better. Mine is better. You could be the most legit tenant of all time. Of all time, Abba. You could fall for this scam, unironically, Abba. And like, is it fair to you
Wait,
that
what's
you've been
the
living
scam?
in a place?
Wait, what's the scam?
That,
What's the scam?
like you move to Miami and you find a sick apartment and everything's good, and you talk to the landlord, it's fine, everything's on the up and up, and you've been living here for 6 months. It's nice, it's great. You've been paying rent to this guy every month. All of a sudden you get a knock at the door and it says, "Oh, sorry, yeah, you've been paying rent to the wrong guy. You need to leave today, and you owe money because you've been using this for 6 months." Like, there's no way that you probably could have known that this was incorrect. That's reasonable.
Okay.
So you would be okay in that case, like, fuck it, I guess arrest me because I'm trespassing and take all my shit to compensate you for any damage that I've done. And I've also been here for 6 months, and I haven't paid you.
You could even do an example, one layer removed. What if the guy that's renting you the property, what if there's a mistake in like holding companies or ownership of the property, and it turns out that the guy that you're renting from doesn't actually have the legal rights to rent it to, and he didn't even realize that. And another company takes possession, and they're like, we're going to evict every single person here and arrest you for trespassing if you're still here or something.
Well, then your job as a tenant would be to sue the guy that stole from you to recoup the money, and the person who actually owns the property has the rights to their property. I don't even see what's wrong here.
Well, I mean, I guess you're creating in a perfect world, maybe, but like as a tenant, you probably don't have enough money to sue someone civilly. That person's probably going to be impossible to find or claim. He'll be judgment proof, as they call in the biz, and you're just going to be fucked. So
I agree they would be getting fucked. Yes, getting scammed means that you get fucked. I don't think it's on other people to have.
Well, that's why we
that
have the safeguards,
Yes, but the safeguard
like
should not be the landlord. The safeguard should not be the person who owns the property who's losing cash.
Yeah, it should be the insurance company. I agree.
Yeah, it shouldn't be on them.
Yeah, they should mandate a law that insurance companies have to do this. But of course, the insurance companies go fucking batshit. It's the same thing with rent control in San Francisco. In San Francisco, rent control is a burden that they put onto the landlords. But listen, if you want to have this whole thing solved, put it on the fucking state or on the city. But they don't want to do it. It's easier to just say, hey, fuck it, have the landlords do it and have it be their problem. And it's a shit situation and it doesn't solve anything and it's bad across the board. And this is just another example. But yeah, it is a fucked up situation that if I leave to go on vacation for a week and I come back and there's someone in my house and it's like, you're telling me I can't kick them out right now? Thank God we're getting the law in Florida that won't be the case. But that would be a unbelievably violating feeling to have happen.
Yeah, but if you're gone for like a week
with your shit,
I think you can kick them out, right? Because most of these places
do
don't
they have
to
paperwork saying that they live there? Do they have a power bill switched to their name? Do they have a letter sent to this address?
I'm curious how often this happens. I feel like this is probably an exceptionally rare circumstance.
Well,
I think what's at the heart of this whole issue. I think what's at the heart of this whole issue.
I'm coming over. I'll see you in 20. All right, Steve.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm watching this video.
I think what's at the heart of this issue is the fact that this whole realm of landlord-tenant agreements is very much left up to the individuals with a very loose guideline. The registries are not always properly well set up. It's not very easy to track these kinds of things. And so because everything is kind of amorphous and hard to manage, it's very easy for scams to fall into place. And then for also a lot of these agreements to never be enforceable or to be authenticated through without lengthy processes.
Yeah.
So
I agree that it sucks, but it might just be one of those shitty situations where it just sucks. Like for hospitals, should you be allowed to turn people away who are dying?
No.
What if it's the same fucking guy every single month ODing and coming into the hospital? And you're wasting a bed when you know you could be like treating a better patient. You're wasting doctor or nurse time when you know you could be helping somebody who needs it more. And it's the same fucking loser that keeps showing up over and over again in the same hospital.
Hold up. Maybe I'm incorrect, but don't private hospitals already allowed to make that choice?
No, I don't think you can turn anybody away from an ambulance. I don't think you can say like, oh, he doesn't have money or oh, fuck this guy. I think you have to treat. I think it's like a legal fucking requirement.
Okay, well, if they're publicly funded institutions, I would say absolutely not. But if they're privately owned, I think I'm unaware.
Are hospital? Let me check. Are private hospitals allowed to turn away dying people? Let me check. I don't know actually. Oh, this Quora answer says public and private hospitals alike are prohibited by law from denying a patient care in an emergency. The Emergency Medical and Treatment Labor Act is a federal law that requires hospital emergency departments to medically screen every patient who seeks emergency care and to stabilize or transfer those with medical emergencies. That's like a shitty thing, but I think it's just one of those things that as long as it's not too burdensome on all of society, you just kind of like eat the cost, unfortunately, which sucks.
Yeah,
there should be like
the emergency treatments, and I think that's the extent of it. Afterwards, they can transfer them out
Sure.
afterwards.
But emergency treatments and stabilizing those types of patients can be expensive, and you're wasting resources that could go to other people, and it's burdensome to all the rest of the system. Yeah.
Is there a reason why beyond the law? Is it like an oath that they have to take, or is it some kind of agreement with the government that they have in order to be able to have their license?
Just a law, I think.
Okay.
But I think the idea is you don't want to turn away people that can't afford.
The reason why I'm asking is because for this example, the difference I might find is that they have signed on to a specific agreement in which they would offer that. I don't think tenants or landlords sign on to such an agreement. So I don't know if they should be held to the same standard as a hospital.
Well, but I mean, the argument would be that just by owning property in a state, you're already kind of like implicitly agreeing to the laws and regulations of that state. And one of those might be things related to tenants and squatters, I guess.
Okay. I don't feel like that's understood at all, but sure.
Well, why? Yeah, of course it is. I mean, you might not know it as a landowner or property owner because you didn't read it, but I mean, like, there's a whole list of like regulations and rules that we all kind of implicitly agree to when we buy anything in society, right? But property especially, right?
Okay. So keep going. So where are you going with this?
That the argument can be made that by owning a piece of property in a state that has rules and regulations, it's your obligation to know those rules and regulations, and that you implicitly accept those by owning property in said place. Much like if a hospital's operating, you implicitly accept that you have to treat patients that might come in who are dying, even if you don't feel like you have the resources or desire to do so.
Okay, what do you think about that?
Wait, while you're doing that, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I've got a good example. Choose carefully. Ready?
Can I just respond to what you said before?
Oh, sure. It's about this particular thing, but go ahead, yeah.
Okay, no, then go ahead.
Okay.
And then also.
Let's say that there's a family living in a house. Never mind. Fuck. Give your answer. Sorry, it's too many. Go ahead.
All right. Couple things. The first example you gave was of somebody going to the hospital for emergency reasons, and so you're saying that's analogous in a way, but I would disagree because you can't prove that the people who are about to be evicted are doing so out of a state of emergency. Meaning, if someone went to the hospital, they don't have the right to be treated just because they're going to a private hospital. They have to prove that. None of these people who are squatting in these homes or taking over can even prove that, or they have to actually be able to prove that before you can make that hypothetical that you want to work.
Sure. To make it more analogous, it would have to be a hypochondriac going to the hospital or something, right? And they're lying about their life-threatening emergency just to get a room for the night or something, right?
Yeah, that does happen at times. And I think based off what you research, it's only in the state of a very serious.
Yeah, if you can determine they're not actually dying, you can kick them the fuck out. Yeah.
Right. So I think you'd have to have the same thing, and I don't think anyone who's squatting or in these landlord situations can prove that, or in the process of doing that. So maybe if they could, then I think you could maybe make that argument. But I also don't like it because I think it would pretty much undo the way society should function. So let's say this was the case. That because people are in a state of emergency, they should have rights to these homes and to these abodes. Well, then couldn't we just move the entire population of homeless people into homes that are not being managed right now? And they could all justify it by the fact that they'd have to return to homelessness?
Careful, you just literally stumbled onto one of the biggest retarded lefty talking points. But yeah, there are people that will, anytime you see on Twitter, I don't mean you're retarded, but there are a lot of people on Twitter that unironically argue that the total number of homeless people in the U.S. is lower than the total number of empty units. So all of them should be allowed to just move into those empty units and take them over. A lot of people make that argument, yeah.
I know people might say that sounds great, but I don't think that works well. And I think that would really undo.
I agree that's stupid. Yeah.
Forget even unused homes. Even let's say it's the one with renovations. Like people live there, they're going on renovations, and because they're moving in while they're doing that, they'd have access to this home that someone else lived in because they're going through an emergency. I don't think that's something that should be okay in our society.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. Yeah, you're just looking at the downside though, but I'm looking at the upside for the tenants that maybe you would want to protect. I agree that the bad people shouldn't have protections. It's just hard to strip that away without also affecting the good people. Or maybe the people you might want to protect. I can use, I'm just curious on your take on this, and then I have to watch this before Dan gets here, or else he's going to kill me. Right now, okay, I'll do an incredibly personal example. Right now, I have an informal agreement with my my kid's mom and her boyfriend and his kid. Okay, so we don't have anything on paper written at all, but I pay for that house. It's my house. I'm on the deed. She has no name on it whatsoever. We have no formal lease agreement whatsoever. But she lives there. Her boyfriend, his kid, and then my son. They all live there. Do you think that I should be able right now to call the police and say, hey, can you go to this address actually and kick out these poor people? I'm on the deed. I can show you the name. They have no formal lease agreement with me. You should be able to arrest these people for trespassing right now. And
those people I think I'm going to kind of just ruin this whole thing. I agree you don't need a formal. I think an informal one works provided you have proof that there's an agreement made.
Yeah, but I think the whole issue is that the proof part has to go to court. That's the whole issue we're running into, right? For instance, I think we would both probably...
Whether it's formal or informal, you would have to go to court.
Yeah, but that's where we're running into the issue. Because I think you and I would agree with each other 100% if, let's say, court was guaranteed to take, 2 days. Then we would say, then the current system as is probably good. The only issue is, what if that takes, a month and a half to resolve?
Well, but right now it takes even longer. But, yeah, that is the issue. Right. So that's why I'm saying I think my contention is not that police should be involved or whatever. Well, actually, they should be, but it's because we don't have a good system in place to manage lease landlord agreements, any of that stuff. We don't have that. We don't have a registry. We don't have something that police databases could easily just funnel right into and then be able to check, right? And right now, everything is the Wild Wild West. I can literally message someone on Kijiji, say, hey, can I get a room for $500? I'll pay you first and last months, and that's it. None of that goes to a registry to be able to make sure that we have protections for the landlord. We don't have any proof that it's supposed to be a 3-month lease, none of that. So I think the issue at hand is that we don't have a good system in place to protect people. But yeah.
Maybe, okay, yeah, sure. All right. Well, hey, listen, I love you. I'm going to watch this video and then go down and scrim it down for a bit. And I will see you around.
You and Dan have fun.
Be careful. Please. Fuck, Dan's going to kill me. All right, what's going on here?
to me, it's just the most incredible place in the world. It's the most incredible experience. Like, we have kids who are retarded here that are millionaires. Like, we win. You can be someone who is mentally ill and be a millionaire. Name another country where that's possible. There are streamers on the internet that are mentally retarded, and they're millionaires. What the Is that not amazing? Like, is that not mind-blowing?
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, no.
Only in America.
Oh, yeah. I can't believe what I'm hearing.
You have 1 minute. I have to watch this video. What?
You are arguing that people need to go to court for their house, but you think that you have the right not to go to court and just shoot a little kid who DDoSes your little internet account.
Yep.
That's insane. Yep. Explain that, unironically, for 30 seconds.
Well, the difference is there is no world where you would protect somebody's right to DDoS somebody. There's no upside to that. There's no world where any of this would be a behavior you would ever want to protect. And there's another world where you have informal lease agreements that you would want to protect. So we need to figure out what's like an informal agreement versus what's just like somebody trying to abuse the system. And for that process, you need the courts.
No, hang on a second. In no world do we want to protect the bad faith squatter. Yet we have legal protections and court
Yeah,
systems
but that's
in
the
place.
issue is we can think of a good faith quote unquote squatter, like somebody who has an informal lease agreement or is getting scammed, versus a bad faith squatter, but we don't have like good faith DDoSers.
Well, hang on a second. There are good faith ways to access servers, right? Or to access some internet connection, isn't there?
Yep.
You're just thinking too specifically to the DDoS. Don't you think that it's important for us to stop in progress and have a determination as to who is wrongfully using or not using your internet?
Nope. Not like that.
So you think that the protections for your specific internet and the processes that you have to go to use deadly self-defense, that there should be stronger protections for you than for any homeowner in the United States?
Any homeowner? You mean somebody with a second property or?
No, anyone who goes on vacation, comes back a week later, what you're saying is they have to wait a month or 40 days or whatever the average is. Go to court, go to housing court.
You're comparing the good faith, you're comparing like the abusive part of a law. If you can find a way to write the law that makes it so people can't abuse the loophole, then I would obviously say get rid of the part of the law that lets people abuse the loophole or whatever.
Sure. But there's just going to have to be a backlog and there's going to have to be a factual determination, just like with your DDoS kit.
Okay, can you give me the analog to a good faith DDoSer?
I don't have to give you an analog to a good faith DDoS.
Well, that's because you're trying to draw protection for them. You're trying to say, well, some people might engage in this behavior in good faith. Like for the squatting thing, we can imagine there are people that would engage in this type of behavior.
What is DDoS? And explain to me because I'm not a tech person.
Oh, well, sounds like you should have looked that up before coming. No, I don't have time to break down. I can't. I gotta watch this. I'm gonna be late for my thing, and everybody in chat's gonna be mad at you because I got a podcast with Dan today, and it's
isn't DDoS just accessing and overloading connection with like lots of different users or lots of different people attacking at the same time?
DDoSing is when hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands or whatever of different computers are trying to send illegitimate traffic to a particular node, basically.
Okay, so how do you determine if traffic is illegitimate?
Well, one is if you don't request it. Two is the type of traffic, because it could be exploiting things that cause more issues on your particular server when certain types of requests are made. There are like certain requests.
So there could be genuine accesses. Like there could be like legitimate overloads of servers and requests, right? That could happen.
Sure.
So don't you think that we ought to have a court system to funnel and protect people who are innocent and just, freely accessing?
I don't think you're innocent. You're infringing on somebody else's shit hardcore there.
Who gets to decide that? You get to decide that without there being any inquiry, without there being any protections for whoever you're shooting?
Yeah, what if somebody stumbles into your property at night? You don't get to shoot them in self-defense if they get confused and they start attacking you?
Okay, no, we just grounded out into deadly self-defense.
Boom, that's right, exactly. It is deadly self-defense.
Hey, I love you. Good luck with your thing.
Be careful, love you, bye.
You got some of that tism that your friend talked about.
Bro.
Patrick Bet David is on a hiring spree. On the latest episode of his podcast, he dropped one of the biggest flexes to date, offering YouTube comedian Andrew Schultz a late-night show as part of a $500 million investment into setting up a media company to compete with the likes of Jimmy Fallon, Stephen Colbert, and Jimmy Kimmel. Except it doesn't quite make sense. So stick around for my full breakdown. But not only that, on the same episode, Andrew dropped one of his biggest Schultz epiphanies to date in his attempt to sound smart and fit in with the PBD crew.
If you control the carrot You control the culture.
Yeah, our boy Schultz just discovered capitalism. What was that about millionaires on the internet? But listen, you may have heard recently that PBD hired disgraced TV puppet Chris Cuomo to join his Valuetainment brand and start creating content on his platform. So I'll go through the controversy towards the end of this video and show you a few interesting facts and figures that led to Fredo joining PBD's Valuetainment grift. For now, though, let's take a look at this $500 million media company that PBD wants to create and hire Andrew Schultz to head up a new late-night talk show.
If I wanted to, do a late night show with any guy, and I'm going to keep saying this until this happens. There's two guys I love. Two guys. Okay. I think the other guy's going to do something. I think he's going to go a different direction than you. I think you're more versatile, that you can talk a lot of different topics, but I think that guy's also going to do something. Marcelo SNL.
Marcelo's great.
But for you, hey, if I were to put $500 million into a media company to want to have a late night show, I would probably spend 20% of it and sign a guy to do a late night show, bring writers, bring a team, and have that guy compete against the Fallon, the Kimmel, all those guys, and I think you would kill it, bro.
My man.
I think you would kill it.
I would watch it.
I would come and watch it. I'd be sitting there saying, I'm going to be sitting there watching it, so...
Maybe we got to make something happen.
Maybe we got to make something happen.
But since that space could be taken over quite easily.
100%. I think 100% that space can be taken.
Okay, oh my God, here we go. First thing, let's just forget for a moment that PBD doesn't have $500 million to throw at a media company. In fact, I doubt he even has $5 million. His whole life is leased or on credit cards. I mean, PBD's the kind of guy to do a house tour on a rental property. Secondly, let's say he did set up his $500 million media company. On what network is he going to run this talk show? Like, does he really know what he's saying? If he's going to compete in that space, he'd have to buy an existing TV.
I would have rather just watched like the original whatever the fuck video is. I don't need this guy giving me a commentary and everything, but okay.
Network to broadcast all of these shows. And that takes me to my next point. He already has a media company. It's a YouTube channel called Valuetainment, where he pays for his guests, probably with borrowed money, and has also been accused of buying views, likes, and comments. But here's the thing. Here's some free advice for the big man. There already are a bunch of competitors to the late night talk shows. Have you heard of Joe Rogan, Theo Von, Tim Dillon, Bad Friends, YMH Studios, etc., etc.? Oh, and don't forget, have you heard of Flagrant? See, there are these things called comedy podcasts that already compete with the establishment talk shows like Jimmy Kimmel, Colbert, and Jimmy Fallon. Schultz is already doing it. So why would you set up a $500 million media company with money you don't have to enter an industry that's already been overtaken by lower cost, higher retention, more profitable podcasts with much lower barriers to entry? And if you needed more proof that PBD is talking complete BS to flex in front of Schultz, take a look at this next clip. After Schultz explained how his parents met, PBD asks him how much influence his childhood has had on his own life after recently becoming a father himself. And in a few short words, PBD exposes his lack of knowledge about just how late night talk shows really work.
How much of what the way he raised you and they raised you are you planning on using on the way you raise your kids?
I mean, as much as I can. Yeah. Like I'm trying to keep those things. Like I'm at home 6 o'clock every day when I'm in town, and hopefully that'll be our little dinner situation. Hang in, plug in.
So late night not going to work?
Well, when she goes to bed, when my daughter goes to bed, that's when I'll go out and do shows.
When she goes to bed, then you go out there and do shows. Yeah. Got it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Whoops. Did PBD not realize in his infinite wisdom that late night talk shows are recorded during the day? Did nobody tell him they're not live? Come on, surely someone willing to throw $100 million at Andrew Schultz to run a talk show knows that it's all pre-recorded, just like a podcast. Maybe it's because PBD live streams most of his own podcast and just assume that's how...
Well, wait, did he mean go out and do shows like comedy shows, or does he mean go out and do shows like podcasts or late night shows? Late night, usually when you say late night, doesn't that usually refer to like mainstream TV media stations, not like Hassan Malding at Destiny? Fuck, now I'm missing content. God damn it. Hold on.
Or media. Anyway, after all this talk show talk, Schultz decided to share one of his epiphanies about how capitalism works.
Yes, Destiny, saying it's pre-recorded. Well, I know like late night talk shows and mainstream things are pre-recorded, but like I'm pretty sure comedy clubs and shit will do shows late at night, like actually late at night, right?
Which he came up with after his interview last week with RFK Jr. on Flagrant. Now, when you're watching this, just remember, this is the condensed version.
We had RFK on the pod, right? Have you guys spoken to RFK? Yeah. It's a charming guy, really charming. And he said something on the pod that was a joke. It wasn't a joke, it was serious, but it was meant in like a laughing way, right? Like, and he basically is talking about, because I asked him about, hanging out with Epstein. And he goes, listen, you understand, like, I'm in New York at this time. Like, he goes, I had Bill Cosby at my house. I had OJ at my house. I had Harvey Weinstein. He goes through the gambit of the worst people on purpose. Like, he's trying to show, look how many awful people were in my life. Instead of these, like, Hollywood phonies that go, oh, my God, Harvey Weinstein, how could you even be with him? And then all of them have pictures stuck on the red carpet.
That's right. Underneath, yeah.
Exactly. And he goes, and then you find out these people are swamp creatures, and they're just absolutely disgusting. Yep. Fallon does a joke, and they just take the section where he talks about the people, Weinstein, OJ, whatever. And then he does, oh, my God, who else were you hanging out? Jeffrey Dahmer, blah, blah, blah. A few nights later, Colbert does the same joke, right? And you see it, and they're both leaving out the context that he's like, hey, this is, how crazy is it this can happen? You can hang out with these awful people because you're in this social scene, you don't even know it, right? That's the context, right? But they leave out the context of everything. And I'm watching this, and I'm like, I see how people could think that there is a conspiracy going on. Like, when you see this information, we see like the same joke written twice. There's only 3 late night shows. They should be aware of the jokes that are kind of being made based off the same clip, taken out of context. You're like, oh my God, there's a conspiracy. But I think sometimes laziness presents itself as conspiracy. The laziness is, there are these writers, right? They know they just need to get jokes on in order to, continue their life.
Somebody linked this video and said it was about some crazy contract shit. It just seems like this guy's talking and whoever the YouTuber is like ass mad about it. I don't...
Right, they got to chase the path of least resistance to make money, to provide for their families, right? They don't love that job. They're not passionate about writing knock jokes for Fallon or any of the other late night hosts. It's not...
What is Hassan Malding
legal
about?
in the real world, okay? In the world that I want to live in, you should go to jail.
For what?
And so should Elon Musk, for fun.
For why are we sending people to jail?
Twitter was also thirsting after you. What is this? Is this just your bookmark? What? This is crazy. Wait, does this have 13,000 likes? What the fuck is happening? Did you just send me your fucking bookmark?
Okay.
Their desire. A lot of them probably started as comedians, stand-up comedians. They want to be out there touring and doing that. This is what pays the bills, protects their family. That's awesome. You don't need like a nefarious group of people to like create assets out of every single politician and lobby every single group if you can control the path of least resistance. That's the thing that scares me, right? I think that's the TikTok concern. If you control the carrot, you control the culture.
Yes.
For example, movies in China. Like Hollywood knows if you get a movie in China, they take like 10 a year. If you get a movie in China, that movie's making crazy money, right? So now all of a sudden, Taiwan isn't going to ever be mentioned in a movie because you want to make sure it meets the Chinese standards. They are dangling the carrot, creating the path of least resistance, and then affecting culture. And I feel like that's one of the things. Like capitalism is the best system, no question, without the best thing that we got. But it was developed at a time where we were the ones consuming everything. We were the biggest consumers. Now you got some other money out there. And if the only thing driving us is capital, we can be manipulated by those sources out there that have the capital.
Wow, that's so insightful. At the ripe old age of 40 years old, Andrew Schulz just figured out that the guys with the deepest pockets have the loudest voices. Incredible. But let me just say one thing here, right? A lot of people don't realize this. During the pandemic, Andrew Schulz released a series of videos on social media that were basically like short talk show monologues where he'd address current issues and events and make jokes about them. Now, Schulz has openly said and explained that he had a team of writers behind him pumping out all of those jokes. So for him to sit there and criticize writers on late night talk shows for towing the company line, well, that's precisely how he got famous during the pandemic. I'll tell you what, that's the height of hypocrisy, even for a guy like Schulz.
You can be someone who is mentally ill and be a millionaire. Name another country that's possible.
Okay, I don't care. This is hilarious. It's all just in-group out-group bullshit. There are no underlying principles, or if they are, they can change it. They can change in an instant. Or if there are, they can change in an instant. Full trans inclusion is non-negotiable. Until it isn't, they're clowns.
You're correct that trans women should be able to compete in women's sports, but your argument for it is just scientifically and factually incorrect. I'm actually not bad about this. I'm 100% right on this. I don't give a shit about the scientific explanations. People, if they identify as a woman, get to compete in sports. If that's not fair in the short term for a variety of little competitions, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit because the societal interest of including trans people in society trumps stupid competition. Full stop. So I'm right about this. You're wrong about this. Anyway. Dr. Shock, I agree. Let's get rid of weight classes in all combat sports. Perhaps have grown man compete in Little League. Sometimes life's not fair. Whatever. You're correct that trans...
How is Norm Finkelstein so good? How is Norm Finkelstein so good on Israel, Palestine, but so bad on other things? It's widely known that he has bad positions on trans issues, but I also just saw they gave a talk about how Russia was morally justified in invading Ukraine. I mean, I don't know. I haven't heard that other stuff.
Yeah.
Internationalist, socialist. I mean, this is the thing. It's like it's... One of the worst things about YouTube culture is it is like created this notion that you need to judge position. Like it becomes more about the sort of like the people who are talking, than what they're saying. But international socialists, and I you know, I'm certainly guilty of that to a certain extent. But here's the thing: like, it's one thing to have like a show where you're presenting this stuff on a daily basis. It's another to be sort of a how is Norm Finkelstein are like, you know, yeah, without a doubt. But
hundreds of people we've had talk about this show.
It's another to be sort of a scholar. It's, you know, I don't know.
We've had a lot of guests on this show. They probably, if we look at the hundreds and hundreds of people we've had talk about things they're expert on, they probably have some clangers now and then.
Yeah, without a doubt. But it's more of a problem like with people who are like, you know, like aggregators and do what we do. Because that's a way in which you like save time by getting your news, and you want these people to have been vetted over time with you to get a sense of like you're getting it presented in the right way. When you're talking about a scholar and you go out and you're looking for specific things that they may not be experts in, you know, like it just doesn't have the same implications in my mind.
Damn, she's quiet for this one. Why did this person make this like a second tweet to this? I should just steal the video, but I'll retweet it instead. Tim Pool panel talk shit about you. Uh-oh, Dan's gonna be mad.
Good on Israel, Palestine, but so bad on other things.
You look at the leftist streamers, and none of them do anything other than stream. So like Hassan, if he loses his Twitch stream revenue, that's it. If he stops streaming in 6 months, his revenue's down to almost nothing. You know, I mean,
and as a communist, he has no idea how to use capital.
It's true. This is true. And the same thing with Vosh, like, and the same thing honestly with Destiny. It's like these guys don't do anything else. You look at like Jeremy from the Court, and he's got his coffee, and he's got the Publica that
coffee brand coffee,
and he's got the Publica that he does. And Tim here obviously has the coffee that you know, Casper Coffee. And
it's coffee news websites. It's all
Wait, what? I thought we meant like doing things to be politically active. You're just talking. Well, I mean, I sell merchandise. I mean, what the fuck do you care else? Like, are these coffee brands actually renowned as having delicious, great coffee, or are people just buying these as forms of donating to like conservative causes? Like,
No, but you've got, you're building the boonies, and there's a lot of things that you're doing. And you look at other people that are on the right, Daily Wire, like, they just went whole hog with started with the podcast stuff, and now they're huge, and you look at people on the right, and they behave in a very clearly different way to people on the left.
But this is what the left and the right distinction has become.
Yes.
People of merit are not considered all right-wing, and people of no merit are left-wing. It used to be that you could be a successful entrepreneur, liberal, Democrat, having a reasoned discussion with your Republican neighbor and going, I think you're crazy, but when's the golf game? We're going Sunday, right? Now it's completely at odds. And as many people point out, like, Donald Trump is a New York liberal from 15 years ago, and now you're right, you're far right. No, the reality is, the reason why I have a bunch of business ventures outside of just this show, so my morning show, I could live off that and I'd be wealthy for the rest of my life. Just the morning hour and a half that I record Monday through Friday, it makes me a rich person. But so then we have TimCast.com memberships, and I said this before, my personal salary just comes from my morning show. I don't want to discount the fact that this company makes profits beyond that, and I do get profits, but
okay. Okay, I love you guys. I'm probably going to go live here on this channel. I'll probably just go live on both channels. Fuck it. I'll do my kick on YouTube from downstairs. Be careful, have fun. I'll be back in hopefully 20, 30 minutes. Live from downstairs. Good luck, be careful. Oh god, how am I even going to set up all my shit? I'll figure it out. Can't you raid that channel? It's just going to be on this channel probably. Be careful. I'll be back in a bit. Bye. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just fuck your moms.